If you enjoy long, uninterrupted audiobooks like this, subscribe. I upload full books every week.
Chapter 13 Buckety Buckety into the Lake Neshobe Island was in the middle of Lake Bomosson, in west-central Vermont, not many hills away from the southern arm of Lake Champlain. Although Champlain was 100 times bigger than Bomosson, Alec regarded it as a minor body of water, simply a convenience for his friend Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., to land his seaplane on when he flew up from New York for a visit. Alec's island was only 7 acres in size, but it held a wonderful variety of terrain and vegetation. Miniature meadows, hills and cliffs, quarries and beaches, wild flowers, flowering vines and bushes, maples and evergreens. The water surrounding the island was forever changing. It could be smooth as glass 1 minute, then suddenly churning with whitecaps from updrafts and downdrafts of mountain winds. Neshobe was to Alec the most beautiful spot on earth. It was the only place where he ever lived happily alone without an audience. Here he was the audience. Neshobe Island was in fact a kind of theater to Alec with a continuous show. Each dawn raised the curtain on a new scene, each season was a new act, and each year a new drama. The last act was autumn and its climax was October, when the turning maples ringed the lake with red and orange fire, unbroken except for the white stems of the birches and the blue-green spires of the pines. When Alec bought the island, it was with the idea of making it a personal, solitary retreat. But he found himself loving it so much that he had to have somebody to share it with, so he turned the island into a private club for his innermost circle of friends. Charter members of the club included Alice Duer Miller, Nasa McMain, Beatrice Kaufman, Ruth Gordon, the Raymond Iveses. He was an accountant and insurance man. Rael Fleshman, co-founder with Ross of the New Yorker, Howard Dietz, a songwriter, George Backer, a newspaper publisher, and Harold Ginsberg, a book publisher, founder of the Viking Press. For an outsider, an invitation to Bomosson was more than a feather in the social cap. It meant you had been nominated for the Alexander Woollcott roster of Who's Who. If you were invited a second time, it meant you had been elected. There was only one honor higher than this, and that was being asked to join the Island Club as a full-fledged member. I was invited up for a weekend. I was invited again, which put me in a class with Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontaine, S.N. Bayman, Charles Brackett, Lily Bonner, Irene Castle, Ethel Barrymore, Catherine Cornell, Noel Coward, and Theodore Roosevelt, Jr. Then I was awarded the final honor. I became a member. The only other guy who made it in my time was Charles Lederer, the present-day screenwriter and producer, who was then a literary protege of Alec's. Damned if I know why I qualified. Maybe Alec considered me his cribbage protege. The thing we cherished most about the island, along with its natural beauty, was its isolation. Whenever we stepped onto Neshobe, we left Western civilization behind and entered our own primitive society. Alec would have been content to keep the island in the Stone Age. The most modern appliances he would tolerate at first were kerosene lamps, a hand pump for water, and an outboard motor for the launch. Bit by bit, for the sake of his guests' comfort, he softened. He had a new clubhouse built with plumbing and electricity. But he still kept the ancient, original farmhouse for his personal quarters. Eventually, Alec built a rambling stone house on a ridge overlooking the lake on all sides, and this became his permanent home for the last 7 years of his life. Our privacy we fought for and protected at all costs. The mainland was only a quarter of a mile away, and near the dock was a large resort hotel which we could see from the island. The natives, in true Vermont fashion, didn't bother anybody who didn't bother them, but the tourists were a pretty nosy bunch. The rumor got around that there were famous people living on that dinky island, in that there were a lot of crazy goings-on out there. One day while I was waiting on the mainland for the launch to pick me up, 2 dames were sitting on the dock gazing at the island. One of them was looking through a pair of binoculars. I sidled over behind them and heard the dame with the binoculars say, "Will you look who's there in a bathing suit? It's Marie Dressler." Marie Dressler was of course Alexander Woollcott taking his daily dip. One day Alice Miller went for a walk and rushed back to report a harrowing thing. A group of tourists, she said, had rowed over to the island and were down on the beach having a picnic. I volunteered to deal with the interlopers. I stripped off all my clothes, put on my red wig, smeared myself with mud, and went whooping and war dancing down to the shore, making gookies and brandishing an axe. The tourists snatched up their things, threw them into the boat, and rowed away fast enough to have won the Poughkeepsie Regatta. That put an end to the snooping that season. It also, I'm sure, started some juicy new rumors about our crazy goings-on. 3 natives were allowed on Neshobe. The guy who brought over mail and supplies, and the couple who worked as cook and handyman. I remember the handyman because he had made himself a clamp for his hernia out of a length of wire and a wooden peg. Whenever his rupture gave him trouble, he just gave the peg a few turns and tightened her up. He didn't set much store by such foolishness as doctorin. Joe Hennessy actually ran the club. Joe, besides being Woollcott's private secretary, did the ordering, kept the books, kept the handyman busy on the grounds, saw that guests were met on the mainland and were assigned places to sleep, and made sure that Alec's steaks were properly broiled. Beefsteak was Alec's staple food. When he ordered dinner in a restaurant, he put on quite a scene. He would keep the waiter bringing out steaks until he found the exact cut that suited him. Then he would tell him with elaborate gestures exactly how the chef should prepare it. Passed slowly over the flame so, then turned and passed over the flame once again so. God forbid if it should arrive any other way except charred on the outside and cold, bloody raw on the inside. Dinner on the island was only part of the evening ritual. The first ceremony at day's end for which everybody gathered in the clubhouse was cocktails. From cocktails until the last good night, Wolcott presided over the evening like a combination social director, schoolmaster, and queen mother. He called the turns in the conversation, snuffed out arguments that didn't involve him, and decided which games should be played. If Alec felt ornery, he'd challenge somebody to cribbage or anagrams, and the rest of us could fend for ourselves. If he felt mellow, he'd propose we play a family game, poker, murder, a guessing game, or some game he'd just invented. It seemed to me that Alec invented games as a way of probing deeper into the character of people he loved. His curiosity about his friends was endless. He asked me so many questions about details in my life that I thought he must be writing a book about me. He once spent the better part of a week tracking down a newspaper report of the Shang trial and presented me as a birthday present a photostat copy of the story in the Times. He spent years hunting for Miss Flatto, my old nemesis from PS 86, and by God he eventually located her. That's how intensely he would poke into our lives, not out of any hidden abnormal motives, but out of genuine curiosity. Alec was impressed that a human being could be put together in the first place. He was absolutely astonished that one could be put together in such a way as to give Alexander Wolcott pleasure. His people-probing quizzes went like this. Which person, aside from a friend or a relative, would you bring back to life if you had the power? Or name the greatest single song ever written. I remember that the person most frequently named in the first was Abraham Lincoln. In the second, and this was by secret ballot after long thought, the replies were unanimous. Silent Night. We played categories and ghosts in our own variation of an old guessing game, Famous Persons. In this, you gave the famous person's last initial and stated what he was famous for, and the others had to guess the person. I stumped the club once, but only once I must add, when I announced I was thinking of a person beginning with a C who was famous for making people fall on their fannas. Nobody got it. I was thinking of Chippendale, the guy who designed the chairs with the spindly legs. That was when I learned I was not supposed to win at such games. Alec got huffy and said my statement of Chippendale's claim to fame was far-fetched and not in the spirit of the game. Then he changed the subject to put himself back in the limelight. Do you want to hear me give a sentence using the word Demosthenes? He asked. Of course we all said yes, and Alec said, Demosthenes can do is bend and hold the legs together. Another time I got my ears pinned back was when success at poker went to my head, and I challenged Wolcott to a game of anagrams. He snorted, saying I would be a lamb leading myself to slaughter. Well then, I said, give me odds of 100 to 1. My dear Harpo, he said, I shall bet $100 to your one that you don't make a single word you can keep. We played. I wound up without a single word in front of me. Nevertheless, I still felt lucky that night, so I challenged Alice Duer-Miller to a 25-word spelling match. How many words should I spot you? Said Alice. I said I figured I had about a 20-word handicap. Alice thought I wasn't being fair to myself. Tell you what, she said, I'll let Nasa spell for me even money, best out of 25, let Alec decide on the words. I figured Nasa and I would be just about evenly matched. But she did 100% better than me. She spelled one word right. The word was thrifty, which I would have given 10 to 1 had 2 F's in it. That was my last fling at intellectual jousting. Our favorite indoor sport was the game of murder. A session of murder would begin at cocktail time and sometimes last all the way through dinner. It goes like this. We start by drawing lots to pick the district attorney. Then we draw to see who will be known only to himself, the murderer. This done, the D.A. retreats and the rest of us go on with cocktails and small talk, wandering around the clubhouse, warming ourselves by the fireplace, reading, or strolling outside to admire the sunset. As soon as the murderer manages to be alone with somebody else, he points to him and says, "You are dead." The victim slumps down, forbidden by the rules of the game to leave the spot of the crime or make any sound until he is discovered. When the victim is discovered, usually along about dinner time, the D.A. is called in to begin the investigation. Everybody is a suspect. Every suspect except the murderer has to answer truthfully to his best recollection where he was at any given time prior to the discovery of the crime, what he was doing and with whom. The D.A.'s job is to deduce from the pattern of answers and alibis who is lying and is there for the murderer. It's a marvelous game. One night Alec drew the D.A. slip. "Oh ho," he said, giving us a smug, owlish look one by one. "You'd better be crafty, evil one, whoever you are. Little Aki has never lost a case. The evil one was me. I had drawn the murderer's slip." It was true that Alec had never failed to solve a murder, so I decided I should take him for a ride on this one. It was the longest game we ever played by far. By the time Joe announced that dinner was ready, everybody had scoured the joint and no victim had been found. We sat down to eat. Only then was it suspected that there'd been foul play. There was an empty chair. Alice Miller was missing. Alec, who'd been waiting at the table all this time for the crime to be discovered, refused to let anybody eat until he had a crime to work on. We were starved, but Alec would not relent. He didn't care if his steak came out as spongy as a steamed frankfurter. The dirty work had to be uncovered first. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that Nasa found Alice through a keyhole. She had locked herself in a toilet in the rear wing of the clubhouse, and by the rules of the game, she was not permitted to get up and let herself out. What had happened was this. I had remembered that the gals occasionally sneaked back to use the rear wing toilet when the main bathroom was occupied, and soon after becoming the murderer, I had sneaked back there myself. I unrolled the toilet paper a ways, wrote a fatal message in lipstick, then rolled the paper back up. It was Alice who got the message. Being such a good sport, she remained at the scene of the crime, slumped and quiet, for 5 hours. Alec put the finger on me without having to ask a single question. I had outsmarted myself. I had tipped my hand without knowing it. What I had written in lipstick on the roll of toilet paper was, "You are dead." Little Aki had a terrible tantrum and went to bed without his supper. He refused to play with anybody who didn't obey the rules. The murderer had to confront the victim face to face, or else there was no crime committed. The idea of making poor gallant Alice sit on the john for 5 hours. Alice herself, on the other hand, couldn't have been more delighted. A stroke of genius, she called my plot. Too bad it had to be an illiterate stroke of genius, she added. Besides, she had been able to compose, in her mind, a whole chapter in the novel she was currently writing while cooped up in the can. Alice Miller was the only club member who did any serious work on the island. She kept a daily schedule at her desk, turning out the poetry and fiction so much admired by millions of readers. Alec worked with Joe Hennessy on his correspondence an hour or so each morning, but did no other writing. Nasa did a little sketching now and then, but no commercial painting. Otherwise, nobody worked at all. Daylight hours were for us hours of pure relaxation, except for the morning dip. The morning dip was one of Alec's rules. Everybody in the water before breakfast, no matter how freezing cold the lake might be. Alec, with all his rolls and layers of protective suet, was impervious to cold water. While the rest of us shook and turned blue, he would float around serene as an empty scow, wearing his glasses and reading a book propped on the dome of his belly, and wondering why the rest of us were such sisses. Woolcott was the only guy I ever knew who could float vertically as well as he could horizontally. From a distance, you could never tell whether his top or front was up. After the swim, Alec and Alice always retreated to their studies, and the rest of us were free to read, snooze, talk, play, ramble, or gamble. For a guy whose life had been confined to tenements, trains, hotel rooms, and dressing rooms, there was always something new and exciting to do at Neshobe. I used to spend hours tooling around the lake in a sailing canoe. Sometimes I got stuck in the middle of the lake in a flat calm and had to paddle home. Other times I'd be out when a sudden storm swooped down off the mountains, and I'd wind up pinned to the rocks on the mainland shores. Fishing was fine in Lake Bomosson. My luck was fine too, but I had to give up fishing for sentimental reasons. One day I caught a nice, big bass. For the hell of it, I marked him with a clip and threw him back in. Next time I fished, I caught the same big bass. Again, I threw him back in. A week later, I caught the guy a third time. By now, we had become good friends. He never bothered me being a good Vermonter, so why should I bother him? I stopped fishing. Besides swimming, sailing, and fishing, the club offered badminton, and the island itself offered Indian relics to be had for the digging up. But the greatest sport of all was the game of croquet. For 5 years of my life, croquet was my hobby, avocation, recreation, and dedication. I lavished more time, dough, and passion on the game of croquet than the average sugar daddy did on his baby doll. The whole madness began on Neshobe Island. On the first day of my first visit up there, Alec asked me if I'd like him to teach me the game. "Teach me," I said. "Just tell me the rules and I'll take you on any price you want to name." He gave me a funny look and said all right, if I insisted on learning the hard way, we'd play for $10 a game, losers option to double the bet for the next game. Croquet I knew vaguely as a pastime for kids and elderly couples, something to do with tapping balls along the grass with long wooden hammers. Hardly anything for a virtuoso of the pool cue or the golf club to take seriously. I began to wonder about Alec. He was a rough and ready gambler indoors. But outdoors croquet, I didn't wonder very long. The croquet that Alec played was no pastime for kids or elderly couples. He played for keeps. He was a crack, accurate shot, and he was a cunning strategist. I didn't know the game had a strategy, I soon learned. You had to know when to go for position and when to go for the wicket, when to go for the stake instead of turning rover, where to send your opponent's ball when you hit him, and which of a dozen different ways to send it. If you were playing partners, you had to remember at all times who was dead on who, and you had to know how to use your partner's ball without leaving him out of position or vulnerable to an opponent. The course on the island was rugged and tricky. The wickets were laid out on a hard, fast surface on what was once a badminton court. Beyond this there were no bounds or limits. A ball had to be played from wherever it lay. On one side the court was bordered by a stand of tall maples thick with underbrush. Beyond the trees a cliff dropped sharply to the narrow beach at the edge of the lake. The only ground rule was that if your ball landed in the water, you had the choice of playing it out or placing it on the beach and losing a turn. After 5 days of steady croquet, I began to get the hang of the game, but too late. By Saturday night, when the club's bets for the week were settled, I owed Alec $900 in croquet money. I had been taken but good, not cheated or swindled, but skunked in an honest, out-in-the-open game. Alec made a generous show of mercy. Since I was a rank beginner, he offered me a chance to recoup some of my dough at Russian Bank, a form of two-handed solitaire. I didn't even need to touch a card. He said he would deal and play both hands, his and mine. Well, Alec got on a losing streak. He lost, while the hands he dealt for me kept winning. He refused to quit until his luck changed. It didn't change. By settling up time the following Saturday, I was an $1,100 winner at Russian Bank. My net profit after losing at croquet was $200. Before very long I had played enough and practiced enough to hold my own on the court. By the end of summer we were all pretty much on a par. Alec, Nasa, Beatrice, Fleshman, Dietz, Lederer, Alice and myself. Croquet became a hopeless addiction. It combined the best elements of golf, billiards and poker. Fresh air and sunshine were added benefits. Except that we also played through rains and fogs, aiming by ear, and in wild storms where we argued almost to the point of fist fights over whether knocking a hailstone out of the way counted as a turn. Nobody ever choked up or went off his game under pressure. We were always on our game and we always had supreme confidence. Some of the damnedest shots were made on Neshob Island. Balls were sent sailing down through the trees to the lake like they had wings. The same balls came sailing back up the cliff, over the brush and through the tree trunks and onto the court like they had eyes as well. When I got the feel of the game, I began to fool around with innovations. Drawing on my vast experience in pool rooms from Lexington Avenue to San Francisco, I was the first to introduce the three-shot or double carom to croquet, and I also invented a new way of getting a rover out of the game. Unless you've played the game as we did, you've never known the thrill that erupts inside you when you hit an opponent's ball from 20 yards out, when you skim through a wicket from a difficult angle, or when you hit two balls so they neatly spread eagle a wicket. I knew Alexander Woolcott for 18 years and GHT months. I shared with him many moments of jubilation. I was beside him when he received awards and commendations, and when he got letters of tribute that brought warm tears to his eyes. Nothing, however, ever gave Woolcott a greater joy of pride and fulfillment than a good shot in croquet. When Alec sent an opponent's ball crashing down through the maples of Neshob Island, he would swing his mallet around his head like David's slingshot and whoop, buckety buckety. Buckety buckety. Bugcat tie into the lake. When Alec pulled off an exceptionally tricky shot, hovering over his mallet like a blimp at its mooring mast, while he aimed with profound concentration, then hitting his ball so it sidled through a wicket from a seemingly impossible angle or thumped an opponent after curving with the terrain in a great sweeping arc, he was in his own special heaven. He would dance around the court on his toes, kicking his heels together, unaware that his shorts were falling down, and singing. In the exuberant soprano of a cherub in a Sunday school play, I'm Dessa Ito Wobbit into sunshine, I'm Dessa Ito Bunny into Wayne. This was a sight to behold, both the crackerjack shot and the ballet of the blimp that followed it. I never saw a man, or a kid, even happier than Alexander Woolcott upon the croquet court at Neshob Island, after he had pulled off some delicate, deft maneuver or dealt an opponent a nasty whack. It's sad to realize that today, 3 decades later, when there's supposed to be more of everything, there are no more wobbits into sunshine or bunnies into Wayne. Famous persons, anagrams, murder, and croquet are lost in the TV shuffle, and that's an awful shame. My God, those games were fun. I must take credit for the most celebrated croquet shot ever made on Neshob Island. Well, half credit, since Charlie Lederer was my partner in the game and in this particular gambit. It was my turn. I was dead on Charlie and couldn't use him to get in position for my next wicket. I didn't have a very good shot at Charlie anyway. In fact, the only ball within 20 yards of mine was Alec's. Alec's ball was only 14 inches away, but it was smack against the opposite side of a big maple tree. It was an impossible play. There was nothing nearby I could use to carry on my ball off of and get it to Alec's side of the tree. Charlie and I puzzled over the situation for half an hour. There was no time limit for impossible shots. Then we got an idea. While Lederer stayed on the court as a decoy, taking sights and lining up trajectories for me, I got a saw from the tool shed, then went down to the dock and untied one of the automobile tires that were used for boat bumpers. I sawed the tire diametrically in half and carried one of the halves up to the court. I laid the half circle of tire around the maple tree. It was a dandy bank tunnel leading from my ball to Woolcott's. I shot. The ball rolled around the tire out the other end and smacko, a direct hit. There was no toe dancing or kicking of heels. Wolcott smashed his mallet deep into the turf of his beloved island and stomped off toward his quarters, muttering that he conceded the game and would never again play with such a-ing horses ass as Harpo Marx. Correction. He snapped, turning back to stick his head around the corner of the clubhouse. Not horses Fawn's ass. I didn't know what that meant, but I was certainly flattered to be called it by Alexander Wolcott. The next morning Alec was gone from the island when the rest of us got up, and so was Joe Hennessy. This meant that Alec had taken a cooling-off trip to recover from the incident of the tire. Most likely he'd gone on a cemetery hunt, in which case he'd be back at the end of the week to recite through cocktails and dinner and half the rest of the night all the sweet. Fantastic names he'd copied off old tombstones like Felicity Comm DeWitt, Happy Ivy Wentworth, Deuteronomy Newton, Lucifer Thomas, Honesty Policy Dredge, Onward Christian Purdy, or his favorite four sisters. First Cora Hooker, second Cora Hooker, last Cora Hooker, and Immaculate C. Hooker. Later I made some of these trips with Alec. He couldn't pass a cemetery without having Joe stop the car so he could explore the boneyard, grave by grave, stooping to read out loud the inscription on each and every one. What started out to be a viewing of the autumn colors or a backroad tour of the mountains invariably wound up as an excursion to a graveyard. In the fall of 1934, he took me along on a pilgrimage to a cemetery in the little town of Plymouth, Vermont. There he led me quickly past all the other gravestones and over to a simple headstone in a family plot. The only decoration on the grave was a tiny American flag, the kind that kids buy in a dime store. On the headstone was carved simply, John Calvin Coolidge, 1872–1933. Alec inspected the grave in silence from every aspect. I can think of nobody who ever lived who was more unlike Wolcott than Calvin Coolidge, politically, physically, and emotionally. Yet Alec had a half-secret, perverse fondness for the tight-lipped Yankee president. Lest I should think he was being a mushy old fool, when he finished his study of the grave he did a little tip-toe jig, then ordered Joe to drive us straight back to Bomosson for a game of murder. A strange man Wolcott was. He seemed to love the idea of death in all its aspects, but while his mind carried on a morbid flirtation with death, his heart was stuck on life. He loved the pure existence part of living, the yapping, scrapping, laughing, eating, romping, exploring the world part of it, but never, sad to say, the intimate sexual part of it. I didn't know until after Alec's final flirtation with death that he had been ravaged by a near-fatal case of the mumps when he was 22 years old. Its cruel aftermath may have been one of the reasons he felt compelled to live 3 times harder than anybody else ever had the right or the capacity to live. On the train back to New York, I dozed among my memories of the island summer. Alice Duer Miller standing stately and alone among the pines when she should have been at work inside, waiting for the sound of the launch from the mainland, waiting for news of how the New York Giants had made out the day before. Charlie Lederer calling her Butch, which pleased her more than if she'd been knighted and addressed as Lady Alice. The sound of Nace's laughter, as carefree as any little girl's on a holiday from school, or as any song of a meadow lark. The bewitchery of Beatrice Kaufman, Alec's lamb girl, lighting up a dark room with her presence, igniting a dying conversation with the spark of her wit. The sound of music coming across the water on Saturday nights from the open-air dance on the mainland, tinny and gay, like a crazy woodland honky-tonk. The only times we ever felt tolerant toward the tourists. The reading of plays around the fireplace, the wonderful voices of the Luntz, Ethel Barrymore, Ruth Gordon and her husband Gregory Kelly, the familiar voices of the islanders reading the minor parts and the audience of one, me. Alec, during his last 2 days on Neshobe, sailing around and around the island in a dinghy going buckety-buckety over the chopping waves for hours on end, savoring the scenery of his personal paradise like it was vintage champagne. The first signs of autumn, when you could almost see the maples turning, leaf by leaf, from green to gold and orange. The sad look of the closed-up clubhouse, the nakedness of the court with the wickets and stakes taken up and put away, and the weird silence, with no whack or tonk of mallet on ball or ball on ball. And the last boat ride to the mainland dock, with Alec playing cribbage all the way and never once glancing up from the cards or the pegboard for a last look at the lake and the island. He'd said his goodbye from the dinghy the day before, and being a critic, he hated anticlimaxes and never had to stick around for encores or curtain calls. /div/body. Chapter 14 Croquemaniacs of the World Unite. Croquet mania was upon us like a plague. Croquet became the most serious thing in the lives of a lot of people who should have been concerned with far more important matters. The most hopeless cases in New York, besides Alec, Beatrice, Nace, and myself, were Kaufman, Swope, Dietz, Fleshman, FPA, and a group of financiers, among them Harold Schwartz, Harold Talbot, and Avril Harriman. We got a special permit from the city to play in Central Park. Weekends, we usually played at Swope's joint on Long Island, where the course was even bigger. It was so vast and hilly you sometimes had to yodel to let your partner know where you were. Once during a hot game at Sands Point, They were all hot games there. Swope's butler came to the court to announce that Governor Al Smith was calling from Albany. "Tell him to hold the phone," said Swope. "It's my shot." The governor held the phone, and the affairs of the state of New York were halted for 20 minutes while Swope made 3 wickets. During another game I remember, Swope gave his partner the worst bowling out I had heard since PS 86 for making a stupid shot, worthy only of a moron with 10 thumbs. His partner was a 2-star general. NASA-elect Charlie MacArthur and I once spent a wild and wonderful weekend at Otto H. Kahn's estate. The minute we arrived there, we started to play croquet, without bothering first to pay respects to our host. Kahn's course was as flat and smooth as a billiard table. It was more like a golf green than a croquet court, which gave me an idea. I started experimenting with a golf-type swing, using the mallet like a mashie. The other 3 gleefully joined in the experiment, and the croquet balls went zooming all over the place. Garden furniture got knocked over. Greenhouse windows were smashed. Servants ran the gauntlet from main house to guest house with arms clutched over their heads. Kahn himself fled to his yacht, which was anchored in the Sound at the foot of the lawn, and hoisted a white flag. He didn't emerge from the yacht until nightfall, when the world was once again safe from croquemaniacs. Once at Harold Talbot's estate, not even nightfall stopped us from playing. When it got dark, we drove our cars through the shrubbery and around the house, lined them up by the court, and turned the lights on. There were 7 dead batteries the next morning, but it was worth it. The night game was good and close, and I won it with a lucky triple carom. The mob was invited up to Avril Harriman's preserve in the Adirondack Mountains for Thanksgiving. There we played through a heavy snowstorm, while a crew of 8 men stood by with snowplows, shovels, and tractors, and scraped off the court between games. Croquet was the cause of jealousies, feuds, and fights. When we weren't playing, we sat around for hours rehashing games, arguing over tactics, analyzing shots, and second-guessing each other's mistakes. The 2 worst offenders were Swope and Woolcott. They were eternally backbiting and bickering on the court. Off the court, they yammered and yelled at each other over minor rules and obscure points of strategy. They were deadly serious, and we were continually fearful there might be bloodshed. We called them the Katzenjammer Kids. When the Katzenjammer Kids' vendetta reached the boiling point, the rest of us prevailed upon them to settle the whole business with a croquet match, each to put up $500. The stakes to go to the winner of the best 2 out of 3 games. The great grudge match began at Sands Point, Woolcott's red and blue versus Swope's yellow and black. Alec's partner was Nasa McMain. Swope's was Charlie Schwartz. Alec won the first game. When Swope won the next one, Woolcott insisted the rubber game should be played on a neutral court. The tournament moved to the Bonners estate for the playoff. The crucial game got underway in deathly silence. Then halfway along, when it was his turn to shoot, Swope asked Woolcott to refresh his memory on who was dead on who. He'd forgotten. Once you've hit, say, the yellow ball, you're dead on yellow and can't hit him again until you've gone through a wicket. What annoyed Swope more than anything else was Woolcott's fantastic memory. Woolcott could recall every shot made in a game, and he knew at any given point who was dead on who. It was his single greatest advantage in croquet. Alec sniffed. He chose to ignore Swope's request. Swope repeated the request. Alec turned his back on him and said to Nasa, "Would you kindly inform that gangling, red-faced yahoo that it is against the rules to review the play? If he wants to know whom he's dead on, he should remember to remember." "There's no such rule, Woolcott, and you know it," said Swope. Alec couldn't resist a rip-roaring face-to-face argument. He turned to Swope and said, "More important than rules by far are the ethics of fair play." "Who writes the ethics of fair play?" Alexander H. "Woolcott, they are not written, dear Herbert, they are established by precedent." Swope snorted. "So what's the precedent for not telling me who I'm dead on in this game?" he said. "I'll give you a precedent, dear boy," said Alec. "In a bridge game, you wouldn't ask your partner in the middle of a hand how many trumps had been played, would you?" "God damn it, Woolcott," Swope thundered. "That's indoors. Indoors or out," Alec was adamant. Swope played a ruthless, smashing game, but he wasted 2 shots on dead balls and Alec won the match. The Katzenjammer Kids went on feuding, worse than ever. The only partners who never lost were Abercrombie and Fitch, who must have sold us $50,000 worth of imported croquet equipment during the middle and late 20s. We used nothing except hand-turned English mallets and balls. The wickets, which were scarcely wider than the width of a ball, were made of English steel. We guarded our mallets and pampered them as if they were rare, sensitive pets. I turned the spare bedroom in my apartment into a cold room. No steam heat, constant low temperature for my mallets, so they wouldn't split or warp during the winter. My cold room, it turned out, had unexpected benefits. One night after a show, I picked up 2 good-looking gals in a cafe near the theater. I couldn't make any time with either one of them in the cafe, so I asked them to come on over to my place for cake and coffee and a couple of laughs. It was a mistake. I was dead tired. The broads wanted to do nothing but talk all night. They wouldn't take any hints, so I tried a more direct method of getting them out of my hair. "By the way," I said, "I don't want to scare you, but if I should start acting peculiar, don't pay any attention. I get these fits, see, late at night sometimes. But I'm not violent every time, only once in a while. This had no effect except to start them off on a giggling binge, so then I asked if they'd care to see my collection in the cold room. Ooh, they'd love to. I guess they figured I was going to show them dirty pictures. I made them put their coats on, then took them in the spare room and closed the door. I opened the closet where I kept my mallets and said, "Look, there they are." The girls seemed very puzzled. I picked up a mallet and fondled the shaft in the head, making soft, loving sounds. "Isn't it beautiful?" I said. "Would you like to feel one?" They shook their heads, speechless for the first time since I had picked them up. They were beginning to get scared. I moved in for the kill. I lit a cigarette, bugged my eyes, then exhaled a bubble instead of smoke. That did it. The two broads scrambled out of the cold room and ran all the way out of the joint, screaming, "He's having a fit! He's having a fit!" While they waited for the elevator to come, one of them happened to turn and saw me standing in the open doorway making a cookie. They started screaming again. When the elevator man arrived, he was ready for trouble. Then he saw it was only me. We exchanged winks and I went peacefully to bed. Otherwise, life was pretty depressing after winter set in. Central Park wouldn't be ready to play in again until April, and that seemed like an eternity away. But shortly after the first of the year, I made a happy discovery. Across the street from my apartment house was a single-story garage with a large, flat roof. It was a perfect layout for a court. I talked to one of the two partners who ran the garage and told him I'd like to rent his roof for a croquet court. I'd have some matting put down. I'd keep the snow cleared off and the roof in good condition, and our playing wouldn't bother anybody in the garage below. The guy didn't say a word until I finished my spiel. Then he said, "What croquet? What kind of a racket is that? Don't bother me, get out of here." The next day I buttonholed the other partner and gave him the pitch. He said, "Never heard of no such game as croquet. You're full of crap, get lost, Mac." I wasn't discouraged. That night I had a salesman bring samples of matting around to my dressing room so I could test them. I picked out one that was just right, gave the ball good speed and an accurate roll. The salesman estimated the cost of covering the roof would be $500. "Fine," I said. I'd call him and give him the order as soon as I'd taken care of the details of renting the space. And so, back to the garage. Both partners were there and they saw me coming. I heard one of them say to the other, "Here comes the nut about the roof." We haggled for an hour or so, the partners trying to worm out of me what my racket was, me trying to get out of them how much rent they wanted per month. When I said I already had an estimate on the matting and a crew lined up to lay it down, they got tired of kidding me along. "Out, out," said the senior partner. "Off the premises and stay off, crackpot." I changed my tactics. I asked them if they'd like 4 tickets to see a Broadway show that night. So that was the racket, they said, peddling tickets. I assured them there were no strings attached. I only wanted them to know I wasn't a phony and that I had a regular job. One of the partners said, "For Christ's sake, let's take him and get rid of this screwball." He got on the phone and checked with the theater. He found out the tickets were for real. He also found out they were for Marx Brothers' show. "No kidding," he said. "Are you one of them?" I modestly admitted I was. They accepted the tickets. Next morning, I showed up at the garage ready to do business. The senior partner met me at the door. "Well," I said, "did you see the show?" "Yes, they saw it. They took their wives and saw it. And now they knew I was nuts. I was jerkier on the stage than I was in real life, if that was possible. Too dumb to even say anything." He whistled for his partner. "This crazy son of a bitch," he said, "has the nerve to come here after we seen him in his stupid show last night. Would I remove myself from their place of business for the last time, or would they have to call the cops?" For the last time I explained, as patiently as I could, what I was after and the kind of money I was willing to lay out. I even tried to explain the game of croquet. Now they were really suspicious. "You look to spend $500 so you can hit a frigging ball around on our roof," said one of them, and the other said, "There has to be an angle to this, watch it, Fred." "Absolutely no angle," I said. "All I've got up my sleeve is this." I hauled out a certified check for $100, payment in advance for 1 month's rent. They looked at me with disbelief, then they examined the check. They took it. I rushed to break the news to the Katzenjammer kids. I hadn't wanted to tell anybody about my fantastic discovery until the deal was closed. They were delighted. "Let's go play," said Wolcott. "Wait," said Swope, "let's do it right. We've got to form a club. The first thing we do is schedule a meeting." Herbert Bayard Swope was a big man who could only do things in a big way. We decided that 6 others should be invited to be charter members. Nasa McMain, the Kaufmans, the Schwartz brothers, and Avril Harriman. Now I said I could call the matting people and get the crew to work on the surface. "Not so fast," said Swope. "The club must first approve of all contracts, bids, and expenditures by majority vote. We would take this up in a meeting." A whole month of meetings was devoted solely to choosing a name for the organization. We could only agree upon a temporary name, the New York Croquet Club. "What about the matting?" I kept asking, and Swope kept saying, "First things first, Harpo. First we have to draft the bylaws." One day, 2 months after I had discovered the roof, one of the garage men whistled at me from across the street. "Hey, crackpot," he called. "A guy here wants to talk to you." The third man on the premises was a city fire inspector. He said, "I hear you got it in mind to use the top of this garage for some kind of athletic contest, which requires the use of inflammable matting." Sorry, fellow. Against the code. What had happened was that Swope, in doing the thing right, had talked to Mayor Walker, and Mayor Walker had talked to the fire commissioner, and the fire commissioner had looked it up and found it was against the city regulations. Spring was late that year, but what the hell, it was bound to come. If the first robin showed up, could the first tonk of croquet ball be far behind? And then it would be back to Central Park and hurrah for the red, blue, yellow, and black. On the second Sunday in May, I got a call from Woolcott. He was very excited. "Harpo," he said, "I've rented a villa on the French Riviera for the summer." "Hey, that's great," I said. "You'll love it there." I didn't think it was great at all because I was beginning to dream of Neshobe Island, the only place in the world where I wanted to go. I had no idea whether Alec would love it on the French Riviera or not, either, because I'd never been there. As a matter of fact, I didn't know it from the Italian or the Hungarian Riviera or Lowe's Riviera in Brooklyn. "Something else, me bucko," said Alec, with the purr in his voice that meant I was being conned. "I think it would be elegant if you came along with me." "Oh no," I said. "I can think of 40 better places to spend the summer, all of them on Long Island in a hammock." "Thanks a lot, but have a nice time. Give my love to the folks over there and send me a postcard home." On Saturday, May 19, 1928, we sailed for Europe on the S. Roma, Alec, Beatrice Kaufman, Alice Miller, and myself. Chapter 15, The Bambang Sock and Pow Part T. Living was easy in 1928. Life was mostly fun and games, and the world was our private $1,000,000 playground. All of us had somehow the means to do anything we wanted to do. Income tax was a nuisance, like getting yearly license plates for your car, but hardly a burden. We weren't mercenary or dollar mad. Dough was simply a commodity we liked to have and therefore had, the same as air to breathe, coffee for breakfast, and a fourth for croquet. FPA summarized our attitude when he said, "Money isn't everything, but the lack of money isn't anything." When Alec took over the Villa Galinan on the Mediterranean coast of France near Cap d'Antibes, he lived and played the host in the grand manner. Hang the expense, he was out to make his mark on the international set. He made it, but it wasn't easy thanks to me. I didn't exactly care for the type of dog Alec put on the Riviera. It brought out the worst of the Patsy Brannigan in me. For a week before the villa was ready, the four of us, Beatrice, Alice, Alec, and myself, stayed in a small hotel, the Antibes. Woolcott favored this hotel because it was very French and very quiet. It was, as he put it, off the route of the redneck, rubberneck tourists. I didn't favor this hotel at all. The only action in the joint was a 1 franc slot machine in the lobby by the foot of the stairs. Every time I passed the one-armed bandit, I dropped in a coin, pulled the lever, and walked on through the hostile glares of the Frenchmen in the lobby, while behind me the machine turned and clanked to a stop. You'd think I'd set off a firecracker in the reading room of a public library. Woolcott refused to walk downstairs with me on account of my vulgar exhibitionism. One evening I came down for dinner, dropped a coin in the slot, pulled the lever, and walked on. When I reached the dining room door, all hell broke loose. The machine hit a jackpot. The lobby burst into a riot. The quiet non-tourists stomped and cheered and applauded. They did everything except dance the cancan and sing the Marseillaise to celebrate my stroke of luck. When we checked out of the hotel 2 days later, the manager said, "I hope we have the pleasure of your company soon again, monsieur," not to Woolcott but to me. Literary figures came and went by the dozen in the Hotel Antibes, but the slot machine hadn't been hit for 3.5 years. Alec was very happy to be set up at last in the Villa Galinan, where I would be under his vigilant, owlish eye. Woolcott was in his element on the Riviera that summer. Soon after we got there, he wrote to Edna Ferber, "I am here leading the life of a rosy, middle-aged dolphin." There were times, however, when he was oddly for him placid. He would stand for long moments of silence, gazing from the top of the cliff at the deep, cold blue sea and the shallow, hot blue sky. I think he was secretly wishing he was a freshwater wabbit in Vermont again, instead of a Mediterranean dolphin. These placid moments, which became less frequent as the season got underway, were usually interrupted by Guy, the major domo, chauffeur, and chef of Galinan. Guy would march up to Alec on the double and out of breath, like an aide reporting to Napoleon in the midst of battle. There was a running battle going on, the battle for dinner. Each night's dinner had to be a victory, a triumph of Guy and the haute cuisine over the peasant forces of common food. Guy never lost a battle. He never won without a fight, however. He skirmished from dawn to the dinner hour. He attacked the village market, ambushing the butcher, the wine merchant, and the greengrocer. He sparred with the dairyman. Back at the villa, he exchanged volleys with the pastry cook, the housekeeper, and the gardener. He fought off sneaky rearguard attacks by balky stoves and stopped-up plumbing. He rallied sauces and soufflés with rousing battle cries, urging them on to blend and to rise. It was between these skirmishes that Guy threw on his alpaca jacket, wetted down his wild thatch of hair, which kept struggling to stand like a field of wheat after a cloudburst, and marched off to find his commander-in-chief M. Woolcott to report on how the battle was going and ask for any change of orders on the wine. After a mumbled exchange in French not loud enough for the enemy to overhear, Guy would rush back to the front, rip off his jacket, and leap into the fray. Just when shattering defeat seemed certain, and the villa seemed doomed to fall into a pile of smoldering rubble, the battleground would become suddenly silent. Guy, in a spotless white jacket, his hair glistening smooth, would appear through the kitchen door. He would incline his head toward Alec, closing his eyes in a moment of sublime reflection, and announce quietly, "Monsieur est servi." Whether it was dinner for 10, 15, or just the four of us, it would be magnificent. We got the full treatment every night, from hors d'oeuvre to soup to fish to roast to salad to dessert to cheese, with wines between and cognac following after, except for me. I didn't dare drink anything stronger than Vichy water. As a chef, Guy rated my highest compliment. He was almost as good as Frenchie. All due respect to him, I don't think Guy could ever have won a dinner battle if he hadn't been motorized. If he'd been a foot soldier, he could never have pulled off his lightning raids on the village market. Even a horse cavalryman couldn't have made such breathtaking dashes back through the lines for emergency supplies, a bottle of Marsala, when there'd been a change in sauces or an extra liter of cream, if the menu had been changed from hot soup to cold. Guy made it because he had a car. His vehicle was an ancient jalopy, a touring car, ancient of vintage but stout of heart. It never failed in line of duty. The jalopy had 2 speeds, the way Guy drove at full speed ahead and dead stop with nothing in between. Yet he never had an accident. This was not because he was safety conscious, but because pedestrians and other drivers were. When they heard him coming, they got out of the way. They were able to hear him coming because Guy had the notion that the horn was an extra gas pedal. The accelerator by itself wasn't enough. To maintain full speed ahead, he pushed the gas to the floor and kept squeezing the horn bulb, even down an empty country road. Cattle, goats, and donkeys for miles around took to the hills when they heard the honka-honka-honk of the rampant jalopy. Guy offered to let me drive his car any time I wanted to. At first I was flattered. Then I realized this was his way of letting me know I was slightly lower in class than the 3 other Americans at the villa. Ladies and gentlemen did not drive. They were driven. Beatrice and Alice were ladies. Alec le patron was a gentleman. Me, I could drive the car. Guy never could quite figure me out. The language barrier didn't help much. The day we moved into the villa and Guy came to my room to help me unpack, I tried to get across the idea that I'd prefer being called Harpo instead of Monsieur Marx. He got hung up on Harpo. He pronounced it a dozen different ways, none of which sounded vaguely like my name. I did a pantomime of playing the harp. "Ah," he said, "Monsieur est harpiste." I nodded my head yes, then he looked around for the harp. "No," I said, "no harp here, harp in America." I could not be, according to Guy, a harpiste if I didn't have a harp. We were back where we started. Finally, he seemed to get it. "Harpon, harpon," he said. He laughed, then made a motion like he was throwing a spear. Commencez," he said. Now it was my turn to be puzzled. Guy saw from my look that spear throwing had nothing to do with it. He shrugged, thought for a moment, then got another idea. "Apo," he said hopefully. That was more like it. That was almost how I pronounced it myself, East Side style Harpo. To illustrate that now he understood, he began to whistle through his teeth. Somehow he must have known that on stage I whistled instead of talking. I nodded and whistled back at him. We nodded and smiled and whistled at each other for a while, and Guy said, "Ah oui, Monsieur El Apo." I shook my head. He'd lost it again. He went back to harpon. I said, "Oui." He tried Apo again. I said, "Oui" to that too. Guy raised his eyebrows, shrugged, and held up the palms of his hands. He went back to work and back to calling me Monsieur. Just then Alec came by. Alec and Guy had a long jabber in French. I didn't like the tone of their conversation, not at all. First Alec, then Guy, then both of them would look at me and laugh. "What's so damn funny?" I wanted to know, and Alec explained. The word harpon meant harpoon in French and Apo meant bird call. "I've instructed Guy," he said, trying hard to keep a straight face, "that you have no preference and like to be called by either name." So, depending on his mood, I was either Apo friendly mood or harpon unfriendly to Guy for the rest of the summer. Whenever I told him his grenadine of beef or his cucumber soup was delicious, I was a bird call. But when I put a hand over my wine glass, refusing a rare Chateauneuf du Pape in favor of seltzer water, I was a plain old harpoon. There wasn't room for a croquet layout at Galanin, but one terrace overhanging the sea was big enough for badminton. Because of the fierce wind, the Mistral, we had to use special, heavily weighted birds. Once we got the hang of it, our games were as fierce as the wind and hot as the Mediterranean sun. Alec, who played against his doctor's orders, was amazing at badminton. He was quick on his feet. He was a placement artist, and he had a deadly, slashing backhand. On the court he was indeed a rosy, middle-aged dolphin, if you could imagine a dolphin in sagging shorts and flapping bathrobe. Alice Duer-Miller was even rosier. Badminton was the one game at which she could always beat Alec. Sports on the Riviera were much more strenuous than on Neshobe Island. One day the wind changed, and the sea came booming at the shore in long, smooth breakers, and everybody started riding the surf. This looked like something I should try. I was fearless in those days. I'd try anything once. So I climbed down the cliff to the water and asked somebody to show me how to use a surfboard. 5 minutes later, I took my first solo ride on the waves, stunting around on one leg like a hot-shot daredevil. An hour later, I was being towed behind a high-speed launch, out to an island that was famous for its bouillabaisse made with octopus. When Guy heard about this, he went into a sulk and called me nothing but a harpoon for a week. My eating a vulgar fisherman's stew like bouillabaisse de palpe was a slur on his hot cuisine. Somebody told me that the only way to get a true picture of the Riviera was to see it from the air. A bird's-eye view of the coast, they said, was a thing of unforgettable beauty. So one Sunday I drove over to the Cannes airport, where they advertised plane rides for 50 francs a spin. The plane was a survivor from World War I, an open-cockpit Salmson biplane held together with splints and patches. Since I was so short, the pilot put a wooden box on the seat for me so I could see over the rim of my cockpit all right. I saw over it all right. I stuck out of the cockpit like an Eskimo in a kayak, more out than in, and I spent the whole flight hanging on for dear life to a wire strut. My bird's-eye view of the Riviera was a close-up of the knuckles of my right fist, beyond which I didn't have the nerve to look, and the beauty of which was quite forgettable. That was one thing I tried only once. The Riviera was pretty strong on indoor sports, too. Besides the usual kind, it offered roulette, baccarat, and chemin de fer in some lovely, enticing casinos. The first casino I sampled was in Juan Lespin's. I wandered in there one quiet afternoon. I was the only American in the place, but I figured, what the hell, the spots on a deck of cards were a universal language, and I got into a small game of chemin de fer. I was wrong about the language. Right away, the dame next to me began to heckle me in French. She resented the fact that I could only talk by making faces and signs. She was even more annoyed by the fact that I was chewing gum. She started mocking my gum chewing, and this made me good and sore. The next time I made the high bet and got to play a hand against the bank, I was dealt a 7 count. By the rules, I should have just stood, but being sore, I signaled the banker to deal me a third card. I got a 4 face-up, which put my count back down to 1. The banker won the hand on a 2. The French dame, who had 100 francs riding on me against the bank, hit the ceiling when she saw the cards I'd been dealt. She started to jab her finger at me and howl like a siren. The next thing I knew, a platoon of casino officials, all of them with beards, appeared out of nowhere and started a loud argument with the dame. While they yammered away, I went quietly off to a corner of the casino and stood on my head. When the dame spotted me upside down in the corner, she pointed my way and screamed louder than ever. 2 officials rushed over to me. They hesitated. They weren't sure whether to address my feet or bend down and yell at me face to face. They compromised and yelled at each other. I didn't like the sound of their voices. I swore I heard words like police and sûreté, but I was damned if I'd stop standing on my head until they calmed down. Thank goodness an Englishman who could speak French came into the casino. He got the story from the guys with the beards, then knelt down on the floor like he was looking under the bed for a lost collar button, and said to me, "Old boy, it seems you've broken a rule of the game, and you're being asked to pay this lady 100 francs. I came down off my head, gave the dame her 100 francs, tipped everybody in sight, including the dame, a stick of juicy fruit, and blew the joint. Now that the international incident was settled and war clouds no longer hovered over Juan Lespin's, I decided to switch casinos and try my luck at Monte Carlo. When I told Alec this, he clapped his hands and said, "Marvelous idea, we shall all go to Monte Carlo, and it's my treat, bunnies. Dinner at the Café de Paris is on me." Good King Alexander is full of noblesse oblige and feels like bestowing largesse upon the poor. "You'd save a lot of scratch, King, if you bestowed your largesse upon a chair and stayed home," I said. Alec was feeling so good that he laughed and refrained from calling me the name I expected. Guy, who was the head of protocol at Galinan, told us what to order at the Café de Paris and what we should wear to the casino: evening dresses for the ladies, simple and not too much jewelry, and black tie and dinner jackets for the gentlemen. When he saw me about to leave in polo shirt, blazer, and white ducks, he was horrified. He had a frenzied consultation with Alec. Alec shrugged. He turned to me and said, "How can I explain you to Guy? There's no French word for boob." I went as I was, which was the only way I was ever comfortable anywhere I went. Dinner was great. Guy had touted us onto the best food on the Riviera. When we got to Monte Carlo about 11 o'clock, I was feeling well-fed and lucky. I couldn't wait to get into the action, but I couldn't get past the outside entrance. A guy as big as Jess Willard and dressed like an ambassador blocked my way. "I'm sorry, monsieur," he said, pointing to his throat. "You will not be allowed in the casino without a tie." "He's quite right, said Alec. He'd been waiting all night for this. He gloated and swept grandly into the casino, with Beatrice on one arm and Alice on the other. Fortunately, I was wearing black socks. I went outside into the shadows. I took off my socks, tied one of them into a bow beneath my shirt collar, stuffed the other one in a shoe, stuck my shoes inside my belt, and went back to the entrance. The same guard was there. This time he smiled and said, 'Forgive the inconvenience, monsieur, but you know the regulations. Please go in. Your friends will be expecting you.' It was the first time I ever gambled with a tie on, but I made out very nicely. I was in fact too lucky at roulette. In the little casino where I played, if you got on a streak and hit like 5 numbers in a row, they'd declare the bank closed. In this part of the joint, they saw to it a guy never made over $1,000. So when my winnings reached the 500 mark, I took to slipping stacks of chips to other guys to bet for me on a commission. That fattened my bankroll but killed my fun. Whenever you hit a number in this casino, you had to tip the 4 croupiers. I'd been making them work for it. Before they got a tip from me, the croupiers had to line up and sing "Merci beaucoup, monsieur," in harmony. By God, at that they sounded better than the 4 nightingales ever did. Later, when I kibitzed the action in the big casino, I felt like a piker. The center of attraction at the roulette wheel was a retired carpet sweeper manufacturer, a doddering old coot of 85 who played in a wheelchair, with a male nurse in attendance. He was betting $1,000 on red on every turn, and he was winning consistently. At 1 in the morning, the nurse said it was past his patient's bedtime and insisted on wheeling him home. Before they left, the old guy handed over a wad and told the dealer to bet 1,000 for him on red, once every half hour for the rest of the night. The next morning, I checked back and found out how much the old guy had collected. While he'd been sleeping, the dealer had won him a net of $22,000. Not long afterward, another American, this one a cotton fabric king, didn't do so well in the big casino. He lost more than 10 times the amount the carpet sweeper king had won, also in the space of one night. The cotton fabric man came unraveled. He went out on the terrace at dawn and blew his brains out. On the following night, I went to Monte Carlo on the hunch that this would change the tide of luck. My hunch was wrong. I lost every cent I came with inside of 2 hours. Instead of slinking home like a good sport, I went around the little casino asking everybody in sight in a loud voice, "Where's that cliff you're supposed to throw yourself off of when you lose?" The management was very sensitive about this after what had happened on the terrace 18 hours earlier. They cornered me and asked me how much I had lost. 1,000 francs, I said. So they counted out 1,000 francs and paid me off, whereupon I was politely heaved out of the joint, black sock necktie and all, with a strong hint that I never return. Pete Penovich, I said to myself, simply wouldn't believe it, the way they operated this joint. They put down the red carpet for an $89,000 winner, then turned around and kicked a loser out. The hell with Monte Carlo. I set up my own casino at the Villa Galenin. I ran the operation my way and I never had a customer squawk. That was more than the boss of Monte Carlo could ever say. I had gone to the flea market in Nice where I bought the nuttiest thing I could find. This was a thing called a Chinese flytrap. It was a fantastic construction of bamboo, wire, and string which flies could fly into but couldn't fly out of. The Chinese flytrap was designed to be humane, which was why it was so complicated. When the flies were trapped, they weren't killed or even injured. As long as the bottom door was shut, they couldn't get out, but they could live inside in style until they died of old age or whatever unswatted flies die of. I was a gambling man as well as a humanitarian, however, being equal parts Pete Penovich and Albert Schweitzer, so I turned the flytrap into a casino. After a lot of serious thinking, I missed Chico, who could have figured the whole thing out in a minute on the back of a pawn ticket. I arrived at what the odds should be on a fly surviving the trap. 2 to 1. This would give the fly a sporting chance and give the house a chance to win its rightful share as well. What I did was to catch only a few flies at a time, then block the entrance. When I trapped a batch of customers, I marked them one by dabbing a broom straw in red ink and poking it through a slit in the trap. Then I opened the door and gave them all their freedom. Here's where the odds came in. When a marked fly came back and was trapped a second time, I did him in with the blunt end of a chopstick. First time suckers got painted red and let loose. Second time losers got squashed. I used to give the same kind of odds to mosquitoes who pestered me when I practiced the harp. I would only swat the ones who sang higher than the A-flat above middle C. The rest went free. I was amazed at how few flies came back to the trap. I'd never dreamed so many flies would be smart enough to know they had a good thing going at 2-1 and would stay away. Beatrice and Alice were very impressed by what the Chinese flytrap revealed, to wit, your average housefly was a much better gambler than your average person gave him credit for. Alec was more alarmed than impressed. He said I was dooming the human race by developing a super-intelligent race of flies. But that didn't stop him from betting on the flies against the trap. When he ran his winnings up to 15 francs, I declared the bank closed and went out of business. Now I knew what it was like to be on the side of management. I couldn't cover the nut for red ink. Our summer seemed to divide itself into three phases: the gambling period, the literary period, and the society period. Woolcott broke me into the literary period by easy stages. Step number one was to introduce me to Somerset Maugham. Alec knew I was already an admirer of Maugham's. Without knowing who he was, I had singled him out as the best aquaplaner on the coast. When Alec told me he was an eminent author and perhaps the most famous resident on the whole Riviera, I was doubly eager to meet him. Maugham's villa on Cap Ferret was the most exciting house I'd ever seen. I'd been in bigger and more lavish joints on Long Island and in Palm Beach, but none of them had the beauty of appearing to be carved out of the landscape, like Maugham's did. It was built around a swimming pool which was fed by fountains. The house was filled with the cool sound of rushing water, the mingled scents of tropical flowers and color, the colors of the greatest of the French Impressionists and moderns. Such paintings I'd never seen in a private collection before. Our host, wearing only shorts and sandals, came bounding downstairs to greet us. Maugham was then 54, but he looked no older than 34. He was lean and brown, and he sizzled with energy and good cheer. Alec, I noticed, was relieved to see that the eminent author and I hit it off well from the start. I was on my best behavior, and so was Alec. Maugham wanted to show us the rest of his joint before giving us tea. He took us upstairs to the master bedroom, his pride and joy. It was situated so that he could dive out of his bedside window and straight into the pool when he woke up in the morning. This I thought was terrific. While Maugham and Woolcott were turned away discussing a painting on the far wall of the bedroom, I pulled off all my clothes and plunged into the water. Looking up, I saw Woolcott looking hopefully at Maugham to see if I had shocked him. Maugham's reaction was not what Alec expected. He pulled off his shorts, kicked off his sandals, and dove into the pool to join me. Maugham and I met several times afterward at parties and in the surf, but after that summer I didn't see him again for 8 years, and I was sure he would have forgotten me. At the opening of Dead End in 1936, I spotted him during the intermission. He was sitting several rows behind me with S.N. Bayman. I crawled back on all fours, monkey fashion, across the tops of the seats. I was about to reintroduce myself when Maugham said, "Terribly sorry I haven't a banana for you, Harpo." He hadn't forgotten. Alec was pleased with my success at Cap Ferret. Next, he allowed me to meet H.G. Wells. I got a bit confused about who this guy was, and in trying to make conversation I said, "I've heard a lot about your company, Mr. Wells, especially out west when I was on the Pantages time. Every town we played in had a Wells Fargo office." I passed my Maugham, but I flunked my Wells. In the middle of the summer, I acquired a partner in crime. Ruth Gordon arrived at Antibes. Ruth was a special pet of Alec's, and his special nickname for her was Louisa. I remember he once took Ruth and me in his arms and said, "You two are the world, do you know that?" Every man as pretentious as old Alexander should have at least one Louisa and one Harpo beside him always, to remind him of what really makes the world go round, and that everything else is pretending. We did a pretty fair job of making Alec's world go round for the rest of the season, Ruth and I. The first week she was there, I borrowed Guy's car and took her for a spin through the countryside. I'd heard Alec speak of a famous restaurant on a mountaintop at a place called St. Paul. I decided to take Ruth there. I drove north. I got lost. It never occurred to me that Guy's jalopy could get lost in its own neighborhood. I assumed that it knew the road so well that it could find its way honk anywhere you wanted to go. Not so. We wound up driving from nowhere to nowhere. Ruth's French was no better than mine. We kept stopping to ask people on the road, "St. Paul, St. Paul." The natives gave us funny looks, shrugged, and went on smoking their pipes, milking their goats, and tying up their haystacks as if they'd never seen us. I took to asking "Cincinnati, Cincinnati," and got a better response. People pointed at least. But everybody pointed in a different direction. Somehow, we finally made it up the mountain to St. Paul. We were famished. The restaurant was down a long flight of stone steps from the village square. The innkeeper was overjoyed at having 2 Americans for lunch. The gist of his welcoming speech was that we deserved to be served only the spécialité de la maison, omelette au rhum. Whatever the hell that was, we wanted it. Trusting souls that we were, we believed that anything with a French name was good to eat. What we were served, after a soup with wine in it, was an omelette doused with rum. We lapped up the soup and the omelette. Ruth, it turned out, was just as vulnerable to alcohol as I was. When we finished the omelette, we were higher than 2 kites. The innkeeper insisted we have crêpes Suzettes. When we finished the crêpes Suzettes, which were prepared with brandy, we were skunk drunk. I remember staggering forth from the restaurant, Ruth and I helping each other up the flight of stone steps, which had lengthened considerably during lunch, and then walking around and around the village square so I could sober up enough to drive. I remember driving down the mountain and laughing like hell because the car had no brakes. I remember stopping to ask the natives the way to Galveston, Texas. The next thing I was conscious of was being back at the villa and Guy coaxing me to drink some thick black coffee that reeked of cloves. God and the patron saints of Harpo and Louisa had seen us home. They must have placed along the route somebody who knew where Galveston was. How else we could have made it I'll never know. The postman cycled out to Galanen with a special delivery letter one afternoon while we were playing badminton. Alec must have been expecting it. When he saw the return address, he made a joyful little gasp and threw his racket aside, conceding the game. He tore it open like it was money from home. As he read the note, he beamed, and I thought he was going to dance one of his tiptoe jigs. Instead, he turned serious. Harpo, he said, he's coming to have lunch with us next Wednesday. Bernard Shaw, I said. Didn't his name used to be Bernie Schwartz? Ran the cigar stand in the Hotel Belvedere. I was kidding, of course. I'd heard them speak of Shaw many times at the round table. He was an English politician or songwriter or something. Alec was in no mood for gags. He cut me off with a huffy stare and trotted away to find the girls and tell them the great news. The coming of Mr. and Mrs. George Bernard Shaw to Villa Galanen was Wolcott's supreme coup of the season. Everything had to be exactly right for the occasion. For Guy, preparing the Wednesday lunch was the longest and toughest battle he ever fought. It took 4 days to decide on the menu. What made it so hard was the fact that Shaw was a vegetarian. How strict he was about his diet, Alec didn't know. Ruth was sure that Shaw ate bacon. Beatrice didn't think so. Alice said there were all kinds of vegetarians, some liberal, some orthodox. The liberal ones ate fish and fowl, only laid off red meat, and Shaw was certainly a liberal in every other respect, wasn't he? Wolcott did not agree. On the 4th day they settled on omelette with truffles, broiled tomatoes and eggplants, asparagus, artichokes, green salad, hot breads, aspics, mouses, ices, cheeses, and wild strawberries with thick cream. Sounded pretty good to me. I made a rapid calculation. You know something, Alec, I said. A feed like this would have set Shaw back 36 cents at Max's Busy Bee. That was my first and last contribution to the planning of the great lunch. I got the impression that Wolcott would be very happy if I would take my flytrap and leave, and not return until the honored guest had safely departed. On the 5th day, Alec and Guy worked on the wines. On the 6th day, Guy went to market. He shuttled from village to villa all day long, with load after load of precious bottles and groceries. When Wednesday dawned, Alec was as jittery as a girl getting ready for her first date. He went over the menu, which couldn't possibly be changed by this time, again and again. He couldn't decide what to wear. The hour approached. All was in readiness. By now, Alec looked elegant. He put on a wide Italian straw hat and a linen cape, and got in the jalopy beside the gardener, who was substitute chauffeur for the day, and off they went to Antibes to pick up the Shaws. Alice, Beatrice, and Ruth went upstairs to change. Guy was in the kitchen, screaming at the aspic to gel. I was alone, which, I guessed, was how everybody wanted me. The hell with them, the hell with the whole affair. I went down the cliff to the little, sheltered cove we used for nude bathing, took off my clothes, and went for a swim. I came out of the water and stretched out on a towel to sunbathe. I'd get dressed and go back up to the villa when I damn well felt like it. Maybe in time for lunch, maybe not. I was startled out of my doze in the sun by a man's voice blaring from the top of the cliff. "Hallo, hallo, is there nobody home?" I wrapped the towel around myself and scrambled up the rocks to see who it was. It was a tall, skinny, red-faced old geezer with a beard, decked out in a sporty cap and a knicker suit. There was a lady with him. "Where the devil's Wolcott?" the guy asked. Without waiting for an answer, he said, "Who the devil are you?" I told him I was Harpo Marx. Yes, of course," he said with an impish grin. He held out his hand. "I'm Bernard Shaw," he said. He caught me flat-footed. Instead of shaking hands, he made a sudden lunge for my towel, snatched it away, and exposed me naked to the world. "And this," he said, "is Mrs. Shaw." From the moment I met him, I had nothing to hide from George Bernard Shaw. Alec came roaring back to the villa, wild-eyed and wringing wet with flop sweat. The Shaws had not arrived at the hotel as expected. Alec had waited for a while, then tried the railroad station, where he learned that a couple answering the Shaws' description had hired a driver to take them to Villa Galanen. He fell all over himself, apologizing to Shaw about the mix-up. "Nonsense, my boy," said Shaw, playing it straight for Wolcott but with a twinkle on the side for me. "We had a grand reception here. We were met by a naked jackanapes. You're a modist, Mr. Marx." A bit shocking, but quite grand. The luncheon, too, could only be described as grand. It was a one-man show. Shaw's performance at lunch was the most remarkable I'd ever seen, on stage or off. Ruth, Alice, and Beatrice were entranced. Alec was in heaven. I'd never heard a voice as superb as Shaw's. He played it like an organ. This guy was no ham, but a real actor. He had expressive, graceful hands, magnetic eyes, and the plastic face of a comic. The dining room became his stage. He flung himself in and out of doorways, making exits and entrances. He dashed around like Fairbanks. He danced and shuffled like Chaplin. He swooned like Deuce, as he told story after story, acting out all the parts. He recreated scenes and plays, and he brought to life the famous characters he had known over the past 50 years. From Disraeli and Lenin to Darwin and Huxley, from Gilbert and Sullivan to Liszt and Debussy, from Oscar Wilde to Henrik Ibsen. Only 2 people at the table dared to interrupt him, his wife and me. Every time Shaw strayed onto the subject of Ellen Terry, which was fairly often, Mrs. Shaw would tap a finger on the table slowly, steadily, and ominously. If her husband didn't get the message, she started thumping her spoon on the table, and she wouldn't stop until he changed the subject. I hadn't been aware of Shaw's famous friendship with Miss Terry, but the thumping of the Mrs. Spoon told me all I needed to know. At one point, Shaw admitted, a bit shamefacedly, that he hadn't written a play since The Apple Cart, and that he doubted if he would ever tackle another. This sounded to me like a terrible waste of talent. What this guy needed was a little encouragement. So I said, "How about it? Why don't you write another play, Shaw?" There was a deathly silence. Shaw leaned across the table and fixed me with a piercing look from beneath the bristly hedges of his eyebrows. In a stage whisper that would have filled Madison Square Garden, he said, "Got an idea." Then he threw back his head and laughed so hard I thought he'd strangle. At that moment, a great mystery was solved for me. Since I had first met the guy, I had been trying to figure out whether or not he was wearing a tie under his beard. Now I knew. He wasn't even wearing a collar. He asked why I was staring at him so oddly. "I just discovered," I said, "that you couldn't have sat downstairs at Lowe's Delancey Street Theater." Shaw asked for an explanation. The downstairs seats were strictly high class at the Delancey Street, I told him. A man had to be wearing a tie to sit downstairs. Otherwise, he had to sit in the balcony. The assistant manager of the theater used to stand by the entrance, sorting out customers according to their neckwear. The older guys in the neighborhood all wore beards, and you used to hear the assistant manager, as he lifted the beards of the customers coming in, checking for neckties. "Upstairs, downstairs, upstairs, downstairs." Shaw said he would have been flattered to join the upstairs crowd at Lowe's Delancey Street, with the sensible chaps who knew what a beard was for. This time it was Woolcott who tapped a finger until the subject was changed. It was a hint for me to get the hell out of the act so Shaw's one-man show could continue. The lunch lasted 3 hours. When the guests departed, driven to Antibes by the gardener, the rest of us sat in silence. We were spellbound by the great man's presence long after he had gone. Alec was first to speak. He sighed and said, "Well, what did you think of him?" The only person prepared to answer was Guy, who was gathering up the wine bottles. As social arbiter of the Villa Galinan, Guy assumed the question was directed to him. He shrugged and said, "Il est presentable," and went on about his business. I was the Shaw's chauffeur for the rest of their stay in Antibes. We spent a lot of time together. I always drove the old bus the way it was used to being driven by Guy, and I'm afraid I gave the Shaws some pretty wild rides in the open jalopy. Bernard Shaw hung on grimly. He turned pale a few times, but he never complained. For a guy of 74, he was a wonderful sport. Mrs. Shaw was just as good a sport. She usually sat by herself in the back seat, holding onto her hat with one hand and clutching a rolled-up umbrella with the other. She never commented about the way I drove, except to make sweeping signals with her umbrella whenever I stopped or turned. She waved and jabbed it around as briskly and efficiently as any Fifth Avenue traffic cop. One day Shaw and I drove to Cannes, where a friend of his, Rex Ingraham, was directing a movie called The Three Passions. We only wanted to watch the shooting for a while, but Ingraham had other ideas. He shanghaied us and put us to work as extras. In our one and only joint appearance before the camera, George Bernard Shaw and I shot pocket billiards in a poolroom scene. I'm sure the scene was cut from the picture. No audience could ever mistake us for extras lost in the crowd. The way we shot pool, we could only be taken for what we were, a couple of ringers, a couple of sharpies. Alec got sniffy and made like he was sore because I was spending more time with Shaw than he was. Actually, I knew that nothing tickled Alec more than seeing me hit it off with one of his idols. He loved playing the game of strange bedfellows. Harpo Marx and Bernard Shaw, he used to say with that smirking chuckle of his. Corned beef and roses. When it came to parties, Alec took his people mixing seriously. Making up a guest list was an involved job. He wasn't happy until he came up with a balance of personalities that would make an evening perfect. Unbeknownst to Alec, I took the liberty of adding to the guest list for his farewell dinner for the Shaws. I invited Sir Oswald Mosley and Peggy Hopkins Joyce. Mosley, who later became the leader of the British Nazi Party, had some peculiar political ideas even then, and he wasn't too popular on the Riviera. Mrs. Joyce, on the other hand, was easily the most popular broad on the coast of France, although not at literary dinner parties. Shaw was amused when my 2 extra guests showed up. The girls were amused. So was Woolcott, but he wouldn't admit it because he hadn't thought of the mixture first. I lost a pal with Shaw's return to England, but I gained a playmate, Peggy Hopkins Joyce. Peggy was no spring chicken, but she was still quite a dish. She seemed to take a shine to me after the evening at Galinan, but damned if I could make any time with her. I managed finally to get her over to the villa for lunch one day when I was there alone. She was friendly and chatty and seemed to enjoy being with me as always, but that was the extent of it. I turned on the charm and took off my shirt and showed off my tan and my muscles, but it was no dice. No contest, no conquest. Then, as she was about to leave, a lucky thing happened. She fell for my pet canary. She said she loved canaries, and mine was just the sweetest thing she'd ever seen. Peggy, I said, he's yours. Please accept him as a gift. She was delighted. However, I said, it'd be better if you didn't take him home with you now. Being out in this hot sun would kill him. Tell you what I'll do. I'll bring him over to your place this evening, say around 7 o'clock. To my surprise, she said yes. She went even further. Why don't you stay for dinner, she said. It'll be informal, just the two of us, but I don't think you'll be bored. I didn't think so either. The bird and I arrived at her villa promptly at 7. She was wearing a slinky oriental outfit, silk pants and jacket, with nothing underneath except Peggy Hopkins Joyce. It wasn't hard to see why she had come as far in the world as she had without a degree from Vassar. There were just the two of us for dinner, but it was not exactly a tete-a-tete. The servants outnumbered us by about 6-1. Then when they cleared the table, Peggy said, "Shall we have our brandy in the sitting room where nobody will bother us?" My heart was pumping so fast I couldn't speak. I just nodded my head, trying to play it suave and casual. 5 minutes later, I was reclining beside her on a harem-sized divan, with a flunky waving a fan over us. She gave me the eye, snuggled deeper into her nest of silk cushions, and whispered, "Peggy wants to have a little fun, Harpo. Will you help Peggy have a little fun?" "You name it, honey," I said. On the brink of conquest, I had found my voice again. She dismissed the flunky and told him to douse the overhead lights on the way out. When he went out, she sighed, slithered over closer to me, and ran a finger down the length of my arm, turning me into a cozy mass of shivers. "Well, old sport," I said to myself, "you've got it made. The boys and Lindy's should see you now." Then she surprised me. She rang for the butler. She said to him, "You may bring the books now." The butler bowed and left the room. "Books?" I didn't get it. "Dirty books, maybe," the butler returned. He laid a stack of 6 books in my lap, bowed, and departed. The books were beautifully bound in hand-tooled leather. I looked at the titles. The titles were Mud and Jeff, Bringing Up Father, Crazy Cat, Tilly the Toiler, Barney Google, and the Katzenjammer Kids. They were collections of comic strips, not the dirty kind, but the kind that appeared in the funny papers. Peggy gave a little giggle and curled up on the divan with her head on my shoulder. "Read to me, Harpo," she purred. I read through the whole damn stack of comic books beginning to end. Peggy Hopkins Joyce didn't know how to read, but she sure knew her literature. She knew it by heart. Whenever I made the slightest mistake, she corrected me. The first mistake I made was to leave out the sound effects in a sequence where Jiggs came home late from playing poker and eating corned beef and cabbage and got waylaid by Maggie with her rolling pin. No. Peggy howled, interrupting me. "You didn't read it all. You didn't read the Bam Bang Sock." "Pow part." I backtracked and read the Bam Bang Sock in Pow part, and she was happy again. I caught hell for leaving out a couple of glubs, half a dozen Zoes, and a flock of Zams, Ulps, and Gulps. But otherwise I managed to struggle through the books without a hitch. And all the time Peggy kept tittering and squealing and fiddling with her toes and squirming all over the divan. No doubt about it. She was having her fun. When I closed the covers on the 6th and final volume, I was exhausted. I stood and said that I'd enjoyed the dinner and thanks very much, but it was getting late and I'd better be heading back to Galanan. "Oh no, Harpo," said Peggy. She jumped up and ran to a massive carved chest and pulled out a drawer as big as a coffin. It was filled to the top with loose newspaper clippings. "Look," she said, "they're all about me here." She scooped up half a bushel of clippings into her arms. "Start reading these." My male pride had taken enough of a beating. I said politely but forcefully that I had to go home. I got away from Peggy Hopkins Joyce's love nest as fast as my legs and Guy's jalopy could take me. Mrs. Joyce's record in the boudoir was more impressive than Benny Leonard's in the ring. But being more the literary type myself, I never made the list of her conquests. August was the social month. It was a season within the season, a time of tea dances, garden parties, cocktail parties, dinner parties, pajama parties, fancy dress balls, and formal receptions. Alec laid down the law. I had to do something about the way I dressed, at least be halfway presentable socially. He made an appointment for me with a tailor in Cannes to have a dinner jacket made. I had a dinner jacket made. The material I picked for it was pool table felt, and it had big brass buttons. Right away I became known on the Riviera as the American with the green tuxedo. I was now a man of a certain distinction. I made every guest list except one throughout the rest of the summer. On the high society circuit, I met a new type of character. I met a guy who owned the world's only Rolls-Royce with a built-in Flushing John under the back seat. I met a dame whose villa had 2 swimming pools, one for anybody and another one stocked with live salmon for her pansy friends to swim in. My favorite characters were King Alfonso of Spain and his anthem man. King Alfonso was tone deaf. He couldn't tell chopsticks from the William Tell overture. So he traveled with a special aide whose only duty was to give the high sign whenever the Spanish national anthem was played, so Alfonso would know when to salute. Being a king's anthem man was the best occupation I'd heard about since I myself had been grandpa's tin can swinger repairing umbrellas. An American canning heiress steamed into Cannes on her yacht and took over a hotel to throw a costume party. Alec sent regrets. He couldn't make it because he was entertaining Otis Skinner, the distinguished elder statesman of the American stage, that evening. Ruth and I decided to go anyhow to uphold the honor of Galinan. Woolcott and Otis Skinner were having brandy when I came downstairs in costume on my way to the party. When Mr. Skinner saw me, he gagged on his cognac. I was the spirit of toilet paper. I was bedecked from head to foot with rosettes of toilet tissue. The rosettes were spangled with official stamps of the French government. The saying was, you couldn't move your bowels in France unless you got a government stamp first. My sash was a water closet chain with a placard saying tires hung on front, and I carried a roll of toilet paper like a muff. Ruth came down to join me. She was going as a pregnant baby doll. Before she could explain her costume, Alec asked Mr. Skinner if he wouldn't like to finish his brandy out on the terrace, and Mr. Skinner allowed as how he would like to very much. It was a good party. With my eye mask on, nobody recognized me except Somerset Maugham and a guy I'd gambled with at Monte Carlo, who got very drunk and kept following me around lighting matches and trying to set fire to my costume. The next day our hostess steamed out of Cannes for New York. Hated to eat and run, she said, but there was a darling baby elephant on her yacht, and she had to get him home. She had bought the elephant in Africa for the purpose of pulling the lawn mower on her estate in Palm Beach. Let the Vanderbilts top that, she said. 2 weeks later, coming into the harbor, the poor baby elephant took one look at the skyline of New York and keeled over dead. When the canning heiress left, Daisy Fellows, the sewing machine heiress, steamed into port and took up the slack. Daisy had 2 yachts. She had a decent-sized one with the displacement of a destroyer and a crew of 16, and a dinky one which had a galley only big enough to serve a dozen voyagers. If Daisy liked you, she had you to lunch on the dinky yacht. If she really liked you, you were invited to dinner on the big yacht, after which you didn't get ashore for at least a week. Daisy threw a series of parties in her beach house, a 30-room villa in Antibes, at 100 guests a throw. If a dame showed up with a gown remotely the same color or same design as hers, Daisy would disappear, then reappear in a dazzling new creation. One night she changed her outfit 5 times. This Daisy was a charmer. She was like an Irene Castle with a French accent. Daisy would have been charming whether she'd been loaded with moolah or not. It was just nice that she happened to be, like a chocolate eclair having frosting on it. I remember once, as a party came to an end at dawn, she pursed her lips and rolled her eyes and said to those of us who were left, "You are all so talented. You write or dance or act or sing, but I do nothing." Whereupon Woolcott chuckled and replied, "My dear, I have heard different. I was lucky enough to be invited to Daisy's big yacht. I stayed on board for 10 days. The anchor never came off the bottom of the Mediterranean, but it was a very interesting voyage. Elsa Maxwell barreled onto the Riviera to give a party under the auspices of the Monte Carlo casino. Elsa always had to do something different. Since there was no beach below the casino, only a shelf of pebbles sloping into the sea, she decided to give a beach party. She talked the casino into having a huge rubber mat made. She had the mat laid over the pebbles and proclaimed it Rubber Beach. The high point of Elsa's beach party was the entrance of Sidney Lejon and Gertie Sanford, not down the cliff but from the sea on surfboards. Sidney was wearing white tie and tails and Gertie a shimmering taffeta evening gown. And as they swooshed onto the shore, they were illuminated by searchlights, while the casino band played over the waves from the top of the cliff. The low point was reached not long afterwards, when Elsa's matting began to rip apart against the pebbles, and Rubber Beach became a sloshy mess, with everybody getting soaked up to the ankles and tripping over the shreds of rubber and bruising their knees and shins. It was a different kind of a party, all right. The most exclusive soiree of the season was a dinner party at the Eden Rock Hotel. It was so exclusive that only Alec of our crowd was invited. He gave the rest of us the needle for not being asked. We accused him in turn of turning into a social snob. Ruth Gordon and I decided we'd better go to the shindig too, so Alec wouldn't lose the common touch. Naturally, we didn't tell him about our plans. We crashed the gate of the Eden Rock by going in through the kitchen and apologizing to the chef for having goofed and taken the wrong entrance. Once inside, Ruth and I played it straight and nobody questioned our being there. We were seated at a balcony table with our backs to the railing. I could hear the sea washing the shore directly beneath me. Directly across from me sat Alexander Woolcott, who said nothing, only glared. There was a waiter in scarlet livery for every couple at the dinner. When we finished the soup, our waiter came out with our second course, which was a whole poached salmon. The salmon was laid out on a bed of watercress on a gleaming silver tray as lovely as an Irish corpse. Before serving it, the waiter lowered it between Ruth and me for us to inspect and admire. I smelled the fish. I made a gookie. I grabbed the tray from the waiter and heaved the salmon over my shoulder and into the Mediterranean Sea. "Don't think I care for the fish," I said. "What's on the blue plate tonight?" I got a laugh from everyone in the joint except the waiter and Woolcott. Alec gave me a look of disgust, and I heard him say to the dame sitting beside him, "I don't know. I've never seen that vulgar person before in my life." The society page of the next day's paper was given over entirely to the swanky shindig at the Eden Rock. Emil, Ruth Gordon and Monsieur H. Marx were listed among the honored guests, but Monsieur A. Woolcott was not. We razzed the bejesus out of Alec over this after we read the paper to him. We must have gone too far. Alec stomped out of the room. He returned with his poodle, Candida. He handed me the leash and said, "Kindly see to her comfort while I'm gone. She prefers her breakfast kidneys lightly broiled." Saying no more, Alec vanished from the Villa Galinan without a trace. He had disappeared a couple of times before that summer. It was after one of his disappearances, as a matter of fact, that he had brought the poodle home. We never bothered to look for Alec when he went on the lam. He deserved to have a secret hideout, considering all we made him put up with at the villa. We were mighty curious, nevertheless, about where his secret hideout was. I took good care of Candida during her master's absence. One day I took her along when I drove to Nice, and there a strange thing happened. I was wandering through side streets, casing the shops, when I became aware that I was no longer leading the dog. The dog was leading me. She knew exactly where she was going. She led me to the door of a large, white house with shuttered windows. A dame came out of the house. She and the poodle recognized each other. She talked to Candida in French, and Candida wagged her tail in French too, presumably. Then the dame spoke to me. I knew enough French by now to get the drift. Any friend of the poodle's was a friend of hers, she was saying, and wouldn't I please come in? I went inside. The house was a high-class bordel, and Candida's lady friend was the madam. Candida had another friend there, too. In the whorehouse parlor was Alexander Woolcott, in silk robe and slippers, reclining on a black velvet couch, and I swear to God, being fed grapes by one of the girls of the establishment. Whatever Alec did, he did in style. In the last 2 weeks of the season, we got footloose and itchy and made excursions all over the map, following our W.H.'s. We would drive 100 kilometers or more to hunt down a country in we'd heard was famous for something like leek soup or salmis of game birds. When Noel Coward wrote he was leaving London for the Riviera, we journeyed through the night to Paris to catch him between trains and give him a surprise welcome to France. I met his boat train disguised as a ragged, bearded street musician, playing a miniature harp. Alec concealed himself in the shadows of the station to spy on the scene. What I had in mind was to latch onto Noel, playing as badly as I could to see if I could annoy him to the point of calling a policeman. Noel stepped off the train. I stopped playing and held out my hat for tips. Without seeming to pay me any special attention, Noel dropped a sixpence into the hat and said, "I've never seen you looking better, Harpo, old boy. Now tell me where the devil Alec is." Our last excursion was to Naples, so Beatrice could pay one last visit to her favorite acquaintance in Italy, the Sensitivo in the Naples Aquarium. The Sensitivo was a fantastic kind of shellfish. It drew into its shell whenever any strange object came near it, then poked out of its shell when the object was pulled away, all in a weird, synchronized movement. Beatrice could watch it and play with it for hours. The real reason she was so fascinated, she said, was that she knew a lot of people who were Sensitivos. She refused to name any names, however. Leaving Beatrice alone with her friend in the aquarium, Alec and I drove on down the coast to Amalfi to look for a clifftop cafe we'd heard about. It was said to have the finest view of the Mediterranean sunset of any place in Italy. We found the joint and had a good time there. Alec never forgot this little trip of ours. 5 years later, he wrote about it in the New Yorker. This is what he wrote. "I fell to thinking of a sundown at Amalfi long ago, where you seek at the top of a cliff a restaurant once patronized by Enrico Wadsworth Longfellow. It is a sheer ascent of 200 steps, and barefoot natives fight for the chance to carry you up in chairs. I was embarrassed by their obvious conviction that they would need relays to get me to the top. They were nervously managing the last 20 steps when I was aware that popular interest in their heroic attempt had shifted to the chair behind me, in which I knew Harpo Marx had been making the ascent. There were such shrieks of local pleasure that I had to turn and look. Grinning in the seat was one of the shabbiest of the bearers. Harpo was carrying him up. Alec neglected to finish the story, however. We reached the top just as the sun began to set. It was probably a gorgeous sunset, but I couldn't say. As soon as we got to the terrace, we looked for the table the farthest away from the view, sat down, got out the pegboard and the cards, and started a game of cribbage. Neither of us would admit it, but we were homesick. We'd had enough of the sea and the sun and the international life. The Bambang Sakin Pao part was over until another summer. It was time to get back to the other side, the home side of the $1 million playground. Chapter 16, Playground condemned T. He voyage home on the Isle de France, shaped up to be a quiet, dull passage. It would have been just that too if I hadn't been undone by a good deed I did. Everybody seemed to have blown his wad on the continent that summer, and there wasn't much money on board. I happened to have a few bucks left, but the only action going on was a game of two-handed stud between an elderly Connecticut real estate developer and a handsome young Brazilian. They made it plain they didn't want me in the game, so I kibitzed. Right away, I saw that the Brazilian was fattening up the American for the kill. He let him win a little at poker, then persuaded him they should change the game to craps. He let the old man make a few passes, then began to switch the dice on him and take him on a ride to the cleaners. It was very interesting to watch. The Brazilian was slick but not too fast for me. I got the old man aside at dinner and told him he was being swindled by the worst kind of shark, a dice switcher. He thanked me and went to the Brazilian and accused him of cheating. The Brazilian challenged the real estate man to a duel. He'd never been so insulted in his life. He put on such an act that the old guy wound up apologizing to him and turning on me. He said I ought to be reported to the captain for being a disturbing influence on board the ship. The next day they were back at the crap table and the chips were moving faster than ever in one direction, from North America to South. I was reminded of a fact I'd known for a long time. Nobody resents being called a sucker more than a sucker. I turned my attention to pleasanter things, namely the girls on board. I settled on a good-looking kid from Omaha who was a ball-bearing heiress. And didn't Wolcott have fun with that one? She was a lot of laughs, and since she didn't drink, a cheap date. I congratulated myself. It was going to be an inexpensive crossing. I would arrive in the States with almost all the dough I had when I left France. Then suddenly my little affair became a triangle. Who should horn in but the old guy from Connecticut? It may have been the sea air, or he may have been sore at me still, but the old goat turned into a wolf. He puffed and panted after Miss Omaha and pestered her out of her mind. If he'd been 20 years younger, I'd have clipped him one. The captain asked me to organize the entertainment for the last night-out party, which was thrown to raise money for the seamen's home. Going over on the Roma back in May, I had staged a hell of a show with a big auction, and we'd collected a couple of $1,000. This time it was different. Everybody sat on their hands in their pocketbooks. Nobody volunteered to perform. Nobody offered anything to be auctioned off. I got an idea. I would set up Miss Omaha in a booth and auction off kisses. Might make $10 or $15 per kiss. Wouldn't raise anything like 2 G's, but at least there'd be something to turn over to the seamen. The auction began. I should have known what would happen, but I wasn't prepared for it. The Connecticut Yankee sat down in the front row, leering and drooling. He made it plain he wasn't going to be outbid for a kiss. He got up to $25 and nobody else wanted to go any higher. The girl said under her breath, "My God, Harpo, raise the bid. I'd rather die than be kissed by that old wolf." So I made a bid of 30 myself. He barked back with 50. I raised him 5. He raised me 25. I stuck with him, but at 100 I got cold feet. Miss Omaha tugged at my sleeve. She begged me not to stop. Her pride was at stake, she said, so was her faith in me. I couldn't let her down. I didn't. After 2 more rounds, the guy up and quit on me. He hadn't counted on this kind of competition, so I won the kiss. What had been costing me nothing for 3 days suddenly cost me 155 smackers. I turned the auction over to somebody else and went to my stateroom and straight to bed. I'd have to borrow cab fare from Alec to get home from the pier. It was the most expensive crossing I ever made. It was good to be home. The first thing I did was to get out my harp. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed the old monster until I touched the strings again. This had been our longest separation. Frenchie cooked me a feast. Minnie and I swapped stories. She had to hear a full report on the Riviera, and she had to give me a full report on her poker club. It seemed a little sad that Minnie, who used to be fired up and full of fight over bookings and billings and special effects, had nothing left to talk about except her poker club. I asked her if she didn't miss the old life. Miss it? Why, she'd never left it, she said. Right now she was working up a new act, a single that she was going to push all the way to the palace. Who is it? I asked. Anybody I know. Sure, I knew him. It was the chauffeur. Don't laugh, Minnie said quickly. He's got a voice as good as Lou's ever was, just needs a few dance lessons and a season or 2 on the road and he'll be ready for the big time. Minnie didn't believe a bit of it and she knew I didn't either, but she loved the sound of the words. For a minute there she was back in fighting shape. Then her eyes lost their snap and for the first time my mother looked old to me. My reunion with Chico, Groucho and Zeppo was on the stage of the 44th Street Theater. Sam Harris had a new show for us and I hardly had time to unpack my trunk before rehearsals began. The new show was Animal Crackers. It opened in October and became our 3rd straight Broadway hit. The only low note of the season was struck early in November by 21 million strangers, the people who voted for their Herbert Hoover instead of my Al Smith. Al Smith was to me one of the greatest living Americans. I simply couldn't believe the figures when the report came in that he had failed to carry even New York State. At what had been scheduled to be a victory rally at Yankee Stadium but turned out to be a wake, I played The Sidewalks of New York on the harp. It was the only time my own playing ever brought tears to my eyes. But these weren't times for sour grapes or bitter feelings, and the defeat was soon forgotten. Anyway, Franklin Roosevelt had won the governorship in Albany. This was one of the few Roosevelts around I hadn't met, but Alec knew him and so did FPA. And they were pretty wild about him and said he was a guy to watch. On Thursday night, November 22, the Wolcott mob was gathered at Alice Miller's. I joined them as soon as the show was over. I was ready for an old-fashioned, island-style evening of quizzes and games. But what it turned out to be was a surprise party for me. November 23 was my 35th birthday. Alec's present was the high point of the party. The present was a set of stationery he'd printed up. The letterhead across the top said, Harpo Marx. Beneath this were two photographs, Mr. Marx at home and Mr. Marx at work from my Chicago days. Damned if I knew how Alec had got hold of them. I hadn't seen the pictures myself for years. The final touch was a column that ran down the left side of the paper entitled, A Few Tributes to Mr. Marx. The tributes were, Why Do We All Love Harpo Marx? Somerset Maugham. I was much embarrassed by Harpo Marx. G. Bernard Shaw, and Harpo Marx is one of the four Marx brothers. Percy Hammond. Hammond, the theater critic on the New York Tribune, was never exactly a fan of ours. I had to thank Alec in my own way for the stationery. He'd gone to a lot of trouble to have it made, so I should go to a little trouble to show my gratitude. A chance came a couple of weeks later, when Alec dropped by my dressing room to walk me home after the show. I noticed that his black, broad-brimmed impresario hat was exactly the size of the comedy Spanish hat I wore in the second act of Animal Crackers. A 10-gallon striped sombrero covered with gold and silver spangles and shaped like a volcano. As we left the dressing room, I switched hats on him. He didn't feel the difference. I suggested we walk through Times Square. It was a warm night for December and a big crowd was out, milling around under the lights. This was a spectacle I'd seen 1,000 times, but it never failed to give me a thrill. Tonight there was an extra added spectacle. Wolcott, the fat blinking owl in the opera cape, crowned with a hat as flashy and gaudy as the marquee of the Capitol Theater. Going up Broadway, Alec was delighted that so many people recognized him and smiled at him. It was the only time I ever saw him mellow enough to smile back at the public. At the corner of 57th and Park, we said goodnight. Alec walked contentedly away, his stripes and spangles lighting up as he passed beneath a street lamp. I thought maybe he'd never find out why he'd been such an attraction on Times Square, which would have been a terrible shame. But at 3 in the morning the phone rang. Wolcott snapped the familiar libelous phrase I was hoping to hear and hung up. He had just discovered I had switched hats on him. For all I know, he'd been walking the streets of Manhattan and smiling at the people who stopped to stare at him ever since we'd parted at midnight. I went happily back to sleep. Harpo Marx had been avenged. 1929 was bound to be the greatest year in modern history. It began with a New Year's Eve party at the Swopes. When the first day of January dawned, it was so beautiful out that we moved the whole party into Central Park and played croquet. It seemed as if the New Year's Eve party never did break up. The inner circle of the Algonquin gang took to meeting every weeknight backstage at the 44th Street Theater. From there, we'd migrate to Wolcott's Place or Swopes, to Ruth's or Alice's or Nace's, and the fun and games would go on until morning. There wasn't room for the gang in my place. I had moved into a new penthouse and it was already crowded. With mallets, balls, harps, paintings, plants, flowers, birds, fish, and piles of the rocks my poodle brought back from his daily walk. The effect was like jamming the Villa Galinan, gardens, animal life and all into the old 93rd Street tenement. It was my kind of joint. I could afford to live in this kind of style because the Marx Brothers had just been signed by Paramount Pictures for 3 movies, talkies, no less, for $75,000 per movie. Our first picture, Coconuts, was shot in New York that spring between performances of Animal Crackers. Shot was just the word for it. All they did was point a camera at us while we ran through our old stage version of Coconuts. Still, it wasn't as simple as it might sound for the producer, Walter Wanger, or the directors, Joseph Santley and Robert Florey. There were many long delays in the shooting, due mostly to the unexcused absences of Chico from the set. Since nobody had bought tickets to watch him, Chico figured there was nobody to squawk whenever he ducked out to consult with his bookie or play a few hands of pinochle. The trouble was, Chico would forget to come back if the action was good. Then Groucho, Zeppo, and I would wander off looking for him. Sometimes Chico returned while we were gone and he'd say the hell with it. If that's all we cared, he'd take the rest of the day off too. When Santley and Florey hit the jackpot and had 4 Marx Brothers on the same set at the same time, and the camera got going, the shooting would be interrupted every time we started improvising. It wasn't that our ad-libs weren't funny. The trouble was, Florey couldn't help breaking up. When he laughed so hard he drowned out everything else on the soundtrack. Laughing left him very weak, so he would have to lie down to regain his strength before they could call a retake. This would give Chico a good chance to duck out to see how the action was going, which would soon send the rest of us out looking for Chico. Wanger solved Florey's problem by having the directors use hand signals from inside a soundproof glass booth. We still played to Flory, however. When he flew into a fit of silent convulsions, we knew we had done something good. It was the weirdest audience we ever played to. Then Wanger solved the Chico problem. He had the 4 cells used in the jail scene bolted to the studio floor. He had 4 signs made, one for each cell: Chico, Harpo, Groucho, and Zeppo, and he had a telephone installed in the one labeled Chico. Now Chico could call his bookie anytime he felt like it, without bringing production to a standstill. Between takes, we were locked behind bars, and the directors were let out of the booth. When shooting resumed, the directors were put back in their glass cage and the stars were let out of their jail cells. Too bad they didn't film the filming of Coconuts. It would have been a lot funnier than the movie was. Summer came. Animal Crackers took a vacation. This was long before theaters were air-conditioned. The Wolcott mob's permanent floating New Year's Eve party moved up to Vermont. Neshobe Island was even lovelier than I had remembered it, and even livelier than it had been 2 summers ago. Fall came. The permanent party took the launch to the mainland, got on board the Delaware and Hudson, and played hearts all the way back to the city. Another new season began in New York. Another grueling 9 months of all-night poker and all-day croquet, round-table lunches and Long Island weekends. It was back to the grind of cooking up puns and practical jokes, needling Wolcott and embarrassing Kaufman, and playing the newest party game, the market. There were grave responsibilities to face too. There were harps to be restrung, plants to be watered, poodles to be walked, and the decision on whether or not to take the Cubs over the Athletics at 6-1 in the series. The prospect of what lay ahead was somewhat changed, however. Sam Harris decided to take Animal Crackers on tour. We would rehearse a couple of weeks in New York to get the show back in shape and break in the new people, then hit the road to Boston in mid-October. During the last week of rehearsal, the Marxes met for a rare family reunion in Zeppo's apartment. The 7 of us hadn't been together for an evening for nearly 4 years, a lot of lost time to make up for. Frenchie spent the morning marketing and the afternoon cooking out on Long Island. He arrived at Zepp's place with pots and pots of our favorite food still warm and steaming. While we ate and how we ate, everybody caught up on everybody else. The state of Frenchie's wardrobe, he could match the Prince of Wales suit for suit. The state of Gummo's business, he was now a successful dress manufacturer. What Groucho had published lately, his squibs and vignettes were appearing in all the big columns. Chico's latest acts of generosity to his favorite charity, the impoverished Pinochle Players of America. Zeppo's latest idea for an invention. He was scheming and conniving to get out of show business. My status as a bachelor, the family never gave up trying to marry me off. The star of the evening was Minnie. Minnie was in her element. She had been having a little heart trouble, but you'd never know it. She wore a new blonde wig, and the color and the sparkle of 20 years ago had returned to her face. She told stories we hadn't heard since 93rd Street. They had never sounded funnier. Then she got to remembering the one-night stands in Texas and the airdomes in Mississippi, and we worked off the dinner we'd been eating steadily for 2 hours by singing Mandy Lane, then doing school days, then winding up with 7 choruses of Peasy Weezy. Minnie felt so great she was hungry again, and damned if she didn't sit down to eat another dinner. Being loyal sons, everyone, we sat down and joined her. To work this one off, we started playing round-robin ping-pong, running around the table and taking turns with the paddles, trying to keep the ball in play. This was a wacky enough game anyway, but with Minnie shrieking every time she skidded around the corner of the table and her wig slid over her eyes, it knocked us out. It was suddenly very late. Frenchie collected his empty pots. We all kissed Minnie as if she were our favorite girl after the nicest date we'd ever had, and the 2 of them left for Long Island. Half an hour later, as I was about to leave Zepp's apartment, they were back. Frenchie was carrying Minnie in his arms. She was in a coma. She'd had a stroke. It happened while they were driving across the Queensboro Bridge. Minnie was complaining to Frenchie that she didn't feel so hot. She should have known better than to eat so much. Then she gave a sharp gasp and slumped over in the seat. Her mouth moved, but she had lost her voice. Frenchie, for once, was in complete command. He didn't waver. He ordered the chauffeur to stop. He jumped out of the car and halted traffic in both lanes on the bridge. They turned the car around and headed back to Zeppo's. The doctor arrived and examined Minnie. She was in critical condition, he said, but there was no advantage in taking her to a hospital before morning. Until then, she had to be kept as quiet as possible. He wouldn't leave her side. The rest of us could see her one at a time, for a few minutes at a time, when he gave us the signal. Minnie couldn't talk, he said, and we shouldn't be shocked if she didn't appear to hear our voices or even recognize us. At 2 in the morning, I was waiting for my turn to go into the bedroom. The doctor came out and said, "You'd better go in quickly. She doesn't need me anymore." Minnie's eyes were open when I came in. She was looking at me without seeing me. I called to her. She still didn't see me. I said, "I've come to pin the carnations on Mr. Green's cottage, Minnie." Then she saw me. She did the hardest thing she had ever done in 65 years of doing the impossible. She smiled, her lips trembled, her eyes were glazed with fear, but 2 tiny stars twinkled through the glaze and she smiled. The smile went quickly out. Her fingertips fluttered against the bed cover. She was trying to say something. I knew what she was trying to say. I reached over and straightened her wig, the new blonde wig she had bought especially for tonight. The smile came back for a second. Then it faded and all the life in Minnie faded with it. I took her into my arms. I don't remember what I said or thought. I only remember I was crying. Minnie was dead. Woolcott came to Woodlawn Jewish Cemetery along with the rest of us after the services in the city. He walked beside me, his hand over my arm, but he spoke only one word to me the whole day. During the procession to Minnie's grave, he stopped and pointed to a headstone that had the name Kelly chiseled on it. "Spy," he said. I probably laughed in spite of myself. But I was hurt, frankly, that this was all that Alec had to say, that he had nothing else to offer me the one time I could have used some plain, common sympathy. The next week, I realized I'd underestimated my friend Woolcott once again. He hadn't been able to express what was in his heart during the funeral. That was no time, he must have felt, for a ham actor to speak his piece. He spoke his piece 4 days later, not as an actor, but as a writer and a friend. This is what he wrote. One, a short history of the magician's daughter who was the managing mother of the 4 Marx brothers. Last week the Marx brothers buried their mother. On the preceding Friday night, more from gregariousness than from appetite, she had eaten 2 dinners instead of the conventional one, and after finishing off with a brief, hilarious game of ping-pong, was homeward bound across the Queensborough Bridge when paralysis seized her. Within an hour she was dead in her Harpo's arms. Of the people I have met, I would name her as among the few of whom it could be said that they had greatness. She had done much more than bear her sons, bring them up, and turn them into play actors. She had invented them. They were just comics she imagined for her own amusement. They amused no one more, and their reward was her ravishing smile. She herself was doing sweatshop lacework when she married a tailor named Sam Marx. But for 50 years, her father was a roving magician in Hanover, and as a child she had known the excitement of their barnstorming cart rides from one German town to another. Her trouble was that her boys had got to Broadway. They had arrived. Thereafter, I think she took less interest in their professional lives. When someone paid them a king's ransom to make their first talkie, she only yawned. What she sighed for was the zest of beginnings. Why, I hear that last year she was caught hauling her embarrassed chauffeur off to a dancing school, with the idea of putting him on the stage. In her boredom she took to poker, her game being marked by so incurable a weakness for inside straights that, as often as not, her rings were missing and her bureau drawer littered with sheepish ponticates. On the night Animal Crackers opened, she was so absorbed that she almost forgot to go at all. But at the last moment she sent her husband for her best wig, dispatched her chauffeur to fetch her new teeth, and assembling herself on the way downtown, reached the theater in time to greet the audience. Pretty as a picture she was as she met us in the aisle. "We have a big success," she said. Minnie Marx was a wise, tolerant, generous, gallant matriarch. In the passing of such a one, a woman full of years with her work done, and children and grandchildren to hug her memory all their days, you have no more of a sense of death than you have when the Hudson sunlit, steady, all-conquering, leaves you behind on the shore on its way to the fathomless sea. She was in this world 65 years and lived all 65 of them. She died during rehearsals, in the 1 week of the year when all her boys would be around her, back from their summer roamings, that is, but not yet gone forth on tour. Had she foreseen this? I'm not sure she didn't. She would have chuckled, and combining a sly wink with her beautiful smile, she would have said, "How's that for perfect timing?" Alec said nothing to me about writing a eulogy of Minnie. I didn't know about it until I looked through the copy of the New Yorker tucked inside the going-away present he'd had delivered to me on the train, the night the company left for Boston to start the road tour. The going-away present was an RFD mailbox with Harpo Marx stenciled on it. As always, he did it in style, a style that was Woolcott's and nobody else's in the world. We didn't let our spirits sag. Minnie would have been furious if we had. Fortunately, we had support from an outside source, the stock market. The market kept rising and we kept buying on margin to stay on top of the golden wave of prosperity. I got my market tips from Groucho. Groucho got his from his friend Max Gordon, the New York theatrical producer, and passed them on to me. While we were in Boston with Animal Crackers, Groucho lost touch temporarily with Max Gordon. So he settled for tips from an elevator operator in the Copley Plaza Hotel, which he duly and loyally passed on to me. We spent more time on the long-distance phone with our brokers than Chico did on the local phone with bookies. Our stocks were rising like the price of whiskey in a gold rush. I was now worth $250,000 at the rate of $68.50 per average invested share. After the week in Boston, the show moved to Baltimore. The Baltimore papers began to report strange rumors about the market. My broker was cautious on the phone all of a sudden. Instead of chirping buy, he began to say it might be wise to commence covering margins. A bunch of scare talk. This wasn't a boom that was going to go bust. The market was a solid institution, and I was being advised by the country's best authorities: Alexander Woolcott, Bernard Baruch, Max Gordon, Groucho Marx, and the elevator operator in the Copley Plaza Hotel. I kept on buying. My stocks kept on rising. Our next date was Pittsburgh. We got into town on Sunday, the 27th of October. When the market opened on Monday, my 35,000 shares were worth an average of $72 per share. But when the market closed, their value had changed. The market didn't merely close that day. It got the hook. It flopped. It crashed. Immediately, a wire came from my broker in New York, forced to sell all holdings unless receive check for $15,000 to cover margins. I hustled the 15 G's together and got it to the broker. Now I figured I had survived the crisis. I was wrong. The next morning, another SOS came from New York. Same message, same amount. Somehow I scraped it up and sent it off. On the third day of the week, the third wire came, additional $15,000 to cover margins. On Thursday morning, Groucho gave up. He was completely wiped out. I didn't see him until lunchtime when he greeted me with "Get your telegram today." His laugh was hollow and there was an empty look in his eyes. I had gotten my telegram all right. It wasn't just another SOS. It was the yelp of a guy going down for the third time. The message was send $10,000 in 24 hours or face financial ruin and damaging suits. Must have $10,000 regardless whether I can sell your holdings. In raising the dough for the 3 checks I had already sent, I had scraped the bottom of the barrel. I had liquidated every asset I owned except my harp and my croquet set. I had borrowed as far in advance as I could against my salary. My market holdings had shriveled to an average worth of $1 a share, but this was based on quotations, not resale value. As assets, they were probably worth a medium-sized bag of black jelly beans. I was flatter broke than the day the Schubert unit died in Indianapolis. Then I at least had 7 cents in my pocket, and I didn't owe anybody any of it. This was a lot worse. I had much more to lose. I had much farther to fall. How in God's name could I raise $10,000 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? Zeppo had an idea. He told me to stop moping around the hotel. After the show, he said he'd take me to the best source in town for raising the kind of dough I needed. Leave all the arrangements to me, said Zepp. Only one thing you can do, bring along some burnt cork tonight. I was mystified, but Zepp would tell me no more. I had a hunch about the kind of place he'd take me to, and the hunch was right. Shortly before midnight, we went on board a gambling boat in the Ohio River. When I got inside, I felt sick. The sight of gambling, after the way I'd been cleaned out that week, was too much for me. I told Zeppo I was grateful for his good intentions, but no thanks. I didn't have the stomach for it. I couldn't even look a royal flush in the face. But Zepp said, "We're not here to gamble. We're here to meet a guy I know." The guy was the operator of the riverboat, a pleasant fellow named Milt Jaff. From the way Jaff sized me up when we were introduced, I could tell that Zepp had briefed him about me and my problem. We went into the lounge and talked for a while about this and that. The subject of money never came up. Zepp said to me under his breath, "We've got to warm him up a little." Then he said to Jaff, "I've got a great idea, Milt. Let's get up a game of Pinchy Winchy." Jaff was willing but baffled. "Pinchy Winchy," he said. "I haven't got anybody here who can deal that, I don't think." "It's not that kind of action," said Zeppo. But a lot of laughs, Harpo. I agreed that it sure was. Pinchy Winchy, my God, I hadn't played that game since back in the old Chicago days. Now I began to see what Zeppo had set me up to. Zepp said it would be more fun if we got a fourth for the game, so Jaff brought in one of his dealers who happened to be on a relief break. The rules were simple, we told them. I started by pinching the dealer, who sat next to me like on the nose or the cheek or the ear, and saying "Pinchy Winchy." The dealer then had to pinch Jaff on the same spot, and Jaff did the same thing to Zeppo. When it came my turn again, I made a new Pinchy Winchy on the dealer, pinching or poking him someplace else, and the new Pinchy Winchy had to go around the circle, exactly as I had done it. We kept going around and around as fast as we could until somebody made the wrong pinch and had to drop out. That's all there was to it. Silly maybe, but it took a lot of quick thinking, so off we went. We hadn't gone 3 times around before Jaff was laughing so hard he damn near fell off his chair. The dealer chuckled politely. It was obvious he didn't think the game was that funny. In fact, he gave the impression he thought his boss had gone nuts. What the dealer didn't know was that I was palming a hunk of burnt cork. Every time I gave him a Pinchy Winchy, he got a new black smear on his kisser. By the time the dealer's face was smudged beyond recognition, Jaff was too weak from laughing to stand up. Zepp and I declared the game a draw, then took the dealer into the can so he could see himself in the mirror. The dealer washed up. Now that he was in on the gag, he was dying to get another game going. When we returned, Jaff had not only recovered but had lined up a new victim, another dealer. The second game was better than the first. The 2 dealers hated to leave after it was over, but they said it was time for them to go back on duty. "The hell with that," said Jaff. He declared their tables closed. They stayed. The Pinchy Winchy circle got bigger and bigger. Whenever a fresh customer came on the boat, Jaff would grab him off for a victim. Some of them were pretty tough-looking customers, gambling addicts desperate for action. But when Jaff said, "You're going to play Pinchy Winchy," they played Pinchy Winchy. He was a guy they all loved and respected. What a night he had. Jaff was absolutely drunk with the game. Every round struck him funnier than the last one. Every time I made a smudge on some innocent guy's face, Jaff would explode all over again, tears in his eyes, doubling over, stamping the floor and crossing his arms and slapping his back. At 2 o'clock, he ordered all gambling stopped and we moved our game into the main casino. By 3 o'clock, the casino was a bedlam. There were 20-some players in the circle. The latest victim, the guy I was smearing, was one of the richest guys around, the owner of a glass plant. The one before him had been a bootlegger who was probably even richer. Around the circle, gamblers, dealers, shills, bouncers, deckhands, moonshiners, and financiers were pinching, poking, jabbing, and belting each other with wild glee, screaming pinchy-winchy, and rolling on the floor and laughing like a pack of loons. By 4 o'clock, Jaff simply didn't have the strength to play another game. His voice was down to a croak, his eyes were red from crying, and he was gasping for breath. With reluctance, he closed the boat for the night. When all the customers had left, Jaff beckoned me to come into his office. He closed the door, opened a wall safe, counted out 100 C-notes, snapped a rubber band around the stack of bills, and handed the dough to me. "Zeppo says you need 10 Gs, Jaff croaked. "That right?" I laid the dough on his desk. I had to be sure of what I might be getting myself into. I asked him what he wanted for security. "No security," said Jaff. "What's the interest?" "No interest." "What do you want me to sign?" "Nothing." "So what's the catch?" "No catch." He stuffed the money back in my hands and said, "The one thing I'd like to ask in return is something I'm in no shape to handle." "What's that?" "Div class equals P." "Indent another game of pinchy-winchy," said Jaff. Within a year I had paid Jaff back the 10,000 in installments. With the last installment I sent him a little gift. He wrote me a note of thanks, but he still didn't answer the big question. Why had he lent me, a guy he'd never met before, that much dough without security of any kind? It was 30 years before I saw Milt Jaff again. Not until then did I learn the answer. I left Pittsburgh broke but not ruined. I had a few debts to pay off but no threats of lawsuits, and I had good, steady work. I was one of the luckiest citizens in all of America. My Great Depression lasted exactly 4 days, the last 4 days of October 1929. When times got so rough that, as Groucho said, the pigeons started feeding the people in Central Park, headliners in show business kept on working. I was lucky enough to be one of them, so my depression came to an end. But so, alas, did the world I had lived in and loved for the 5 years, 5 months, and 19 days since the morning a ham actor called me on the telephone and said, "The name is Wolcott." Martial law had been declared against us, against croquamaniacs and thanatopsians and sitters of the round table and all the other overaged children of our world. We were under house arrest. The sentence was the abolition of the 1920. Life would no longer be ever again all fun and games. The Bam Bang Sock-in Pow part was over, and so was the permanent, floating New Year's Eve party. Our $1 million playground had been condemned. The hard truth of all this didn't sink in until we were playing Cleveland, Ohio, following Pittsburgh, and I got a call from Wolcott Collect. The fact that he called Collect was the first jolt. It was his way of telling me he'd come out of the crash in worse shape than me. His voice sounded strangely tired and sad. "I thought somebody in the mob has died, but it was nothing like that. I'm home alone with a terrible case of the cringes," Alex said. "I'm calling you to make a confession." I asked him what had happened. "Harpo," he wailed, "dear dumb Harpo. Remember last spring when we took up a collection at the Thanatopsis to buy a present for the Hackett's baby boy?" "Sure, I remembered. Remember you all entrusted me to select the present and deliver it." "Yes, that too. Do you know what I bought?" "Harpo, do you know what I gave the innocent little Hackett?" "No, that I didn't know. I gave him a share of United States Steel," said Alec. "I can never forgive myself." That was when I knew it was all over. Chapter 17, Hollywood Bachelor. Early struggles. For 3 years we stuffed audiences with animal crackers, from Broadway to Chicago and points between North and South. We had, to put it mildly, overexposed ourselves. So when Paramount offered us a new contract which called for us to make pictures on the West Coast, we grabbed the deal and made our escape to California. The year was 1931. On arriving in Los Angeles, I checked into the Garden of Allah. The Garden of Allah, a collection of palm trees, bungalows, and apartments grouped around a swimming pool built in the shape of the Black Sea, was at the time the most famous oasis in the stucco desert of the movie colony. It was a hangout for Hollywood bachelors, actresses between marriages, and transients from the East like F. Scott Fitzgerald, Dorothy Parker, and Robert Benchley. I considered myself one of the New York transients. After a picture or two, I'd be back where I belonged, in friendly Algonquin territory. However, along with a couple of thousand other transients, I somehow never got home. Without knowing what was happening to me, I turned into a Californian, which I still am after 29 years. Wolcott once described the Garden of Allah as the kind of village you might look for down the rabbit hole. It was a pretty mad place, all right. The nightlife in and around the miniature Black Sea kept the scandal writers supplied with more juicy items than they could use. But you couldn't prove it by me. I slept through everything. The shooting schedule called for me to be on the set at Paramount by 8 o'clock in the morning, which meant I had to be up at 6. It took quite a while for a city boy like me to get used to the farmers' hours they kept in Hollywood studios. So my little bungalow in the Garden of Allah was a peaceful retreat. It was the best place to practice I ever had, until a piano player moved into a bungalow across from mine and shattered the peace. I was looking forward to a solid weekend of practice without interruptions when my new neighbor started to bang away. I couldn't hear anything below a Forde on the harp. There were no signs the piano banging was going to stop. It only got more overpowering. This character was warming up for a solid weekend of practice too. I went to the office to register a complaint. One of us had to go, I said, and it wasn't going to be me because I was there first. But the management didn't see it my way. The new guest, whose playing was driving me nuts, was Sergei Rachmaninoff. They were not about to ask him to move. I was flattered to have such a distinguished neighbor, but I still had to practice. So I got rid of him my own way. I opened the door and all the windows in my place and began to play the first 4 bars of Rachmaninoff's Prelude in C-sharp minor over and over fortissimo. 2 hours later my fingers were getting numb. But I didn't let up, not until I heard a thunderous crash of notes from across the way, like the keyboard had been attacked with a pair of sledgehammers. Then there was silence. This time it was Rachmaninoff who went to complain. He asked to be moved to another bungalow immediately, the farthest possible from that dreadful harpist. Peace returned to the garden. I didn't really know until much later how sharp my intuition had been. I found out that the great pianist and composer detested his Prelude in C-sharp minor. He considered it a very minor piece of work. He was haunted by it everywhere he went, by students who butchered it and by audiences who clamored for it, and he wished he'd never written it. After playing the damn thing nonstop for 2 hours, I knew exactly how he felt. The only other character who disturbed the piece that year was Harold Ross. One night I woke up thinking I heard a rattlesnake in the bungalow. It turned out to be Ross, who had just arrived from New York, shaking a cup of dice by my window. He was hot for a game of backgammon. We started to play. Every once in a while Ross would jump up and look outside and bellow, "Where are all those beautiful goddamn Hollywood women I've heard so much about?" I kept reassuring Ross that he wouldn't see any in this joint. The Garden of Allah was a home for quiet, clean-living bachelors like me. He snorted and called me a goddamn liar and kept bellowing for the beautiful goddamn broads. I decided to shut him up. When he went to the can, I telephoned one of the local madams and ordered her to send around 3 of her choicest call girls. The girls arrived half an hour later and they were pretty choice too, but Ross was not impressed. He was furious. He handed each of the girls a $20 bill and growled, "Go home, girls. Can't you see I've got a shutout going?" Shutout notwithstanding, I took him for $200. Ross could no more beat me at backgammon than he could beat Woolcott at cribbage. In the morning, when it was time for me to go to work, he picked up his dice and his board and stormed out of the bungalow, muttering that he should never have set foot in this pesthole of pettifogging vaudeville actors and fallen women. The editor of the most sophisticated magazine in the country, The New Yorker, talked like the hero of an old-fashioned melodrama, and he meant every word he said. We settled into Hollywood to stay a while. Frenchie came west. He took a bungalow in the Garden of Allah and got busy putting together a California wardrobe and tracking down California pinochle players. Zeppo spent his time starting up an agency for movie talent, with the Marx brothers as his first clients. This was such a good idea that he eventually persuaded Gummo to come west to be his partner, and Zeppo announced that he was through forever with acting as soon as our Paramount contract ran out. Zeppo had his office on Sunset Boulevard. Not to be outdone, Chico, Groucho, and I opened an office of our own in Beverly Hills and hired ourselves a secretary. Our office was over a real estate brokerage up a flight of creaky stairs. I was still a city boy who believed that stairs belonged only in tenements. Otherwise, you took an elevator, so I preferred to do my business on the street. When I whistled from down below, Rachel, the secretary, lowered my day's paperwork out of the office window in a basket on a rope. I then sat on the curb of Beverly Drive attending to bills and correspondence. When I'd finished reading my mail and writing checks and memos, I'd reload the basket and whistle twice and Rachel would pull up the rope. It was a very efficient office. I never saw it. According to Ruth Gordon, who visited the coast during this period, Rachel had only 3 duties. 1. Get book for Groucho, 2. Get fourth for bridge for Chico, and 3. Get girl for Harpo. Our secretary's job was not that simple, but maybe Ruth had reason to think so, at least so far as 3 was concerned. Rachel kept a little black book for me. Whenever I had a date, I'd phone in certain data afterwards so it could be filed away for reference. My trouble was, as always, my memory for connecting names with faces. To me, Hollywood was still a town full of pretty broads all named Miss Benson. I worked out a code to save time in office work. Whenever I took a new girl out, I reported her name, address, phone number, and code category back to Rachel, who filed the information in the little black book. The code categories were coloratura soprano, lyric soprano, mezzo soprano, and contralto. Rachel never admitted it, but I think she cracked the code. It got to where I'd call for a check on a dame who'd been fishing around for a date, and Rachel would consult the file and report with pleasure, "Oh yes, Mr. Marx, she's a coloratura soprano." Or another time she'd check and say, "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Marx, but I have her down as a contralto." My category of contralto was for dames who turned out to like women better than men. It was a great system while it lasted. It broke down when I met a gal who was in a category all by herself. When I met her, the others could and did go to hell, and the little black book became about as valuable to me as a 1920 Staten Island telephone directory. Little black book notwithstanding, I was working very hard during this period, both on the movie set and off. This was when I finally got up the courage to play the clarinet in public and worked it into my act. Naturally, I didn't play it straight. What I did was rig some special tubing along my clarinet from mouthpiece to bell, leading into a hidden container of liquid soap. Halfway through a piece, I would flick a valve, and bubbles would come out along with the music. This went over pretty well, even though it limited my clarinet repertoire to one number. I'm forever blowing bubbles. Meanwhile, other transients showed up from New York, and my old croquet partner from the Woolcott mob, Charlie Lederer, had resettled in California to work for the Hearst Syndicate. There were croquemaniacs out on the coast, like Sam Goldwyn and Daryl Zanuck, but for old ease. Turn pros like Lederer and me, the thrill of croquet was gone. It wasn't the same without the Katzenjammer kids. The velvety greens of Hollywood were no challenge to us after the hills we'd shot over at Sands Point and the trees we'd banked around on Neshoba Island. In Hollywood, Lederer stuck to ping pong, a game at which he was a whiz and at which he was quite a hustler. I turned to golf, at which I was not much of a whiz, which was too bad because I was certainly a hustler at heart. It was through Lederer that I joined a new kind of mob, the Hearst crowd. William Randolph Hearst, Charlie's boss and the giant among American publishers, had gone Hollywood. His primary interest in the movies was the career of a charming young actress named Marion Davies. Miss Davies' beach house in Santa Monica became field headquarters for Hearst's Hollywood invasion, and it was there that I first met the crowd. Well, we didn't actually meet. My initiation was a costume ball to which I went, uninvited, as Kaiser Wilhelm. I won second prize. Nobody knew who I was except Charlie, who had smuggled me in. It was fun for a while, playing mystery man to the 100 most famous people in Hollywood. But I had to cut out early before I keeled over from suffocation and exhaustion. I must have been wearing 50 pounds of disguise. Spiked steel helmet, bald wig, mustachios, nose and chin putty, uniform with medals and epaulettes, knee-high boots, studded sword belt, and a 3-foot ceremonial sword. When I got tired going around goosing everybody with the sword, I could only keep it from dragging on the floor by walking on tiptoe. Even more tiring was holding the monocle in my eye. My face hurt more than my feet did. Charlie came to my rescue. He said he'd found a lift home for me with 2 of his favorite people who also had to leave early. I rode off with them in a monstrous limousine. It was not very comfortable. I sat between husband and wife. They were plastered. I was sweltering and I couldn't move. The spike of my helmet poked against the roof of the car. My sword was jammed against the bottom of the front seat. Now I knew what a pig felt like roasting on a spit. Very soon I felt much more uncomfortable. The guy said to me, "We're sailing for Europe on Thursday, Harpo." His wife said Wednesday. He didn't contradict her. He merely hauled off and socked her across the face. I caught it in the mush with his elbow. She hauled off and socked him back. I got a mouthful of her costume. I pulled down the visor of my helmet, but I still didn't feel safe. The guy and his wife were screaming such vile things that I got scared one of them might tear my sword loose and try to hack the other one to bits. This wouldn't be so healthy for me since I was the battleground. They fought all the way home. The chauffeur wasn't the least concerned. He told me not to worry. They fought like this every time they got tanked up, he said, which all Hollywood knew was at least 4 times a week. I couldn't believe anybody could be as drunk as these 2 characters without passing out. When we pulled into the driveway of a mansion in a ritzy section of Beverly Hills and the chauffeur opened the limousine doors, I was sure they'd fall flat on their faces. But no, they ran into the house, her chasing him, slamming doors and still screaming. Now I figured the chauffeur would drive me onto the Garden of Allah, but no. The chauffeur closed the car doors and disappeared into the night. I was stranded. To make matters worse, the visor on my helmet was stuck and I couldn't raise it. When I tried to yell at the chauffeur to come back, my voice sounded like a belch in a bathtub. There was only one way I could get home, which was 3 miles further east. I would have to hitchhike. There were no such things as cabs cruising Beverly Hills at night. I couldn't take a bus because I didn't have a cent on me. All the pockets in the costume were fake. There was no place to carry anything. Walking was out of the question. I couldn't have staggered 3 blocks, let alone 3 miles, with the junk I had on me. Besides, I couldn't see so good through the slits in the helmet visor, so I had to hitchhike. The sight of Kaiser Wilhelm in full military regalia thumbing for a ride at midnight on Sunset Boulevard stopped traffic. What traffic there was, but nobody stopped long enough to pick me up until a police car came along. The police were very happy to pick me up. For the next 3 hours, first in the car and then in the station house, the cops gave me a workout. One of the cops got a jimmy and pried up the helmet visor. He took a look at me, made a face, then slammed it down again. Everybody laughed. Very funny, the cops thought they had me on every charge in the book. I had no money or identification on me, suspicion of vagrancy. I had caused delays in traffic, suspicion of being a public nuisance. When I explained why I was in costume and where I'd been, the cops said okay, they'd telephone Miss Davies and see if I was on the guest list. I told them to forget it. I'd crashed the party, suspicion of illegal entry. I persuaded them to call Chico. They asked Chico if he had a brother who called himself Harpo. Chico said he did. Did he know where Harpo was? He had no idea where he was. When had he last seen him? When he went to visit him in the Gloversville, New York jail. What was the charge that time? Fraud, forgery, and petty larceny, said Chico. What was Harpo's last known address? The cop repeated it as Chico gave it to him. Happy Times Tavern, Merrick Road, Long Island, New York. Could he describe the brother? The cop wrote down the description: big mop, red curly hair, cross-eyed, mute. Can't talk, not too bright. Only one item, the last one, checked out with me. Otherwise, suspicion of being an imposter. The cop thanked Chico, apologized for having disturbed him at such a late hour, and asked that he please cooperate in doing all he could to locate his real brother Harpo. Chico thought for a minute, then said, "Is there a reward?" The cops, convinced they'd made the biggest haul since the capture of Geronimo, started to grill me. I promptly fell asleep, which proved that I was a pretty cool customer, all right. They woke me up by wanging my sword on my helmet, and I thought, I've had it, they've shut the door of the clink on me. But I was still in the station house. Standing there staring at me was Charlie Lederer. He was shaking his head. He said, "Drunk again, poor bastard. All right, officer, I'll be responsible for him. I'll help him home and sober him up." I should have known better. Charlie was too good a friend to be trusted. I went with Lederer, an invited guest this time, for a weekend at the Hearst Ranch up at San Simon, California. This was a place you had to see to believe. When you saw it, you couldn't believe it. It was more like a mythical kingdom than a ranch. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had seen Ben-Hur and Messala in their chariots racing around the formal gardens, Julius Caesar getting a rubdown by the Roman bath, Michelangelo touching up the paint on the chapel ceiling, Henry VIII sitting and burping at the head of the banquet table, or Robin Hood and his men swarming out of the hills to hold up the joint. We got to San Simon at night. We had to identify ourselves to the guards at the entrance before we could get through the gate. I found myself thinking I should have brought my passport. After driving 40 minutes, we arrived at the main castle. There a hostess met us and assigned us to rooms like in a Catskill Mountain hotel. I slept in a bed that had belonged to the court of Louis Roman XIV. What a shame it couldn't talk. In the morning I couldn't find Charlie, so I followed the crowd to breakfast, and from breakfast to the tennis courts where Mr. Hearst was playing. Lederer the louse was already there. I saw why he ducked out on me. He was having breakfast beside the court with a beautiful babe. I joined them. Lederer paid me no attention, but when the phone on their breakfast cart rang, Charlie waved at me and said, "Answer it, Harpo, like a good boy." I answered it. Somebody wanted Marion Davies. I said, "Marion Davies? I don't know anybody here by that name." That did it. The beautiful babe said, "Who the hell do you think I am?" Charlie introduced us. She was, as I had suspected, Marion Davies. The only other time I'd seen her, she'd been in costume the night of the beach house party. Miss Davies and I got along fine together, and I was invited back to San Simon many times. One thing we had in common was a knack for gymnastics. One rainy weekend, Marion and I practiced acrobatic stunts in the main library after pushing a lot of junk out of the way. The junk included carvings of jade and ivory, silver chalices, and medieval parchments. We got a little wild sometimes and knocked a few books off the shelves, but we were careful not to break anything. Marion's diamond necklaces and bracelets kept falling off, and we kept picking them up, but as far as she knew, she didn't think she lost any. Charlie Lederer came by once while we were taking a break, getting our wind back. He picked up a book we had knocked to the floor. "This is something even you might like, Harpo," he said. "You want it, take it. What the hell, mister? Hearst has more books here than he can ever get around to reading." I was very happy to take it. Nice leather binding, big print, looked like a story I might get a kick out of. I stuck it in my pocket. It was still in my pocket at cocktail time when Mr. Hearst came in to preside over cocktails. The only time he talked to minor guests, the first thing he saw was the book sticking out of my pocket. "Where did you get this?" he said, taking the book away from me. I told him Charlie Lederer had given it to me. "Have you read it, Mr. Hearst?" I said. He nodded. I said, "Any good?" Hearst didn't answer me. He put the book in his own pocket and walked away. I knew I had been chastised by the master of San Simon, but I didn't altogether know why. After dinner I found out why. The book was a copy of Gulliver's Travels. It was a first edition, printed in 1726. Mr. Hearst had paid $31,000 for it at an auction in England. The next time I went in the library, the books were all behind steel mesh screens. The screens were locked with combination locks. Charlie Lederer, who happened to be related to Marion Davies, was one of the privileged few who had the freedom of the ranch. He got away with murder. Once Mr. Hearst's guest of honor was the governor of California. The first course at dinner was a fruit salad served in individual scooped-out pineapples. In the governor's pineapple on top of the fruit salad, there was a note. The note said, "If you know what's good for you, don't eat this." Charlie's gag was not very subtle. The governor of California was, at the time, getting threatening letters from all over the country for having given a pardon to Tom Mooney, the famous alleged bomber. The dining hall in the San Simon Castle was grand enough to have suited King Arthur and all his knights and all their ladies. When you came into dinner, 10-foot logs were blazing in the fireplace, and hundreds of candles were burning in giant silver candelabras. Candlelight flickered against the historic battle flags that flew from the beams, against the gleaming top of the 70-foot-long banquet table, and on the little islands of glassware that dotted the length of the table. Each of these little islands was composed of a bottle of ketchup, a bottle of horseradish, a diner-type sugar dispenser, a water glass full of paper napkins, and pepper shakers in the shapes of Mickey and Minnie Mouse. The first few times I ate in the dining hall, I couldn't tell if the food was cold or not because I was so hot. I was a newcomer to the ranch and not an important person, so I was made to sit with my back to the fireplace. The fireplace was 60 feet high. It was big enough to park a Fifth Avenue bus in, and one dinner's fire consumed 2 whole trees. Every meal there was a race for me, to see if I could eat fast enough to make up for the weight I was sweating off. I begged Charlie to use his pull to get me assigned to a new seat. Charlie kept trying. Finally, the boss relented and I found my place card down at the cool end of the table. That meant I'd been accepted. I had passed the test of courage under fire and now I belonged to the Hearst crowd. Now I could tell about the food. It was just as magnificent as the setting. One weekend I was delighted to find that the guest of honor at San Simon was George Bernard Shaw. The two of us had a great time reliving our days together at Antibes during the crazy, pre-depression summer of '28. That was only 5 years earlier, but so much had changed since then it was like we were talking about events of the distant past. Shaw cut quite a figure at the Hearst Ranch. Nothing about the joint fazed him. He seemed to be equally amused and offended by it. As dyed-in-the-wool a socialist as he was, I don't think Shaw regarded San Simon as proof that the capitalist system was evil. He looked upon it as a monstrous freak, the biggest playpen ever built, stuffed with the most outrageous toys a child ever had to play with. By the same token, some of the other guests at the ranch weren't fazed by Shaw either. One afternoon he and I were strolling around the edge of the Indo-Roman pool. A blonde dame, the bride of a well-known movie actor, was in the pool alone, riding on a blown-up rubber seahorse. When she spotted Shaw, she splashed water toward him and yelled, "Hey, Whiskers, come on in for a dip." The night after Shaw left, there was a sudden snowstorm at San Simon. Charlie and I watched the stuff pelting down onto the illuminated statuary outside the library window. We got the same idea at the same time. We scouted through the castle and borrowed 10 fur coats from 10 lady guests. We went out into the courtyard, through the falling snow, draped the naked sculptured broads with fur coats, and went to bed content that we had done a very gallant deed. The effect in the morning was quite spectacular, the snow on top of the fur coats on top of the statues. There was another effect too. It was the first time I ever saw Mr. Hearst get sore at Charlie Lederer. In front of everybody, at cocktail time, he demoted Charlie to a seat at dinner by the fireplace. March 1933 was a month of upheaval and melancholy. First, the unseasonable storm at San Simon, then the closing of the banks by President Roosevelt. A week after that, Frenchie had a bad heart attack and was taken to the hospital. And the first day I was allowed to visit him was the day of the calamitous Long Beach earthquake. While I was in Frenchie's hospital room, one of the bigger shocks of the earthquake hit Los Angeles. His bed, which was on wheels, began to spin around the room. For some stupid reason, I tried to push it back where it belonged and wound up pinned to the wall. Frenchie was more worried about me than about himself. I told him not to worry. I never had it so easy, I said. Every time the earth shook, my harp was home playing by itself. I was being saved a whole day's practice. 2 weeks later, Frenchie was dead. It was a time of great sadness for all of his sons. We had realized far too late how much of what we had made of ourselves we owed to Frenchie. Over the years, we had pawned his shears, gobbled up his delectable food without any thanks, scorned him for peddling lappas and for his lousy tailoring, and razzed him over his cockeyed card playing. But Frenchie never stopped smiling, and his smile was like a secret radiation. All of us who were exposed to it were affected for life. We had burned into us the meaning of loyalty and forgiveness and of the futility of anger. I loved this man. It was wonderful to find out that Frenchie's last day on earth was one of his happiest days. He had taught his nurses how to play pinochle, and in the last game he ever played he bid 400 and made the bid. In the middle of July I was up at San Simon with Charlie Lederer. It was scorching hot. Charlie and I were lounging beside one of the outdoor pools. Nobody else was in sight, we were bored. We didn't know what the hell to do with ourselves. Charlie got an idea. "What do you say we go drop in on Alec at Bomosen and scare the pants off the old fraud?" he said, and I said, "Let's go." I hadn't seen Woolcott for nearly 2 years. Charlie finagled a Hearst limousine and we drove to the San Francisco airport. We flew to New York. It was a fast flight for those days, only 3 stops coast to coast. In New York we chartered a seaplane. We flew north to Lake Champlain. We hired a driver to take us to Bomosen. At Bomosen we rented a skiff and rowed to Neshobe Island. On the island we sneaked up through the bushes. We heard the tonk-clunk mutterings and curses of a croquet game. We recognized the voices of Alice, Nasa, Beatrice, and Alec. Charlie and I took off our clothes. We burst out of the bushes onto the court, whooping like a couple of naked savages. Alec was reclining against his croquet mallet, using it like a shooting stick. He glanced over at us without so much as a flicker of recognition. He turned back to the game. "Alice," he said with a steely trace of annoyance in his voice, "it's your shot, my dear." Charlie and I went back into the bushes and put our clothes back on. We rowed back to the mainland dock. We were driven back to Lake Champlain, where the seaplane was waiting for us. We flew back to New York, where we caught the next plane west. With stops at Chicago, Kansas City, and Denver, we flew back to San Francisco, where the limousine was waiting for us. We drove back to San Simon, where we stretched out beside the pool. "Thought Alec looked fine, didn't you?" said Charlie. "Never looked better," I said. "Never," said Charlie. That subject being closed, we wondered what the hell we could do with ourselves now. One reason I was welcome at the ranch, I'm sure, was because I was an ardent New Dealer, and so, in 1033, was William Randolph Hearst. But neither of us was half the Franklin Roosevelt fan that Alec Woolcott was. Alec took over the New Deal as if the whole thing was his idea from the beginning. He was a particularly good friend of Mrs. Roosevelt, and he flounced in and out of the White House like he owned a piece of the joint. Early that fall, he called me from New York. He just learned, he said, that President Roosevelt was about to carry out his campaign promise of recognizing the Soviet Union. "That was nice," I said, "and what else was new?" "Nothing," said Alec, "except that I was going to Russia." I told him he was crazy. I didn't even want to go to Winnipeg, Manitoba, let alone Russia. I liked California. I liked the sunshine. I liked the people. I liked the language. I intended to stay in California. Alec wasn't listening. "I've decided," he said, "that Harpo Marx should be the first American artist to perform in Moscow after the US and the USSR become friendly nations. Think of it." I was thinking of it. I was shivering. "They'll adore you," Alec went on. "With a name like yours, how can you miss? Can't you see the 3 sheets presenting Marx in person? Why the hell don't you go?" I said. "They love ballet over there. You could do your Itto Wobbit into Sunshine Dance. They'll adore you." "Listen, you fawns behind," said Woolcott. "I've already started pulling strings for you to get a visa. I suggest you be in New York not later than 10 days from today." I made a nasty sound. "Besides," Alec went on, "I haven't seen you for 2 desolate years." He avoided any mention of the unscheduled hit-and-run visit Charlie and I had made to Neshobe Island that summer. He would have lost face if he had. "Let me see," I said. "Where will I be 10 days from now?" "Might be at the beach house in Malibu. Might go down the coast for a little fishing. Or I might just sit right here and watch the broads go by in their bathing suits. Anyhow, I'll send you a postcard." 10 days later, of course, I was in New York City. 40 days later, I was in Moscow. Woolcott had spoken. Chapter 18, Exapno Map Case. Secret Agent G. Edding into Russia in the fall of 1933 was not easy, unless you knew somebody who knew somebody in the Soviet government. In my case, Woolcott had reporter friends in Moscow who were on good terms with Maxim Litvinov, the foreign minister of the Soviet Union. Knowing somebody who knew somebody in the White House didn't hurt either, and my visa came through 2 weeks after I arrived in New York. I had been busy in the meantime getting together a complete set of costumes and props, not knowing which of my acts they'd go for in Russia, and trying to work out an itinerary with the New York Office of Intourist. After a couple of days of haggling, the Russians decided that everything should be worked out after I got to Russia. They gave me a letter to the director of the Moscow Art Theater and wished me luck. It was like heading for Texas to play one-night stands. No itinerary, no bookings, no dates, no guarantees. But also this time no money either. Alec came to see me off and gave me another letter of introduction to the Moscow correspondent of the New York Times, Walter Duranty. I couldn't be in more capable hands in Russia, he assured me. Alec also had a piece of miraculous news. I knew he was bursting to tell me something, but he saved it until the very last as a sort of going-away present. "Harpo," he said, "I've come to the end of the search. I found her at last. I found Miss Flatto, your female warden from PS 69 or whichever school it was whose second grade you escaped from. Yeah, I said. No kidding, does she remember me? Can your ego suffer a blow, he said. Miss Flatto, alas, does not remember Adolf Marx, but she will. We have a date for tea, the three of us, the day you get back from Muscovy. And so, with that to come home to, I headed for the Soviet circuit aboard the SS Albert Balin. It was a rough crossing, stormy all the way to Hamburg. Of the 11 passengers on board, only 3, including me, turned up regularly at mealtime. It was hard to tell whether the others were sicker from the rough seas or from having watched the captain eat. The captain of the Albert Balin was a big Prussian with a droopy mustache. His favorite food was sauerkraut cooked in champagne, which he slurped up by the ton for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. When he got going good, you couldn't distinguish the sauerkraut from the mustache, and he was noisier than a leaky bilge pump. It was enough to keep a sensitive passenger below on the smoothest voyage. I passed the 10 days noodling on the ship's piano, playing solitaire, and wondering what the hell I was doing headed for Russia alone, with a harp, a trunk full of props, and letters to 2 people I had never met. Naturally, I was mighty curious about the place. As it was to most Americans, the USSR was as much of a mystery to me as the other side of the moon. It was there, it had to be there. But what it was like, I had no idea. Old Russia had produced T. Tchaikovsky, Rachmaninoff, Irving Berlin, and Chico's mother-in-law. You got the impression it was a country where everybody sat around between sleigh rides, drinking tea with raspberry jam, playing guitars, and having friendly, loud arguments about which steppe or which swamp was the garden spot of the earth. But New Russia. The impression was vague, from the little you could read in the papers. Bolsheviks looting palaces, driving tractors, and being shot by firing squads for making dirty looks at the commissar. Well, I consoled myself, Shaw had been there and so had Woolcott, and they'd come back in good shape. I had planned to take my time getting to Moscow after we reached Hamburg, sort of mosey through Germany and see the sights. I did not mosey, however. In Hamburg, I saw the most frightening, most depressing sight I had ever seen. A row of stores with stars of David and the word Jude painted on them. And inside, behind half-empty counters, people in a daze, cringing like they didn't know what hit them and didn't know where the next blow would come from. Hitler had been in power only 6 months, and his boycott was already in full effect. I hadn't been so wholly conscious of being a Jew since my bar mitzvah. It was the first time since I'd had the measles that I was too sick to eat. I got across Germany as fast as I could go. On the train out of Warsaw, I found another American, a guy who could speak Russian. He'd been back and forth from New York to Moscow several times, trying to drum up an export business in radios and spark plugs, and he knew the ropes. He asked me how light I was traveling. When I told him, he tipped me off that I'd have to pay for excess baggage at the Russian border. Then he did me a favor. He lent me 100 rubles, which I could repay when we got to Moscow. The Russians were itching to get their hands on American money, he said. He had a hunch I could save a lot of dough if I insisted on paying in rubles instead of dollars. Some favor, some hunch. It was night when we got to the Polish-Russian town of Negorloy, where we had to change to a Russian train. Everybody was ordered off and lined up by the border inspection station. It was freezing cold outside. It must have been 30 below and wasn't much warmer inside the station, a wooden shed with newspapers tacked over the cracks in the walls. When it came my turn at the inspector's desk, everything seemed to be in order. Passport okay, visa likewise. Good, I was dying to get on the train. Then the inspector handed me a form. It had my name on it, a lot of figures, and at the bottom, $25. Boggosh, said the inspector, which I interpreted to mean baggage. How many rubles is 25 bucks? I said, hauling out my roll of Russian bills. The inspector jumped to his feet and grabbed the money out of my hand. He yelled orders and pushed buttons. Bells rang, buzzers sounded. Boots clumped all over the place as guards came running. They hauled me off to another shed. The officer in charge, a goon with so low a brow that his nose seemed to grow out of his hairline, questioned me through an interpreter. Where did I get the rubles? A guy on the train lent them to me. What was his name? I didn't know his name. I was lousy at remembering names. I was lying, the Russian colonel said. Tell the truth now. Where did I get the rubles? I gave him the same answer. A squad of guards lugged my trunk and harp into the shed. Open the trunk, please, said the officer. I unlocked it and the Russians began unloading it. When at first they only found a raincoat and an assortment of pants, shirts, and ties, they were obviously disappointed. Then they hit the jackpot. From the trunk they removed 400 knives, 2 revolvers, 3 stilettos, half a dozen bottles marked poison, and a collection of red wigs and false beards, mustaches, and hands. More bells rang. More buzzers sounded, whistles blew, more officials and more guards came clumping into the shed. They started grilling me again. Would I please explain why I was transporting weapons and disguises? I told them they were all props for my act. Act? What act? I said I had come to Russia to put on a show. Americans do not entertain in Russia, they said. I had better tell the truth. And I had better tell the truth about where I bought my rubles too. The law was that dollars and rubles could only be exchanged in Moscow. Illegal exchange was a serious offense. It undermined the economy of the Soviet Union. Then they asked me what was in the harp case. When I told them, they ordered me to open the case and play something to prove I was a harpist. This would have been my salvation any other time, any other place, but not in an open shed when it was 30 below zero. I was so stiff from the cold that I couldn't get my gloves off. All I could do was run my gloved hands up the strings a couple of times and pray that somebody there would recognize the professional touch. There wasn't much to recognize. One of the guards ran his hands up the strings and got exactly the same music out of the harp that I had. The officials shook their heads and smirked. Then they got into a hot argument. I didn't need an interpreter to get the drift of it. They were debating whether to have me shot now or wait for morning, when the firing squad would have clearer aim and would waste fewer bullets. I didn't know what the hell to do. This was one spot that no crazy stunt could get me out of. Besides, I didn't have any burnt cork on me to start a game of pinchy-winchy with. So I began to yell. I knew my rights. Take me to the American consul. Was this a free country or wasn't it? I knew, of course, that I had no rights here and that there were no American consuls anywhere in Russia, which was not a free country, but I kept on yelling because I didn't know what else to do and because it made me feel a little warmer. Then things got a lot warmer. The officials settled their argument. They turned on me scowling and Colonel Lowbrow said, "Take all your personal belongings and come with us, please." I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant, but my knees began to wobble. The only personal belonging I cared about right then was my skin. "Where are we going?" I said. I never got the answer. My friend from the train who'd been looking for me walked into the shed. He quickly explained in Russian about the rubles. Yes, he had lent the money to me. No, I had not given him any American money for it. It was simply a loan to be repaid in Moscow. And where did he get his rubles? In Moscow, through legal exchange during his last trip to Russia. The officials accepted his explanation. Only at one point did they look suspicious, like they might throw the guy's story out the window. That was when he told the Russians I was a great popular artist in the United States. They had heard me play the harp. This was a great artist. I paid the $25 American money and got on the Moscow Express. The train was unbelievably crowded, 10 and 12 people to each 6-passenger compartment, and it stank of disinfectant, but I thank God I was lucky enough to be on it. I woke up as we were coming through the outskirts of Moscow the next morning, and had my first real look at Russia. It was all gray, the city with its acres and acres of unpainted wooden shacks, the wisps of smoke rising from each shack, the sky, and the snow that covered everything. It did look like the other side of the moon should look, gray, flat, and spooky. The spooky part of it, I realized, was not seeing tall buildings or telephone poles anywhere, only the occasional skeleton of a tree between the train and the horizon. We began to pass factories, and electric lines appeared as we came closer in. It looked more like a city, yet it didn't look like a city at all. I couldn't figure out what was still missing, which made it seem spookier than ever. 2 minutes after the train came to a stop in the station, a Russian dame showed up in my compartment looking for me. "Mr. Marx, please," she said. I identified myself and she shook my hand. "I am Comrade Malkinov," she said. "I am your guide and interpreter for the duration of your visit to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Welcome. This way, please, for inspection of passport and visa." Her English was pretty good. I had to look at her twice to be convinced she was a dame. She wore a man's double-breasted overcoat, which hung below the tops of her galoshes, a gray fur hat, steel-rimmed glasses, and not a smidgen of makeup. The only color on her face was the blue of the rings under her eyes. Her eyebrows were unplucked, and so was a patch of whiskers growing around a mole on her chin. I had to study her for quite a while before I decided she was very young, probably not more than 25. While I was getting my things off the rack, she said, "Any questions, please?" "Yeah," I said. "Do you mind if I call you Miss Benson?" She thought for a minute, then closed her eyes and nodded and said, "That is a joke." "No joke, honey," I said. "I'm going to have trouble with a name like yours." "My name is Comrade Malkinov," she said, one syllable at a time, like a teacher talking to an idiot pupil. We compromised. For the next 6 weeks I called her Melakrino, which I could remember because it was the brand of cigarettes I was smoking at the time. On one thing she never compromised. In my presence she never once laughed or cracked a smile. Later, when I had Russians rolling in the aisles with my pantomime bits, I used to sneak a look at Melakrino, watching from the wings. She would be nodding her head with her eyes shut. I couldn't hear her, but I knew she was saying to herself, "That is a joke." The nicest thing I can say about the Russians is that Melakrino wasn't a typical one. We rode to the hotel in a government limousine that must have been a reject from the Stanley Steamer assembly line. Melakrino acted like it was her first ride in a car. She kept rubbing the cracked upholstery and saying, "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful machine." I was more interested in Moscow itself, but the springs of the seat were shot and I was sunk way below window level. The windows were frosted over solid anyway. So all the way to the hotel I admired the back of Comrade Driver's head, which was shaved to the bone, and the cone-shaped vases of artificial flowers on the doorposts. something I hadn't seen in a car since Frenchie's old Chevy. I had been in a lot of crummy little hotels in my time, but the Moscow National was the first crummy big hotel I ever checked into. The guy behind the desk saw that I was not too impressed by the looks of the joint. He apologized, explaining that a new hotel for international guests was being built, but wasn't ready yet. But it was going to be magnificent. Nothing worked in the National except the people. The heat was always going off along with the hot water. The elevator was always temporarily out of commission, and the telephone system kept breaking down. The only thing you could be sure of getting was ice water, usually out of both taps. But the service was overwhelming. While a comrade mechanic scratched his head and banged at the elevator mechanism with a monkey wrench, 6 women, all built like brick backhouses, carried my things up 5 flights of stairs, trunk, harp, and all. Naturally, I felt they deserved a fat tip when we got to the room. Melakrino was incensed. The degrading practice of tipping is unknown in the Soviet Union, she said, and made me put the money back in my pocket. The dames who had carried my things gave her dirty looks and trudged back downstairs. I started unpacking. Melakrino made no move to leave. I excused myself and went into the can. When I came out, she was still there. What was the score? Was she going to be my roommate? I got the picture of her at night, curled up on the floor like a dog at the foot of my bed. Somehow the idea penetrated that I wouldn't mind being alone for a while. She left, saying that I only had to telephone the desk when I needed her, and she would be in my room instantly. With almost any other broad in the world, this would have been a very cozy arrangement. But with Melakrino, Comrade House Dick had nothing to worry about. I couldn't locate Walter Duranty by telephone, even with the help of the National operator, so I decided to go out for a walk alone and take a look at Moscow. I didn't make it alone. Before I got out the front door of the hotel, Melakrino was beside me. She gave me a stern look but said nothing. Walking down this main drag toward the Kremlin, I realized now what was so eerie about Moscow. There was no roar of traffic. The streets were jammed with people, but nearly empty of cars. Whenever a government limousine or truck drove by, its sound was muffled by the snow which was packed onto the road and piled high along the curbs. It was like seeing a silent movie come to life, with no titles or background music. Another thing I couldn't get used to was the sight of women doing all the heavy labor. Women shoveling snow, chopping ice, hauling trash, driving trucks, working on construction with hods and wheelbarrows. They all looked alike, squat and round, their heads tied in scarves, their bodies bundled in layers of men's clothes, their feet swaddled in burlap tied with strips of rags. Everywhere in front of small shops and big stores, there were lines of customers waiting to get in. Unlike New Yorkers, Muscovites online didn't jostle or gripe. They just shuffled quietly and patiently in the snow. Everybody in Moscow seemed to be concentrating on what he was doing, even when he was doing nothing. Many people stared at us, but never with any change of expression. At first, I thought it was me, so obviously a foreigner, that they were curious about. Then I realized that it was not me, but Melakrino. More specifically, they were staring at her caracol hat, unpatched overcoat and fur-lined galoshes, which marked her as a high-up comrade. I wanted to explore some of the side streets, but my guide kept me walking a straight and narrow path down the main drag, which was, I believe, Tverskia Street. Once in a while I got a glimpse through an alley of what she didn't want me to see. Behind the stone buildings on Tverskia Street on both sides were awful jumbles of slums, rickety tenements, unglassed windows covered with lumber scraps, wrapping paper and tattered blankets, and in front of the tenements, heaps of refuse burning in the snow. You must realize, said Melakrino, that this is only the first year of the new 5-year plan. There is much to be done. It will be done. From what I had seen of the Russians during my first 10 hours in the country, I had no doubt that it would be done. I got too hungry and cold to walk any further and decided to do the Kremlin some other day. On the way back to the hotel, we stopped at a government clothing store so I could buy something warmer to wear. There was the customary long line in front of the store. Automatically, I got on the end of the line. Melakrino grabbed me and took me straight into the store. Party members and honored guests of the Soviet Union have priority, she said. The people waiting out in the cold didn't seem resentful when we bypassed them. Melakrino didn't bother to apologize or explain, and nobody made the least complaint. The only person unhappy about it was me. I thought it was dirty pool. I bought me a fur hat, fur coat, and fur-lined galoshes, all for $40. Back on the street, wearing my new outfit, it came to me why the bear was the symbol of Russia. The only way a Russian could survive the winter was to dress like a bear. We had dinner at the National, and it was pretty good. All the caviar I could eat, hot cabbage soup, boiled potatoes and boiled fish, black bread, tea, and jam. The jam, of course, was for the tea, not the bread. All during my stay in Russia, in all the restaurants I ate in, the food was pretty good, which means I didn't get tired of caviar, cabbage soup, boiled potatoes, and boiled fish, black bread, tea, and jam. The breakfast menu, which didn't vary much either, consisted of stewed prunes, hard rolls, and coffee. Russian coffee was the only thing I couldn't take. It tasted like it was brewed out of burnt potato skins. Again, I had no luck getting in touch with Durante. I asked Melacrino to come on up to my room and we'd kill the evening and have a few laughs. This was a new bit of English to her, and while she wiped her glasses, she scowled and practiced it. We shall kill the evening and have a few laughs. Yes, certainly. Upstairs in the room, she put on her overcoat and hat and sat on a straight chair, her way of warning me there would be no monkey business. I got out the harp and did a few warm-up arpeggios and glissandos. I stopped to stretch my fingers. Melacrino said, "Whose music have you played?" I told her it was Beethoven. "Yes," she said, "certainly Beethoven." I did some more warm-ups. "Whose is that music?" she said, and I told her that it was Tchaikovsky. Melacrino shut her eyes and nodded her head and said, "Beautiful." Beautiful. After a while I kicked her out, telling her I wanted to go to bed early. I was curious about something. Half an hour after she'd gone, I went down to the lobby. There she sat, in a corner facing the stairs, overcoat and hat still on, reading a book. She looked up at me sharply. I smiled and waved at her. She nodded her head and, having seen that I was not dressed to go out, went back to her reading. No doubt about it, she was a government spy, but that was okay with me. I had nothing to hide, nothing that the Soviet Union would want to find out. Still, it was a creepy feeling, knowing that every move you made was watched, and that every word you spoke probably went into a report to the secret police. In the morning, I talked on the phone to an English correspondent from Reuters, who told me that Walter Durante was in Leningrad and wouldn't be back in Moscow for another week. Before I hung up, I said, "Okay, Melacrino, honey, come on up." The Englishman was puzzled. Nobody else on the wire was. Melacrino was in my room in 2 minutes. "Take me to the director of the Moscow Art Theater," I said. I handed her my letter of introduction from the Intourist people in New York. She read the letter and said, "Yes, certainly, Comrade Director will be expecting you." I had decided not to wait for my American contacts. I'd get the show on the road by myself. That's what Minnie would have done, gone straight to the local manager. The office of the director of the Moscow Art Theater was behind one of the proscenium boxes. It was the classiest room I'd yet seen in Russia. Thick carpet on the floor, polished furniture, pictures on the wall, but it was freezing cold. Russian rooms were either overheated or underheated. This one was underheated. The director read my letter. He didn't speak English. Through Melacrino, he said he had been expecting me. But what did I do? What did I do? "Yes," he said, "what type of actor are you?" "I guess you'd call me a comedy actor," I said. I began to wonder what kind of an introduction I'd been given from the characters in New York. "Pantomime." He asked me, and I said yes, I did pantomime. The director said, "All right then, how about me giving him a little demonstration?" "I would love to," I said, "but I'd have to get some props from my hotel before I could do any kind of an audition." "Very well," said the director. "Get your accessories and return tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. We shall be happy to judge your performance." So I came back the next morning with costume, wig, and 100 or so knives. The director had the rest of the staff with him, 6 or 7 stony-faced characters who were a tough audience if I ever saw one. I got into costume, planted the knives up my sleeves, and said I was ready for the stage. "No," said the director, "not on the stage, you will perform here." I asked if somebody would volunteer to be my straight man for the bit. "No," said the director. "We must see you perform alone. To perform alone is the only true test of the pantomime artist." So I had to play both parts, straight man and comic. I made some faces, winding up with a gookie, then shook hands with myself to start the knives dropping. The silverware fell to the carpet of the office, not with raucous clatter but with polite, soft thuds. Nobody cracked a smile. The room was deathly silent. Cold as it was there, I was drenched with flop sweat. It was the most miserable performance I'd ever given. The director asked if I was finished. I nodded my head. He looked at the stone faces. Almost in unison, they shrugged. "You will please return tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, said the director. He got up and left the office, and his assistants got up and followed him. Melacrino helped me pick up the knives. She made no comment. The next morning I was there at 11. The director said my juggling of the cutlery was not exceptionally clever. I said I could do any of a dozen different bits, but they wouldn't mean anything without an audience. "I shall be the judge of what your acting will mean to an audience," he said. "You will please return tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. I decided that of all the routines I did, the clarinet bit would be the funniest without an audience. On my 4th visit to the Moscow Art Theater, the stone faces were already waiting for me in the director's office. I had Melacrino explain that I was accompanying a girl singing. I'm always blowing bubbles, and they would have to imagine the voice part. I started playing the tune straight, then flipped the special valve on the clarinet and let the bubbles come out. The director and all the assistant directors studied the bubbles as they floated through the room. When the last bubble burst on the floor, they looked up at me, grim as a jury in a murder case. Melacrino said something to them in Russian. They shrugged it off, whatever she said. They had a brief conference. They sat staring at me for a while, then the director said, "We will let you know. Please be here tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. What I felt like saying wasn't translatable, so I said, "This time I'll let you know, Chief. Maybe I'll come back and maybe I won't." The director got up and left the office and his assistants got up and followed him. Melacrino watched them go. She shook her head. "I told them it was a joke," she said. "Please believe me, I told them." "Yeah, thanks," I said. "You were one hell of a clack, honey. The jig was up." I didn't give a damn who was going to be the first American to play the Soviet circuit. I only knew it wasn't going to be Harpo Marx. I told Melacrino to use all the pulls she had to get me reservations out of Russia on the next train to Poland. I went to my room to pack. I called the man from Reuters and a couple other correspondents I'd become friendly with to tell them goodbye. All three of them begged me to stick it out. "Not a chance," I said. The Russians didn't understand me and I didn't understand them. I'd never been so humiliated, not by the crudest, crookedest manager in the smallest time vaudeville house in the sticks. I was packed and ready to take off, waiting for confirmation of my train ticket, when I got a telephone call from a lady with a British accent. I missed her name when she introduced herself and figured she must be the wife of one of the correspondents. She told me she'd just heard I was in town to play, and she thought it was wonderful. I told her it had sounded wonderful to me once, but now it was all over before it began. I was on my way out of Russia. "But you mustn't leave," she said. "You don't know how we're looking forward to seeing you. Whatever has made you change your mind?" I told her briefly and as politely as I could about my 4-day run around with the Moscow Art Theater. She wasn't surprised. "That's not the theater for you," she said. "You were sent to the wrong people." Well then, I asked her where should I have gone. "I couldn't say for certain," she said, "but we'll put you straight. My husband will be back from Washington in the morning and I'll see to it that you're his first order of business." "He's got connections here," I said. There was a pause. Then the dame with the English accent said, "Perhaps you didn't catch my name, Mr. Marx. I am Ivy Litvinov. My husband Maxim is the foreign minister. I know he'll be terribly sorry he wasn't in Moscow to greet you. The conference with Mr. Roosevelt has lasted far longer than he thought it would." I don't know what I said after that. I only know I agreed to put off leaving for 24 hours. Right after I hung up, Melacrino ran into my room. She was so pleased that she almost smiled. I couldn't tell, however, whether it was the postponement of my departure that pleased her, or the fact that she'd had the honor of snooping on a conversation with the wife of the foreign minister. At that time, the prestige and power of Comrade Maxim Litvinov was second only to that of Comrade Joseph Stalin. I stuck to my room in the morning, practicing the harp and waiting for the call that might keep me in Russia. No call came. After lunch, I asked Melacrino up and I played Waltz Me Around Again, Willie, for her. I told her it was Rimsky-Korsakov and she said it was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Still no call. I put the harp back in the case and told Melacrino to go check on my reservation like a good little spy. She shook her head and sighed, but off she went. There was a knock on the door. "Come on in, honey," I said. "I'm decent." It wasn't Melacrino who came in. It was a delegation of 11 Russians, smiling Russians. One of them, a tall young guy who looked a little like George Kaufman, said in English, "Mr. Marx, we are at your service." He bowed and all the rest of the delegation bowed. They looked eagerly at the trunk and the harp case, and my first thought was that they'd come to carry my baggage downstairs to the limousine. Then the tall guy said, "Let me introduce your staff." My colleagues asked to be forgiven for not speaking English, but they too hope we shall have a long and happy association together. The names of the guys all sounded like Bensonov to me. After I shook hands with them, the spokesman made the rounds again, introduced them by titles: producer, director, assistant producer, musical director, writer, arranger, stage manager, company manager, scenic designer, assistant director. I myself am a writer. Litvinov had said the magic word. The next day I went to work on the stage, not in anybody's office, and on the next day at 7:50 a.m. To be exact, while I was having my prunes, rolls, and tea in the hotel dining room, Russia became officially a friendly country. That was the prearranged time for the pact worked out between Litvinov and Roosevelt to go into effect. The United States now recognized the Soviet Union, and the USSR now recognized the USA. Suddenly, the whole complexion of Russia seemed to change. It didn't look so gray anymore. It didn't seem nearly so cold out. During the rehearsal period, Walter Duranty returned to Moscow, along with another American writer, Eugene Lyons. They were wonderful to me. Wolcott was right. I couldn't have been in more capable hands. No roadshow ever had two better advance men than mine, Duranty and Lyons. Duranty took me to meet William Bullitt, who'd been appointed as our first ambassador to the Soviet Union. The Bullitts had me to dinner. The Lyonses had me to dinner. Ivy Litvinov promised to have me to dinner as soon as her husband had a free evening. Seems he was sort of tied up with the boss, trying to explain some of the items on his Washington expense account, I figured. But obviously he had, as his wife had promised, made me his first order of business on coming home. I felt like a heel for having announced, the week before, that I was going to take it on the lam out of Russia. My show was staged in a small but well-equipped and well-heated by God State Theater. We put on a preview performance for the international press, the big shots of the People's Culture Commissariat and the American official family in Moscow. Ambassador Bullitt was the guest of honor. We made such a hit that we had to put on a second preview. Then we had our opening for the Russian public in this case meaning party members in good standing who could con the commissariat out of tickets. We were a great success. It went over twice as big as either preview. On the morning after, Melakrino read me the review in Izvestia. It was the most flattering thing written about me since Wolcott's piece in the New York Sun, back in 1924. I knew I'd done pretty well. My type of comedy had been surefire with audiences from London to Broadway to L.A., and I had found that people laughed the same way all over the world at pantomime. I was confident and I was well prepared. One thing I wasn't prepared for, however. I never knew any people who laughed as easily as the Russians. Maybe laughter was more of a luxury to them than to anybody else. Maybe they were starved for it. I stopped trying to figure them out. Walking the streets, working, or waiting in line, these were the most self-controlled people I had ever seen. In the theater, the same people couldn't hold themselves in. Every move I made threw the joint into a new riot. The director of the Moscow Art Theater, the guy who'd almost auditioned me out of town, still had tears in his eyes from laughing when he came back to congratulate me. It sure as hell hadn't been easy to put my act together in Moscow. I had never in my life worked harder for an opening. The Russian sense of humor was a wonderful thing once you got it going for you, but how to get it going, that was the catch. They had assigned me 4 spots in the show, which was to be sort of a review. I decided I'd do a harp solo first, to introduce myself, and next do the clarinet bubbles bit. In Act 2, I'd do a comedy pantomime bit, and for my last spot, I'd go back to the harp and keep playing as long as the crowd wanted more. The part I'd have the least trouble with, I thought, would be the pantomime. Not so. It was the only part that gave me trouble. The scene I worked out was the opening of Coconuts, with a few variations thrown in out of I'll Say She Is. I come to check in at a hotel. I tear up the telegrams in the mail. I decide I'm thirsty. I take a swig from the inkwell on the desk. The ink, after I've swallowed it, tastes like poison. I make a cookie. I need an antidote. I take out a rubber glove, inflate it, and milk it. The milk does the trick. I feel great now. I jump on the straight man's shoulders and throw pens like darts until I hit a plaque on the wall and a bell rings and I win a cigar. Blackout. The second part of the scene was the old knife-dropping routine. For a local gag finish, I dropped not a silver coffee pot but a miniature samovar. The first time I ran through my bits at the first rehearsal, the staff applauded the harp solo. They howled and clapped when the bubbles came out of the clarinet. But throughout the comedy scene, which I had worked on all night with my Russian straight man, they sat on their hands. When it was over, they smiled politely, nothing more. Oh no, I thought. Here we go again. The English-speaking writer who looked like Kaufman lumbered onto the stage. Your movements are extraordinary, he said, but please forgive us, we don't know the story. If I may say so, the point eludes us. Point, I said, there isn't any point. It's nothing but slapstick, you know, pure hokum. Yes, of course, he said like he understood, which he didn't at all. But may I ask why you were compelled to destroy the letters? Why did you drink the ink knowing it was ink? What was your motive for stealing the knives that belonged to the hotel? I was flabbergasted. I'd done these pieces of business hundreds of times, and this was the first time anybody had ever asked me why I did them. All I know, I said, is that if something gets a laugh, you do it again. That's all the reason you need, right? Now the Russian was puzzled. He said no. I said no. He said, forgive me. Perhaps it is different in your American theater. Here you must tell a story that answers the audience's questions or your performance will fail. Well, what the hell, it was them that had to cover the nut, not me. It was their crowd I had to play to. Okay, I said. If you think I need a script, cook one up. I'll go along with it. But remember, on the stage I don't talk. He gave me a big smile. My colleague and I will write the scene, he said. Don't be afraid, we won't change your part. We will simply give it a purpose. You understand, don't you? I said. Yeah, I understand, which I certainly did not. So the Russian writers, I called them George S. Kaufmansky and Maury Riskindov, cooked up a script. They didn't fool around with any of my stuff, as Kaufmansky had promised. What they did was add 3 extra parts, a doctor, a dame, and the dame's jealous husband. They made with the drama between my bits of business. What I had planned as 2 one-minute blackouts became a 10-minute 2-act play. My net working time was still 2 minutes. The rest of the time, while the actors declaimed, I froze, waiting for the director to throw me a cue to go into my next routine. I had no idea what the doctor, the dame, or the dame's husband were saying in Russian. I never did find out. When I asked Melakrino, she said, it is not important to you. When I asked George S. Kaufmansky, he shrugged, smiled, and changed the subject. It was weird, to say the least, to be the star in a play you didn't know the plot of or what a single line meant. The writers called the rest of the staff in for a run-through of their Moscow art version of Fun with Harpo. Here goes nothing, I said to myself. You just couldn't tinker with my kind of hokum without taking all the comedy out of it. But I'll be a son of a bitch if it didn't knock them out of their seats. It was the same way with the Full House, the night we opened for the public. While the supporting actors declaimed between comedy bits, nobody in the audience stirred. Nobody rattled a program or coughed. When the dramatic part was over, I could see the heads nodding out front and the eyes turning toward me. At this point, I only had to wiggle an eyebrow to bring the house down. That's how ready they were to laugh. I didn't give a damn what the plot was about. It was a comedian's dream. At the end of the show, the audience stood and clapped, and I lost count of how many curtain calls I took. The critic in Izvesture wrote that I received an unprecedented standing ovation, lasting 10 minutes. I wasn't timing them, but it seemed to me that the crowd never would quiet down and go home. Maybe they dreaded leaving the theater to face the icy streets in their drafty apartments, and figured as long as they kept applauding and I kept coming out for a bow, they could stay warm. No other success ever gave me quite the same satisfaction. Besides, it happened on my 40th birthday. What had been 2 weeks before a city on the other side of the moon was now my new hometown. I got a hell of a kick seeing the posters all over the main streets advertising the show, and recognizing my name in Russian print. It looked like this: Zapio map. The nearest I could come to pronouncing it from the way it looked was Exapno Mapcase. So I was Exapno Mapcase, the toast of Moscow. The show played for 6 weeks in Russia. We did 2 weeks in Moscow, a week in Leningrad, a week of one-night stands in smaller cities, and a final 2 weeks in Moscow. The variety acts that filled out the bill were changed each week along with the actors in my play, but 2 regulars stayed with me, the girl singer and the straight man. The straight man was no Groucho, but he spoke High German as well as I spoke Plattdeutsch, and we could communicate after a fashion. No matter where we played, the Russian audiences never let me down. The only times I let them down were when I refused to do a 3rd or 4th encore of Rose Marie. During the winter of 1933-34, everybody in Russia was singing Rose Marie, I Love You. The song had swept the country. Every act on every bill gave it a rendition. It was sung by baritones, for whom it was written, by male sopranos, and by female tenors, all of whom seemed to have mustaches and legs that would support a pool table. I got the chance to see a few other productions, on nights off and afternoons when I had no matinee. Soviet vaudeville was heavy on acrobats, wire walkers, Kazatsky dancers, jugglers, and trained animals. Actually, the People's Vaudeville was a watered-down stage version of the People's Circus. The circus was by far the most popular kind of entertainment. I managed to see 2 legitimate plays. One was a Chekhov production at the Moscow Art Theater, which I had a hard time following even with Melakrino's subtitles. The other was an anti-religious play called The 7th Regiment Goes to Heaven, which was staged like a Schubert extravaganza. I had no trouble following this one. The obscene characters they made out of saints and apostles turned my stomach and kept the rest of the audience in stitches from beginning to end. I have never been strictly religious, but the memory of this performance still makes me sick. After I became a hit, Melakrino was suddenly a lot more relaxed, and I could now go off by myself almost any time I wanted to. One day when there was no matinee, I ducked out and went looking for some kind of action. In front of a good-sized theater one I hadn't been in yet, there was an unusually long line of people. The line wasn't moving. No tickets were being sold. It had to be something sensational with this many people waiting for a chance to get in. Since the day I bought my outfit at the government store, I had become used to the idea that foreigners didn't stand in line. I went up to the box office and waved a $1 bill in the window. The cashier grabbed the buck and gave me a ticket. Valutai foreign currency worked like magic in Moscow. The house was packed and noisy. Most of the audience were standing or walking around, chatting, drinking, and eating. Others were sleeping or reading. I had apparently come in during the intermission. Yet the curtain was raised and the stage was lit. Oddest of all was the setting on the stage. There was a small table and a chair. On the table were 2 telephones and a bunch of knickknacks. Behind the table was a large, tilted mirror. It was the longest intermission I ever sat through. 15 minutes passed, 20 minutes, 25. Nobody seemed to mind waiting that long for the next act. Then a buzzer sounded. People damn near trampled each other to get back to their seats. In 30 seconds, the theater was silent as a tomb. Everybody was watching the empty stage. A boy, maybe 10 or 11 years old, walks out from the wings. He sits at the table. He picks up the receiver of one of the telephones. He listens for a while, then hangs up without saying anything. He moves one of the little props on the table. The joint is so quiet I can hear my wristwatch ticking. The boy moves another knick-knack. A guy comes out, walks to the footlights, announces something to the audience, and the joint goes wild. People jump to their feet. They yell and throw their hats in the air and embrace each other. The guy who made the announcement shakes hands with the boy, and the cheers are deafening. This is absolutely the craziest show I ever saw. Finally, it dawned on me what I had been watching: a chess match. The kid on the stage, I found out, had been playing the Polish chess champion and the Ukrainian champion by long-distance telephone. It was nice to know the home team won, but it would have been nicer if I could have gotten my dollar back. On the eve of his departure for Washington, the new Soviet ambassador to the United States, Alexander Troyanovsky, gave a dinner party for the American colony in Moscow. The date was November 30, and damned if he didn't feed us an old-fashioned Thanksgiving dinner. I must say a stuffed turkey with all the trimmings was a welcome relief from the endless caviar. Troyanovsky went to a lot of trouble to make certain the dinner would be the McCoy, down to the last detail. The detail that gave him the most trouble was celery. His research staff told him there had to be celery chopped into the stuffing and celery stalks as a relish, along with olives and sweet pickles. The staff had dredged up sweet potatoes, cranberries, and pumpkins. But they struck out on celery. As far as they could find out with the help of the Ministry of Agriculture, not a stalk of the stuff existed in the Soviet Union this late in the year. A diplomatic courier was dispatched on a special mission. His orders were to head west and keep on going west until he found a supply of fresh celery. He didn't find any until he got to Warsaw. He telephoned the Kremlin that he had the goods. At the border, he was met by an armed guard who hustled him onto a Red Army plane. At the Moscow airport, another guard hustled him off the plane and into a limousine. The celery arrived in the ambassador's kitchen in time to go into the stuffing. It was a fine dinner and a grand gesture. We had recognized the Russians for only 2 weeks, and already they were buddying it up with us like we were old allies. All this made the foreign newspaper guys hopeful that they could start digging for their own news in Russia, instead of sitting around waiting for handouts. They had no reason to doubt, yet, that the Reds would live up to the terms of their pact with the U.S. In the pact, they promised to encourage the exchange of ideas and information. They also pledged to refrain from propaganda against the policies or social order of the United States. The foreign correspondents rented an apartment in Moscow as a sort of cooperative clubhouse. That's where they spent most of their time, huddling by a feeble wall stove and playing poker, while they waited for the green light from the Kremlin that would permit them to get into Siberia. Siberia was the biggest mystery in all the mysterious Soviet. The Reds hinted it was a place of miracles, where factories, even whole cities, were carved out of ice and rock. The Westerners suspected otherwise, that Siberia was a continental prison camp, where 1 million political exiles were used as slaves. Ambassador Bullitt kept working at getting travel clearances for the reporters. The Kremlin kept promising they were coming through. But as far as I knew, no correspondent ever got to Siberia. I got into a poker game with them one night. My luck was good, but I came away a loser. We played for rubles, not dollars, and Russian paper currency was so thin it would disintegrate after being handled a few times. It was the first time I lost at poker due to the money wearing out. You could buy a lot of rubles for an American dollar, and if you spent them before they wore out, you could get some good bargains. Cablegrams were a good bargain. I sent cables back home to everybody I knew by the bushel at approximately 2 cents per wire. Some got through uncensored, some didn't. One which didn't get through at all was a cable to Wolcott. Have gone through toughest wicket, no longer dead on red. Everything buckety-buckety. Exapno map case. This must have kept the lights burning all through the night at the counter-spy department of the GPU. I finally got to see the inside of the Kremlin thanks to Duranty's pull. This was 20 years before the Kremlin was to compete with Disneyland for tourist dollars. The exhibits there of Tsarist treasures were fantastic. By comparison, the Hearst Ranch at San Simon was a collection of souvenirs from Atlantic City. In my wildest dreams, I couldn't have imagined such a display of riches. Crowns, jewelry, robes, coaches, all so dazzling they knocked your eye out. There was more wealth here by American standards than in the vaults of the Chase National Bank. By Soviet standards, it was worthless except as a bunch of trophies. Alias Exapno map case, I'm a headliner on the caviar circuit. Poster for a one-night stand out of Moscow, December 1933. A tender moment with Thelma Todd in the movie Horse Feathers. A most revealing scene in Animal. Crackers, little did we know when we filmed Duck Soup Left in Horse Feathers that we'd wind up featured on the Late Show. Div class equals illustipefulpag. Image innocent bystander watches Edgar Kennedy and small friend exchange slow burns in Monkey Business. Go West. Groucho, don't you love your brother? Chico, nah, I'm just used to him. Chorus left and property man in yellow jacket. My first venture into the legitimate theater, which came close to breaking up a beautiful friendship. Harpist and piano player compare notes at an Air Force base during the Korean War. I sit for Sal. Vador Dali, the result, one of the prizes in my art collection. Div class equals Capti. On 2 canvases from my do-it-yourself collection. The clown is one of my latest. I painted the accordion player during my early Chicago period, circa 1926, The Honeymooners. Susan and I in 1936, not long after our masquerade upstairs in the firehouse. The arrival of Billy makes us a family. He visits his old man on the set of the big store. Imgalt equals E9,781,617,744,365 I0061. JPG class equals caliber 1 SRC equals /images/000. 61 JPEG opposite page from north to south. Jimmy, Alex Minnie, above left to right between takes on a night in Casablanca. Uncle Chico, Alex, Uncle Crouch, Jimmy, Billy, and the proudest father in Hollywood. Holding Minnie. Christmas, 1947. It was so much fun we couldn't bear to take the lights down and kept on celebrating Christmas all through 1948. Family group, Beverly Hills. Jimmy is the little leaguer, Alex the Cub Scout, Minnie the brownie, Billy the sophisticated teenager. Mom's cool smirk is due to the fact that she knows damn well this is the first time I've ever seen the inside of an encyclopedia, and who am I trying to kid? Christmas, 1953. Mom says there is a Santa Claus, where seldom is heard a discouraging word. El Rancho Harpo, 1960. The Marxes from Jimmy left to Alex right in their livestock, 3 head of horses, 2 head of dogs, and 1 head of Siamese cat. And the world is mine. One of the Tsarina's robes, which swept to the floor in a train, was lined with ermine and covered solid with pearls. Thousands upon thousands of perfect pearls. One of the Tsar's coaches had solid gold wheels. It was lined inside with gold leaf and studded with pearls and emeralds. The walls of the Tsarina's bedroom in the summer palace were covered, every square inch of them, with icons. Another room was constructed of pure amber, nor walls and ceiling. Visitors had to put on slippers to enter it. According to the guide, the amber had been a present to the Tsar from the Kaiser. In return, the Tsar had sent the Kaiser 3 matched soldiers, magnificent specimens 6 feet 5 inches tall, for his personal use. How the Kaiser used them, the guide didn't make clear. In still another room I was surprised to see, in the midst of all the magnificence, snow blowing in through broken windows. The guide explained that street fighters had thrown rocks through these windows during the Revolution. He then pointed out what were to him the only precious pieces in the entire exhibit. On the carpet on the far side of the room lay the rocks the Bolsheviks had heaved. The rocks had not been touched since the day they had come crashing through the windows 16 years ago. So many contradictions, so many contrasts. The Russians were at the same time the warmest and the coldest people I'd ever met, the most serious and yet the easiest to amuse. During the show one Friday night, I was surprised to see one of the stagehands wearing a yarmulke. Remembering the anti-religious play I'd seen, I asked Melakrino to ask the stagehand if it was true there were no Shul's synagogues in Moscow. The guy looked at his feet, which were bound with strips of rags, and gave an embarrassed shrug. "These keep me warm enough," he said. I realized Melakrino had misunderstood me. She thought I'd said shoes. I corrected her and she rephrased the question. This time it was easier for the guy to answer. "It is true there are no Shuls," he said. "But there are no pogroms either." He wished me a good Sabbath, and I wished him the same. The day before the company took off for Leningrad, a stranger came to my hotel room. He'd seen the show, and he wanted to thank me personally for the pleasure I'd given him. The guy was unmistakably Russian. His clothes, just as unmistakably, were not. They had style and they fit him. The suit he was wearing, a dark worsted job with a narrow red stripe, seemed strangely familiar to me. I looked at the label over the inside pocket. Sure enough, the suit had been made by Benham, a theatrical tailor in New York City. Something about that suit rang another bell. What it was I couldn't dope out. I asked the guy, through Melakrino, how he came to be wearing clothes like this. "A distant relative had sent them from America," he said. I asked him what the relative's name was. He told me. It was Chico's mother-in-law. The suit with the red stripe had been mine. I remembered it now very clearly. I'd had it made by Benham during the run of Coconuts, and it had vanished one night from my dressing room. I hadn't reported the theft because I felt that whoever swiped it, whichever night watchman or janitor, needed it a lot more than I did. I had to come 7,000 miles from home, to the heart of Soviet Russia, to find out that Chico was still the same old Sharon-like Chico of 93rd Street, who could smell money through wallpaper. We took the day train from Moscow to Leningrad. This trip was like a dream to me. The landscape we passed through was a continuous, miraculous unfolding of scenes from Christmas cards. Against an unearthly white backdrop, miniature tableau flashed past the proscenium of my window. A horse pulling a droshk, the driver bundled in furs. A clump of pine trees hung with masses of icicles. A half-buried village with the red onion bulb of what used to be a church poking up out of the snowdrifts. Children, little furballs of children, skating on a frozen pond, the smoke from their open fire rising straight into the windless, pale gray sky. Thick snow began to fall, as if a curtain had been pulled to end the dream. I came back to reality. There was a giant samovar at the end of the car. Passengers were serving themselves glasses of steamy hot tea. I had a glass of tea, waiting hopefully for the snowstorm to stop. A guy came along renting radios. I took one. I put on the earphones. All I heard was the clacking of the train wheels. It continued to snow. I went to sleep with the clacking earphones on. I woke up when the attendant came by to pick up the radio. It was dark. Melakrino said we were coming into Leningrad. Compared to Moscow, Leningrad was a picture book city. It was a city of bridges, palaces, cathedrals, and monuments, crisscrossed with frozen rivers and canals. Exactly the kind of place you expected to arrive at after a trip through a Christmas landscape. I didn't see any slums in Leningrad, but then I didn't have much time for sightseeing. My advance men, Duranty and Lyons, had spread the word that I was one of Litvinov's personal projects, and I was wined and dined, well, tea'd and caviared all over the place. I did get to spend an afternoon in the Winter Palace, which was the scene of the beginning of the revolution back on November 7, 1917. One wing of the palace had been turned into an art museum. I wasn't prepared for the paintings I saw in this museum. I saw Raphael's, Titian's, Da Vinci's, Botticelli's, Rembrandt's, and an amazing collection of French Impressionists. I couldn't help comparing the exhibit here with what I had seen in the Kremlin. All the time the rest of Europe was producing immortal works of art, the czars of Russia had apparently been too busy hustling themselves solid gold coaches to patronize any artists except the icon makers. Most of the icons I saw were pretty gruesome. So, in a different way, were most of the modern Soviet paintings. Maybe there wasn't a moral here at all, just the sad truth that the Russians were lousy painters. We barnstormed out of Leningrad, playing towns like Novgorod, Malaya Vishera, Vishny Volochysk, and Kalinin. This was the rough equivalent of making the midwinter swing from Fargo to Spokane on the Panage's time. I say rough because it was even colder than Montana ever was, and I never saw a single pool room. The audiences couldn't have been warmer, however. I got a tremendous satisfaction out of going into the hinterlands of the Soviet Union, where no Marx Brothers picture had ever played, where, in fact, nobody had ever heard of any non-Russian Marx except Karl, and scoring a hit. It was also satisfying to discover that in small towns I could cash United Cigar Store coupons, which I had a supply of in my prop trunk, for rubles at the dollar rate of exchange. Still, it was good to get back to Moscow. BR class equals tit. LePage / it was a triumphant return. The house was sold out for every performance of my second stand in Moscow. I could do no wrong. I got so cocky I refused to play Rose Marie. After the curtain came down on the last scheduled performance, the audience wouldn't let me go until I played 6 encores. It was late when I got to the hotel that night. There was a message for me. Please telephone Mr. Litvinov. Urgent. Mr. Litvinov, when I called, said he owed me an apology. He was delighted to have seen me so many times socially, but he was deeply disappointed that he hadn't once been able to see me perform. The pressures of his office had been simply overwhelming. This I knew. Every time I'd been with the Litvinovs at tea or lunch or some reception, he'd gotten a call from the Kremlin and had to duck out. Stalin kept the craziest hours of any boss a guy ever worked for. Litvinov said he'd like to ask a tremendous favor of me. Could I put on an extra performance tomorrow night? Nothing could stop him from seeing it. Please don't misunderstand me, he said. This is not a command performance. It is a humble personal request. I told him I'd be honored to, as long as it was okay with the rest of the company. He laughed. For the rest of the company, he said, it will be, I'm afraid, a command performance. At curtain time the next night, there was one empty seat in the house. The guest of honors, we waited. Then Ivy Lee Litvinov sent a note backstage from her box telling us to go ahead. Her husband had been called to the premier's office, she explained, but he would be in the theater in a few minutes. We did the first half of the show. At intermission time, Mr. Litvinov still hadn't shown up. We waited. The audience, as Russians were apt to do whenever there was a delay in a theater, turned the intermission into a party. They walked around in small groups, gossiping and arguing, drinking tea and vodka and eating snacks. After an hour passed, Litvinov appeared in his box, smiling and making apologetic gestures. The audience cheered him and went quickly to their seats. It was the best house I had yet played to in Russia. I think I gave them their money's worth. I couldn't tell from the stage, however, whether the foreign minister was enjoying the performance or not. When I came out for my first encore, my heart sank. The guest of honor's box was empty. Litvinov was gone, and so was his wife. I attacked the harp without much enthusiasm. When I finished the piece, I noticed there was something peculiar about the audience. They were applauding, but they weren't looking at me. They were looking at Comrade Maxim Litvinov. He was standing on stage just behind me. He came over to me, put an arm on my shoulder, and made a brief speech in Russian. Then he turned to me and said, "You have given us precious moments of pleasure, Harpo. We shall be forever indebted to you, on behalf of the USS. Lar. I thank you." He held forth his hand. I shook it. A cascade of steel knives tumbled out of his sleeve and clanked to the stage. The audience exploded with one great shriek. It was the biggest laugh this bit ever got. The only time I ever played the straight man, I got my biggest laugh. And my comic was the foreign minister of the Soviet Union. On the morning of my last day in Moscow, Walter Duranty telephoned to ask if I would please meet him at the embassy. The ambassador would like to say goodbye to me. In Mr. Bullett's private office, the three of us drank coffee, good American coffee, and talked about this and that. At one point, Bullitt said casually, "Harpo, could you do me a favor? I'd like these delivered back to the States in person." He held up a thin packet of letters tied with string. I said I'd be glad to. I reached for the letters. Bullitt didn't let me have them. "It's not as simple as you might think," he said. "This packet must get to New York undetected. No one must know you have it. It will be strapped to your leg under your sock. You still want to do it?" Sure, I still did. Why not? Nobody would ever suspect me of being a diplomatic courier. Exactly why he was asking me to do this little service, Bullitt said. "So who do you want it delivered to?" I asked, and he said I didn't have to worry about that. I would be contacted as soon as I got home. "Okay," I said, "strap me up." We bound the packet to the inside of my right leg and secured the straps with adhesive tape. "Just forget you're carrying it," said the ambassador. "Except," he added, "when you go in the shower." He thanked me, wished me bon voyage, and we said goodbye. Durante dropped me off at the hotel. Melacrino was waiting in the corridor outside my room. Boy, oh boy, I thought. Wouldn't she pop her cork off if she knew that I was now a secret agent tool? "Honey," I said, "I forgot to tell you something. I'm also a spy. I'm smuggling the designs for the Ford tractor out of Russia." She closed her eyes and nodded her head. "That is a joke," she said, and I agreed. It wasn't very good, but it was a joke. Melacrino took off her overcoat, her galoshes, her caracol hat, and her glasses and sat to watch me finish packing. It was the coziest she had ever been with me. I gave her a big, dirty wink. She quickly put her glasses on, and that was the end of our intimate affair. She watched intently while I packed the presents I'd bought to take home. It was quite a haul: several pairs of black leather gloves, replicas of the Tsarina's crest, silver tea glass holders, teaspoons and cigarette cases, icons, chess sets, peasant embroideries, carving sets with ivory handles, fur hats, and fur-lined boots. I felt guilty. I hadn't bought a thing for Melacrino. "Hey, spy," I said, "I want you to have something for a souvenir. What would you like? Anything in the trunk, you name it." She shook her head. "I have everything I shall ever want," she said. "I cannot accept gifts, thank you." She got up and ran her fingers caressingly down the wall of the hotel room. "You see," she said, "this is as much mine as anybody else's. This is my gift." She said it with defiance, yet she sounded wistful too and gave herself away. Tomorrow, when I was gone, she'd be back in her chilly flat and back in the routine of whatever dreary office she worked out of. No more luxuries of the Hotel National, limousines, diplomatic receptions, trips to Leningrad, or backstage chats with big shots from the Kremlin. I closed the trunk. Melacrino put on her hat, overcoat, and galoshes and shook hands with me. She had apparently completed her mental inventory of everything I was taking back, the details for her final report. Beyond this, she had nothing further to do. "Goodbye, Mr. Marx," she said. "Das Vidania, honey," I said, and she said, "It has been a great number of laughs." I closed my eyes and nodded, and she marched out of the room to her next assignment. That afternoon, Eugene Lyons and his wife came to say goodbye. They insisted on driving me over to Pushkin Square and having me do the knife-dropping bit by the statue of Pushkin. Then, for the Soviet cameramen, I stuffed knives up the sleeves of the statue, and they photographed Pushkin doing my act. Later, Durante and a guy from the embassy came to take me to the train. The harp in the trunk had gone on ahead, lugged out of the hotel room by the usual platoon of squatty women wearing babushkas and surplus uniforms from the army of Genghis Khan. In the station, Durante said it might amuse me to know that the Izvestia critic who reviewed my Moscow opening had just been executed for a crime against the state. But he hadn't been shot for raving about my decadent bourgeois comedy. He'd been shot for making an illegal exchange of rubles and valutai, until Durante told me that I had actually forgotten about the packet of letters strapped to my right leg. Now it felt like a manacle. When the Poland Express pulled out of the station, I was thinking of nothing else. So I really had had a close shave at the border. That night I entered Russia. I was clutched by a sudden chill. What if Lowbrow and his crew were on duty when I crossed over on the way out, and they recognized me? Suppose they gave me a working over just for old time's sake. What would happen when they found what was hidden on me? God almighty, what had Wolcott got me into? I could hear myself saying to Melacrino 8 hours earlier, "Yeah, it's a joke, honey, some joke." I was scared. I was so scared I fell asleep and slept through the dinner hour. The next thing I heard was a gruff voice saying, "Marx, Tovarich Marx." I opened my eyes. It was daylight. The train was stopped. The voice belonged to a red soldier of the border guard. I recognized him from 2 months ago, and he recognized me. He jerked his head to signify I should come with him. I put on my coat and hat, took down my suitcase, and followed him off the train. By this time, most of the other passengers were lined up by the inspection station, waiting to have their papers checked. I asked the guard in pantomime if I hadn't better get on line. He told me in the same language, no. He led me into the station. There, waiting for me, was my old friend Colonel Lowbrow. "Your passport, please," he said through his interpreter. I handed over my passport. Lowbrow gave it to a soldier who disappeared with it. The colonel said, "Please come with me to headquarters." I couldn't think straight. I may have walked straight, but I felt like a seasick unicyclist condemned to ride the deck of a ship in a storm. We came to headquarters. Lowbrow opened the door and motioned me to go in. I went in. Waiting for me, standing in the middle of the office, was a red officer who must have been at least a field marshal, a beefy guy decorated with an equal number of scars and stars. He was squinting hard at me and grinding his teeth. I said, "Any of you fellows know any verses to Peasy Wheezy?" The general looked at the colonel. The colonel looked at the interpreter. The interpreter said, "Please." I didn't answer him. I couldn't. The general broke into a diabolical grin, which with all the scars on his face looked like a map of the Rock Island Railroad. He grunted and waved toward a table on the other side of the office. On the table, around a hot samovar, were bottles of wine and vodka, stacks of bread, pots of sour cream, and platters of caviar, herring, sausages, pickles, and piroshki. The general issued an order. "Eat," he said, "it's your last chance." In Poland, they eat like pigs. With no further ado, the general obeyed his own order. That's why he'd been grinding his teeth. He couldn't wait. In 15 minutes he had consumed half the goodies on the table, washed down with half a bottle of vodka. I didn't do too badly either, having missed dinner on the train. Colonel Lowbrow reassured me while I was eating that my papers and baggage were being processed by his men. An honored guest of the Soviet Union, he said, must not be permitted to wait in line. When 3 other officers came into headquarters, they were surprised to see me there. The colonel set them straight on who I was. I could recognize the words Tovarich Marx and Tovarich Litvinov. Name dropper. A soldier brought in my papers and the interpreter said, "It's train time, please." The general licked sour cream off his fingers and waved me goodbye. The other officers crunched my hand one by one and I was escorted over to the Warsaw Express. I was stuffed and groggy when I plopped onto my seat. I had nothing to be scared of now, I told myself, but a delayed reaction set in and I began to shake. Knowing no other cure for my condition, I shook myself to sleep. If the trip from Moscow to Leningrad had been a dream, the trip from Moscow to New York was a nightmare, every kilometer of the way. I had originally planned to stop over in Paris for a week or so, then hop over to London to meet Chico, who was due there in the middle of January to do a series of appearances. My secret mission changed my plans considerably. I stopped only when I absolutely had to, and for no longer than it took to change trains. I was so conscious of what I was carrying under my sock that I favored my right leg, without thinking, and I caught myself walking with a limp. I'd always been an inconspicuous type guy off stage, but now people seemed to stare at me as if I had forgotten to put my pants on. It was amazing how many counter-espionage agents I could identify by their dark looks and shifty movements on trains and in stations. I must have spotted altogether 600 agents, give or take half a dozen. The most dangerous ones I knew were not the dark and shifty characters, they were too obvious. The ones to watch were the characters like the guy who rushed up to me between trains, slapped me on the back and said, "Hey boy, am I glad to see another Yankee Doodle dandy, are you comin' or goin'?" I was going. I got away from him fast. Pretty clever trying to throw me off my guard like that, but not old Mapcase. I was onto his game. The ocean crossing took 7 days according to the records of the French line. According to me, it took 7 months. I laid down a strict rule when the boat left Le Havre. I must leave the stateroom only to eat and for no other reason. But after the second day out, I overruled myself. It was a choice of getting caught or going stir-crazy. For 2 days, I did nothing except play solitaire and make bets with myself on how long it would be before the ship hit another big wave. When I found myself checking the papers on my leg every time I turned up a face card, I knew I was going nuts. I got to brooding about those 8 weeks in Russia. Even after I had become a local celebrity in Moscow, I couldn't shake off the awful feeling, it hits you in the pit of the stomach, that I was being watched wherever I went by eyes I couldn't see. I never not for a minute felt I was really alone. I was a stranger who had stumbled into a deadly conspiracy, who had to be kept from finding out what the plot was all about. The worst part of it was knowing that, if I wasn't within hollering distance of the American embassy, I had nobody to turn to for help. I couldn't call a cop or a lawyer or complain to the government or appeal to the guys I was working with. They were all part of the plot, every last one of them. The actors as much as everybody in the audience. The charming Litvinovs as much as the unsmiling Melakrino and the scar-faced general at the border. The devout Jewish stagehand as much as Comrade Stalin. What tipped me off to the Russians were the things I admired them for at first. Their ability to concentrate, their frank curiosity, their enthusiasm in the theater, their capacity for hard work, their respect for regulations. Wonderful qualities, but deadly because I did not come across. Among the thousands of Russians I saw, one screwball, one crackpot, one wise guy, one loafer, or one sorehead. I never saw anybody do anything just for the hell of it. I never saw anybody pull a spontaneous gag. Like George S. Kaufmansky had said, a bit wasn't funny merely because it got a laugh. It had to have a reason to be truly funny. Well, the Soviets were too wound up with reasons to suit me. It was a shame they couldn't have gotten the job of the revolution done and still had a few kicks along the way. What Moscow needed was one big hotfoot, just for no reason at all. It was only during my last few days there that I began to make any sense out of the impression Russia had made on me. The more I thought about it, the worse the feeling in the pit of my stomach got. I knew it wouldn't go away until I got to the Polish border and breathed the fresh, free air of the Western world again. Then came the meeting in Ambassador Bullitt's office. And here I was, 4 days out of New York City, an American citizen on a friendly French boat, locked in my stateroom and acting like a fugitive lunatic. This was ridiculous. I was making myself all the more conspicuous by hiding out. It was a smooth crossing for winter. There was a congenial crowd on board. So what was the famous fun-loving harp player locking himself in his stateroom for? I let myself out. I decided to play it nonchalant. I should mix it up, circulate, roam the ship and case the broads like I was any old spy named Joe. I played a few rubbers of bridge, talked to elderly couples who looked trustworthy, and cased the broads. There wasn't so much to this cloak and dagger business, I told myself, once you got the hang of it. The main thing was to act like you didn't have a worry in the world. Still, I slept with my socks on and took showers with my right foot sticking out of the bath compartment, standing like a ballet dancer with the gout. The voyage dragged on and on. The waves got farther apart and the ship's clock slowed down. I couldn't sit still long enough to play a hand of bridge. I circulated, I roamed, I fidgeted. The stewards and the waiters and the bartenders were growing darker and shiftier by the minute. I began to wonder about the elderly couples in the library. They were the ones to watch, trying to throw me off my guard. 24 hours to go, 12 hours, time to change to city clothes and pack my suitcase. Time to make a final check of the straps around the packet. Might get jostled getting off the boat or in customs. There was a knock on the stateroom door. I tried to pull my pants leg down the same time I jumped to my feet and I fell flat on my face. I missed busting my nose on the edge of a chair by an inch. It was only the steward. 1 hour from docking, he said. God bless you, said I. A lot of corny lines had been written about the grand old lady of New York Harbor and what the sight of her meant to a traveler returning home. Now I knew how true they were. When I saw the Statue of Liberty out of the porthole, I couldn't think of anything corny enough to say to her. She may have been nothing to seagulls and pigeons but a big green latrine and nothing but a menace to ferryboat captains, but to me she was the most beautiful broad in the world. In 35 minutes we'd be tied up at Pier 88. Somebody knocked at my door. It wasn't the steward's polite rapping. This was a solid belt that said, "Open up or else." I didn't have to open up. The door was flung open. 2 hulking, stony-faced bruisers came in the stateroom, slammed the door behind them, and turned the lock. I hadn't seen either of these guys at any time during the voyage. They were dressed for going ashore and carried their hats and overcoats. One of them carried a black briefcase. They both wore suits with padded shoulders, plenty bulky enough to conceal holsters and pistols. They stood there for a minute or so without speaking, towering over me, glaring at me, waiting until they were sure nobody had followed them. The one with the briefcase said in perfect English, "Marx, you have something we want. You probably have it strapped to yourself somewhere under your clothing. You will be good enough to remove it and hand it over." "Well, exapno mapcase," I said to myself. "You gave it a try, but you didn't make it. The jig is up." Then the guys took out their wallets, flipped them open, and showed me their identification. They were agents of the Secret Service. The United States Secret Service. I pulled up my pants, ripped off the tape, unwound the straps, handed over the dispatches from Ambassador Bullitt, and gave my leg its first scratch in 10 days. It was a beautiful scratch, sheer ecstasy. It was all the reward I wanted for what I had done. When the ship tied up at the pier, it was announced over the loud speakers that there would be a short delay before passengers could debark. I was the only passenger who knew the reason for the delay. It was to allow me to be the first to go ashore. The ship's officers saluted me as I stepped off the boat. I walked down the gangplank, followed by the 2 agents. I turned and waved back at the passengers crowded against the rail. Without knowing why, they applauded me. What a finish. The agents led me straight through customs, stopping only to flash their wallets and to explain that Mr. Marx's baggage was tagged for diplomatic priority. Now I was even more ecstatic, on account of my trunk was full of illegal rubles and hot icons. On the pier on the free side of the customs barrier were Gummo and his wife and Alec Woolcott. When the Secret Service boys saw I had friends waiting, they shook hands with me and said, "Sure appreciate this, and glad it didn't put you out any," and then ran down the pier toward the street. Alec was so glad to see me and so stunned by the way I had been escorted off the boat that he couldn't speak. He waggled his head and grinned and held up his hands and puffed with pride. Gummo and Helen hugged me and kissed me. It was a wonderful homecoming. Now I could say it and mean it. It had also been a wonderful trip. Only one thing, was missing to make the triumph complete. I was a secret agent who didn't know what his secret was. I had no idea whatsoever what might have been in the envelopes I had carried strapped to my leg, all the way from the other side of the moon. I still don't know, I never will, of course. Chapter 19. The Abo under the blanket. Ms. Flatto, rest her soul, had died while I was in Russia. Alec was heartbroken, but I felt it was merciful that we never had a chance to meet again and relive those exasperating days of PS 86. As it was, Miss Flatto was able to pass peacefully on, blessed with happier memories. The day I got back, I took a suite in a hotel on Central Park West, dumped my loot there, and went with Woolcott to have dinner with as many of the mob as he could round up. Waiting for us in the restaurant were Adams, Brown, Benchley, and Dorothy Parker. A little later, George Kaufman came in. He was carrying a newspaper clipping, and he had a mean and sour look about him. When I started to greet him, Kaufman put a finger to his lips and shushed me. He sat down, laid the clipping on the table, swatted it with the flat of his hand, and took out his watch. I could only see the headline on the story. Harpo Marx scores BIGHIT in Moscow. First American popular artist to entertain Soviets, receives 10-minute standing ovation every time I tried to speak. Kaufman shook his head and held up a hand to stop me. Otherwise, he sat perfectly still, glowering at his watch. The others were as puzzled as I, and the table went quiet. The waiter brought drinks. Woolcott told him we weren't ready to order yet. Time passed. The waiter came back. Woolcott said we still weren't ready. Kaufman hadn't moved. I said, "George." He silenced me with his hand. Around us, other diners finished eating and left, and new customers took their places. Kaufman was still in a trance, as if he was hypnotized by his watch. After what seemed like an hour, he put the watch in his pocket, turned to me and said, "That was 10 minutes, Marx. The Russians applauded you for 10 minutes, eh?" He snorted, took the clipping, got up from the table, and left the restaurant. It was gratifying to see that my friends were so proud of my newest success. Benchley also gave me the business that night in a sneakier way. We were sitting around having coffee when Benchley cringed at the sight of a luscious blonde who was heading his way. The girl was on the make for him and made no bones about it. He tried to shake her off, but she stuck to him like flypaper, to the vast amusement of Woolcott. Then Benchley said, "I'd like you to meet my idol, dear, the famous Harpo Marx," and the next thing I knew, Benchley had beat it and the blonde was stuck to me like flypaper. Well, frankly, I saw nothing to cringe about. After 8 weeks of looking at dames with mustaches and pool table legs, my resistance was pretty low. I asked the girl if she'd like to come up to my place for a nightcap. She said she'd love to. Alec beamed with approval. Normally, he would have been furious at my breaking up a party to run off with a nitwit broad. Something was cooking. There was a smirk behind Woolcott's smile, but that didn't slow me up. I'd been away too long. I left with the blonde. When we got to my hotel suite, the blonde acted like she'd also been away too long. "Mind if I make myself comfortable?" she said. I said, "Go right ahead." She did. In 5 seconds flat, she slid off her coat, unzipped her dress, and pulled off her slip. She wore nothing under her slip. I undertook to get equally comfortable. I didn't get very far. The blonde dame was looking at me strangely. I then saw she was gripping something in her hand. It was a small penknife. The blade was open and it was pointing toward me. I grabbed her wrist, broke her grip, and took the knife away from her. She started to cry. "Please," she said, "can't I just scratch you a little?" I'd heard of dames like this, but I'd never been exposed to one before. I made a quick tour of the suite and picked up every weapon in sight. A bottle opener, a letter opener, a nail file, a pair of nail scissors, even the hotel key. When the blonde saw what I was doing, she made a lunge for me, her fingers hooked like the talons of a hawk, and ripped open the front of my shirt. I ran into the bedroom and locked the door. I had an idea. I undressed. I slathered myself from head to foot with hair oil so the blonde couldn't possibly, I thought, get a grip on me. I came out of the bedroom a greased pig with a bathrobe on. I had thought wrong. The blonde gouged me good right through the hair oil. I retreated back to the bedroom. She started pounding on the door for me to come out and give her some fun, just a little fun. She wouldn't give up. I wouldn't give up either. I got another idea. I opened my trunk and got out the outfit I'd bought in Moscow and put it on. When I opened the bedroom door, the blonde gawked at me, groaned, and stopped crying. I then gawked at myself in the mirror on the door, and all desire flew out the window. Hair oil was oozing from under my caracol hat, running down my face and onto the collar of my fur coat. The fur coat hung down to the ankles of my fur galoshes. It was a very funny sight. Wallowing like a bear on snowshoes, I went over and sat beside the naked blonde on the sofa. She didn't say a word. She just stared at the impenetrable fur that covered me and wistfully flexed her fingers. "Listen, honey," I said, "why don't you get dressed and go home?" She stared at the fur a while longer, then shrugged and said, "All right." In 5 seconds flat, she pulled on her slip, zipped up her dress, put on her coat, and walked out of the suite. What the hell, I said to myself. If nothing else, it was nice to know that my old act worked just as well backwards as forwards, picking up cutlery instead of dropping it. The old mob was still full of hanky-panky after all these years, but their gags were fewer and farther between. They weren't the same crazy katzenjammers of the 1920. They had changed along with the times. 7 or 8 years ago, we would have wound up an all-night party in Alex's apartment arguing about croquet or the stock market, or making up wild puns and nasty menus. Now we wound up talking I still listened about the NRA, the CCC, FDR's last fireside chat, and Fiorello LaGuardia, the new mayor of New York. Sooner or later, Adolf Hitler entered every conversation, which killed it, and everybody went home wrapped up in his own depressing thoughts. The first night this happened, it got me thinking of what I had seen in Hamburg. I saw again those poor frightened bastards staring out of windows with the Star of David painted on them, and I went home and threw up. Wolcott, of course, had appropriated all rights to the story of my trip to Russia. He kept calling me up and ordering me to join him at lunch, at cocktails, or at some party. If I didn't feel like going out, he'd say, "But you must come. I'm with people who still haven't heard the adventures of Harpo in Sovietland." As soon as I got to wherever he was, he'd launch into the story. I never got a chance to get a word in. I would have gotten tired of hearing it, but the story got better every time around. It was after one of these sessions that I weighed myself in a penny arcade and my fortune card read, "You talk too much. Remember, silence is golden." I was in no hurry to get back to the coast. With FPA, I went to Philadelphia to catch the out-of-town opening of Dodsworth, which Sidney Howard had adapted from the Sinclair Lewis novel. Max Gordon, Groucho's old investment counselor, was the producer, and I watched the opening performance from the back of the house with Max. As producers have always done and always will do during an out-of-town tryout, Max paced back and forth during the whole show, sweating out each line and each piece of business, and trying to read the audience's mind. Every few minutes he'd stop, look sharply toward the stage, then write something on a slip of paper. Memos like this, I knew, were on-the-spot decisions that could make a success out of a tottering wreck of a play. By the third act, his pockets were bulging with them. When the final curtain came down, Max ran for the stage door. One of the little slips fell out of his pocket. I picked it up to take back to Max, and I couldn't resist reading it. Who knew? This might be the single stroke of theatrical genius that would give Broadway its newest hit. The memo said, "Send shirts to laundry." When I returned to New York, there was a cablegram waiting for me. It was from Chico, who was still in England. His message was desperate, dying for sports news. "Can't get results here, please send papers." I devoted the rest of the day to fulfilling Chico's desperate request. I scoured the city and bought copies of the London Times, London Observer, Manchester Guardian, and the Scotsman. In each paper I underlined scores of association football, rugby, and cricket matches, and shipped the whole batch off to Chico. I cabled him that the papers were on their way with the latest results, and wished him the best of luck. Suddenly, I was in a hurry to get back to the coast. Our next picture commitment at Paramount was several months off, and I had no professional reason for being in Hollywood, but I was itchy and restless. New York was no longer a great place in which to do nothing. People were hopeful, but the depression still hung over the city, and it was a raw, runny-nosed winter. When I heard myself griping about the weather, I became acutely aware of being a transient in New York, a displaced Californian. Everybody was busy except me. I went home. The Garden of Allah, after the snows of Moscow, the sleet of the North Atlantic, and the slush of New York City, seemed more like the Garden of Eden. The sun was an old friend I hadn't seen for 5 months. The miniature Black Sea was crawling with gorgeous broads. Even the palm trees were beautiful. Daytimes, I spent hours without interruption at the harp, getting back in shape. Nighttimes, I spent hours on the town, a hot Hollywood sport in cream-colored suit and rakish skimmer, swinging a cane, getting a few other techniques back in shape. I joined the Hillcrest Country Club and shot at least 45 holes of golf per week. I rented a beach house, laid out a wooden floor for a badminton court, and enclosed it with a wall to keep the wind out. Charlie Lederer was a regular weekender at the beach house, along with Sam Goldwyn, Walter Wanger, and John Gilbert. When it got too dark for badminton, we moved inside for bridge or backgammon. But damn it, I was still itchy and restless. Something was wrong with this picture. It came to me what was wrong. I had been cooped up too many years in hotel rooms, staterooms, apartments, and bungalows. The happiest days I could remember were when I lived in the rambling clubhouse on Neshobe Island and in the Villa Galinan on the Riviera. I might be a bachelor, but bachelor quarters were not for me. I was a houseman, a big houseman. I rented a furnished mansion that belonged to a retired queen of the silent screen in Beverly Hills. It was a tremendous place. All my worldly possessions, harp and case included, fit into the hall closet with plenty of space to spare. There must have been 20 rooms in the house. I never knew how many for sure. Every time I set off to count them, I either got lost, my sense of direction never was very good, or I got tired and decided to finish counting some other time, then forgot to mark my place. It was after his first visit to my new joint that George Bums warned the boys at Hillcrest, "Don't go to Harpo Marx's without an Indian guide." Somebody played the straight man and asked why not. "I'm at Harpo's the other night," says George. I ask him where the can is. He says, "Follow me." I know a shortcut. Not knowing any better, I follow him. By the time he gets me there, I need a change of clothes already. But George had to admit that once there, it was worth the trip. In the master bathroom, the John sat on a raised marble base, like a Roman throne. Hanging next to it on a silver chain was a silver-plated police whistle. The queen who had built the house had a morbid fear of prowlers, and she was always hearing prowlers when she was least prepared to cope with them. Bums had other ideas about what the whistle was for, but they cannot be printed. The grounds were spacious and beautiful, and there was a huge swimming pool arched over by a graceful Japanese bridge. I went on a spree redoing the joint to my taste. I stocked it with cats, dogs, birds, tropical plants, and a pool table. I hired a gardener, a cook, 2 maids, and a butler. I was now prepared to undertake a brand new role, host. It wasn't hard enticing guests to come to my dinners and parties. After operating for 10 years as a mooching bachelor, I was in a position at last to pay at least some interest on all the hospitality I had enjoyed. People I had known took immediate advantage of this, and so did a lot of people I had never met before. It was open season on Harpo. There was never an empty guest room. There was never a moment of silence. Something was going on at any given time. Around the clock, harp, piano, badminton, swimming, arguing, eating, bridge, backgammon, poker, pool, or any of several more intimate types of action. For wayfarers from the East like Sam Bayman, Sam Harris, Moss Hart, Max Gordon, Alice Miller, Ruth Gordon, Dorothy Parker, and the George Kaufmans, my house was the Beverly Hills Algonquin, always good for night's lodging, a hot meal, a spot of talk, and a game of chance. For immigrants like Charlie Lederer, Charlie Brackett, Ben Hecht, and the Gershwin brothers, it was a clearinghouse for news from the old country New York City. For Burns, Benny, Jolson, Holtz, Cantor, Jessel, and the Ritz brothers, it was a combination retreat for retired vaudevillians and Hillcrest Annex. To me, it was a nifty hangout. It was the first hangout I ever had that I didn't have to take a cab home from. Before I knew what was happening, my joint changed from a nifty hangout to a snooty resort. I became a fad, a social lion, which was the last thing I had in mind. I detested snobs as much as I detested publicity hounds. Well, I wanted a house. I had asked for it. Actually, the guest who would have been most welcome of all never showed up. Alec was now the town crier on radio, sponsored by Cream of Wheat, and between broadcasts he rode the lecture circuit. When I wrote him to get his Pratt out to Los Angeles, he replied with a carbon copy of his schedule for the first half of the following month. After listing 2 broadcasts and 8 lectures in 10 days, the schedule wound up with 14th lecture Toledo, 15th lecture Detroit, 17th broadcast from Chicago, 18th death of Mr. Woolcott as thousands cheer, 19th dancing in the streets, half holidays in all the schools, bank moratorium, 20th burial at sea. Acting in Duck Soup, our last picture for Paramount, was the hardest job I ever did. It was the only time I can remember that I worried about turning in a bad performance. The trouble was not with the working hours, the script, the director, or the falls I had to take. I never used a stuntman or a double. The trouble was Adolf Hitler. His speeches were being rebroadcast in America. Somebody had a radio on the set, and twice we suspended shooting to listen to him scream. Hindenburg had died. Hitler was now absolute dictator of Germany. He threatened to scrap the Versailles Treaty and create a German navy and air force. He threatened to grab off Austria and part of Czechoslovakia. He threatened to go beyond the boycott and revoke the citizenship of all Jews. I never knew until then what the emotion of pure anger was like, how it felt to be sore enough to want to hit somebody in cold blood. A lot of people I knew were shocked that I was so shocked. Nothing would really come of the dictator's threats, they said. He was all bluff and hot air. His act was nothing more than a bad imitation of that other comic, Mussolini. I knew better. I had seen faces, those faces in Germany, that most other people had not seen. And now I remembered, I had been tipped off even earlier than that. It was Sam Harris, sweet, gentle Sam, who had opened my eyes to this evil thing festering in Germany before I sailed for Hamburg in the fall of '33. Sam had been reading the news from there, every word of it in every paper he could get hold of, and he had come to a conclusion. Harpo, he said, that Hitler is not a very nice fellow. It was the most vicious thing I had ever heard Sam say about another living person. Things got quieter in my house of the Silver Whistle. I got firm and stopped inviting everybody who invited me to invite them. Open house was okay for holidays, but not 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The peace was wonderful. It was wonderful to have some privacy again. But I didn't expect it to last, and it didn't. The peace was broken by the strangest young man to enter my life since the day Seymour Mintz came skittering on a bias down 93rd Street, looking for a new partner. One evening during a small dinner party for 7 or 8 people, the butler told me I was wanted on the phone. He didn't catch the gentleman's name, he said, but it was apparently a matter of great urgency. I picked up the phone and said, as I always do, "Yeah." A voice I had never heard before, a raspy, nasal, mumbly voice that sounded like somebody playing an oboe under a blanket, said, "Harpo, I'm coming over." "Who the hell is this?" "This is Oscar Levant is who the hell this is, I'm coming over." "Now, Oscar who? Levant, you musical illiterate." "Oh yeah, I've heard George and Ira speak of you. Well, good luck on your next concert." "I don't play concerts, so how do I get to your place from here?" "Look, Benson, whatever your name is. I'm sorry, but I have guests. We're in the middle of dinner." "That's all right, don't wait for me. I've eaten already." "Look, why don't you call up the Gershwins? That's where I'm calling from. George and Ira are out on a heavy date playing ping pong and I'm here alone, so I'll see you in 5 minutes." "Look, maybe tomorrow, huh? How about it? You free tomorrow? All 3 of you come over, lunch, dinner, you name it." "I told you I have guests tonight, a party." There was a pause, then an anguished wail unwound out of the phone receiver. "Look, you son of a bitch, you can't leave me here alone." I knew I wasn't going to stop him. All right, I said. "Come have a cup of coffee with us." Oscar was there in 5 minutes. He had a cup of coffee and then decided to stay a while longer. He stayed for 1 year and 1 month. I was too slow on the trigger and too soft in the heart. I knew more about Oscar than he knew I did. I'd been briefed about him by the Gershwins and by the Kaufmans too. Oscar idolized George Gershwin. For years he had been tagging after him like a kid brother. He carried his music for him and turned the pages for him when he practiced. And for years Gershwin was the only composer Oscar himself would play. Back in New York, Ira and George had lived in a double penthouse on Riverside Drive. Oscar, without being invited, decided he should board with them. For 10 months he didn't miss a meal. Then one night that fall he jumped up from the table in the middle of dinner and said, "Hate to eat and run, but you'll have to excuse me." With that he bolted out of the penthouse and the Gershwins didn't see him or hear from him until sometime in the middle of winter. Not long afterward, the George Kaufmans acquired him. Oscar turned up at their Bucks County place uninvited, of course, for a weekend. Late on Saturday night, he suddenly turned on Kaufman and sneered that he'd been insulted enough. He was leaving, he headed for the door, then he made an about face and came back into the room, taking off his coat. "I'm not going after all," he said. George asked him why not. Oscar said, "I just remembered I have no place to go." He stayed for the rest of the week. What can I say about Oscar Levant that hasn't already been said, mainly by Oscar himself? For 1 year and 1 month he declared my house his house. For 1 year and 1 month he ate my food, played my piano, ran up my phone bill, burned cigarette holes in my landlady's furniture, monopolized my record player and my coffee pot, gave his guests the run of the joint, insulted my guests, and never stopped complaining. He was an insomniac, he was an egomaniac, he was a leech and a lunatic, in short, a lit-shy nut. But I loved the guy. He honestly believed he was taking what was coming to him and nothing more. This was not to be confused with generosity, which Oscar didn't know how to accept. If anybody offered to help him out, his favorite reply was, "Do me a favor, don't do me a favor." But if it was he who asked the favor, it was all right. Oscar was utterly unable to enjoy an equal relationship with anybody. It had to be one-sided on his side, with the single exception of George Gershwin. Once I understood this and accepted it, I found Oscar to be one of the most rewarding men I had ever known. I lost a house, but I gained a friend. My higher education, after a lapse of 5 years, was resumed. I took up learning things from Levant where I'd left off with Woolcott. The amount of knowledge Oscar carried in his head was fantastic. I never came up with a question he couldn't answer. I never saw him stymied by any subject anybody ever brought up in his presence. And if anybody had the nerve to say he knew more than Oscar about music, psychiatry, or baseball, well, he was in for a scorching blast of sarcasm, followed by an all-night solo discourse which would leave the challenger hanging on the ropes and feeling like a punch-drunk moron. I had never been exposed to such a mind as Oscar's, not even at the Algonquin Round Table. He had wit and talent to burn. Sometimes I think he literally did. When he fell into his periodic silences, brooding over his coffee and chain-smoking cigarettes, he might have been burning off excess talent, along with all the witticisms he'd never have time to make. When Oscar wasn't brooding, he was doing everything at once. Like the time I came downstairs and saw him reading from a book on the piano rack while he was playing Bach and listening to a new recording of a Beethoven concerto. He would sing along with the Beethoven, then sing a couple of bars of Bach, then read a passage out loud from the book. He'd chuckle over what he had read, wince when he hit a clinker on the keyboard, and close his eyes in ecstasy over a lovely phrase on the record, all damn near simultaneously. You'd think that here was a man lost to the rest of the world. But in the middle of this triple performance, he'd say, without looking away from the book, "Harpo, why don't you loathe me like everybody else? Don't you like me?" Other times I'd bust in when he was practicing and say, "Hey Oscar, here's a buck. Play me some Chopin." Oscar would cut short the Bach or Rachmaninoff or Gershwin or whatever he was working on and play one of my favorite etudes or nocturnes all the way through and beautifully. He never failed to do it for me. He never failed to take the dollar either. At sight-reading music he was a wizard, absolutely inhuman. One evening I had the Kapinski Trio, a famous concert ensemble, in to play for my guests after dinner. Oscar had never done chamber music, but he couldn't resist giving it a fling. After the first piece he took over at the piano. I thought, for once you're going to make an ass of yourself, kiddo, not Oscar. He sight-read through volumes of Mozart, Schubert, and Brahms. Music he had never read before, much of it music he had never heard before. His playing was concert perfect. Piano blended with violin and cello as if the three had performed together for years. Those of us in the room who knew Oscar were proud of him and not altogether surprised. The members of the Kapinski Trio were knocked for a loop. They'd never seen such a phenomenon. The rarest gift Oscar had to offer was not his virtuosity, but something very few people were fortunate enough to receive: his smile. He didn't give it often, but when he did, it was sunshine in Moscow. His mouth untwisted into a grin, his eyes squinched and twinkled. He ducked his head as sheepishly as a kid caught in some mischief. And in this startling flash of warmth, you realized that Oscar, for all his sarcasm and sullen cracks, didn't really mean to hurt anybody except himself. There was little I could offer Oscar in a non-material way except to listen to him, but that may have been the most precious gift I could have given. It certainly wasn't cheap. Well, I did get to show him a little of Southern California. One of Oscar's phobias was the outdoors. He regarded nature as a gigantic plot to persecute Oscar Levant, and avoided the outdoors along with evil hoodoos like physical exercise, hats, the number 13, the words lucky and death, in any mention of his childhood. Oscar had been in California for 3 months when I found out he had never seen the Pacific Ocean. He was in a strangely cheerful mood that day. When I suggested we go out to the shore and case the ocean, he said okay. He supposed it was part of his education, like looking at the sky, which he also meant to do someday. We drove to the Palisades and parked at the edge of the cliff, where the panorama of mountains, beach, and sea was unspoiled by any signs of civilization. The water was a sparkling blue and calm. Catalina Island, 40 miles away, stood out like a sharp, brown rock. The western horizon was distinct as a line drawn with a ruler. No boarding houses, bathhouses, refreshment stands, or boardwalks anywhere in sight. It was magnificent. Oscar gave it a long look. He gave a whistle of disbelief. He said, "What do you know, a Gentile ocean?" My favorite indoor sport was getting Oscar into a battle of wits with guys who could give him a run for his money. When I became resigned to the fact that Oscar was going to be there anyway, I built dinner parties around him, playing Wolcott's old game of people mixing. One of the parties I remember best was the night of the Maxes. The guests were Max Gordon, Max Reinhardt, and Maxie Rosenblum. When dinner was over, we took our coffee to the library. I said to Max Gordon, "Max, Oscar says you're the lousiest producer on Broadway," and then sat back to watch the fireworks. Those were the last words I spoke until 5 o'clock in the morning when I said good night. One of the Maxes, Reinhardt, had left. The second Max, Rosenblum, was fast asleep on the pool table. The third Max was still at it with Oscar. Levant was just warming up, but Gordon was fading fast. It was the damnedest cockfight you ever saw. They had fought over the American drama, the American novel, Schopenhauer, Dutch Schultz, Harry Hopkins, the war in China, homosexuality among prize fighters. They tried to wake up Maxie for a statement but couldn't rouse him. Dizzy Dean's fast ball and N. Nally, the anxieties, compulsions, and hostilities of Oscar Levant. Max began to wobble in the middle of compulsions, and from there on it was no contest. One reason Oscar talked through so many nights was that he wouldn't have gone to bed anyway, not before 4:30 or 5 in the morning. He had acute insomnia. It took at least 3 pills to put him to sleep. When he got up early in the afternoon, he'd be so woozy from the sodium amytal that he'd start chain-drinking coffee immediately, which kept the vicious cycle going. After 50 cups of coffee, his average for a day, he'd be so hopped to the gills with caffeine that he'd have to take the pills to knock himself out. Technically, Oscar didn't live with me since he never slept at my house. At this, I firmly drew the line when he first decided to move in. All the facilities I had were his except the bedrooms. So he took an apartment in another part of Beverly Hills where he slept, etc., and he bought a second-hand Ford to commute with. On nights when I had no guests and Oscar had nothing to go home to except his sleeping pills, he would hang around long after I had gone to bed, reading, brooding, and when the loneliness got unbearable, making phone calls, regardless of the hour. In the morning, when I got up, he'd be gone. I could tell how late he'd stayed by how many cigarette butts were crammed into the ashtrays and how warm the coffee pot was. But no matter how late it had been, he'd always show up at 2:30 the following afternoon, bright and surly. Once while I was puttering around before retiring, Oscar called up his ex-wife Barbara at her home on Long Island. Barbara had been remarried for some time. Her husband was Arthur Lowe of the famous movie theater family. When she recognized Oscar's voice, she was furious. She asked him why he'd woken her up in the middle of the night. It was 4 a.m. in New York. Just wanted to ask you something, said Oscar. Well, said Barbara, what's playing at Lowe's 86th Street tomorrow, said Oscar. Naturally, she hung up on him. Oscar turned to me and said, I have a feeling she still loathes me, Harpo. Nothing definite, but a very strong feeling. An exceptional guest, always a lodger as well as a boarder at my house, was S.N. Bayman, who put in several stretches on the coast writing screenplays. I never knew two guys more unilike than Sam Bayman and Oscar Levant. Sam was precise, punctilious, and thoughtful. He was a scholar and a connoisseur, a true cosmopolitan-type intellectual. Sam never understood why two adults like Oscar and me could get so worked up over boys' games like baseball and boxing. He gave up trying to reform us, but never gave up hoping that we'd outgrow such things. Sam always looked on the hopeful side of life. He was as uptrodden as Oscar was down. Sam and Oscar had one thing in common, however. They were terrible drivers. One night the three of us went to a party at the home of the late Sonia Levian. I went with Oscar in his beat-up Ford. Sam, who had to leave early, followed in his rented Cadillac. When the party broke up long after Sam had left, Oscar went for his car. He came yip-yipping back to the house. His car had been stolen. I helped him look for it. He was right. The Ford was gone. While we waited for the cops to come, the car thief telephoned, asked for Oscar, and made a full confession. The thief was Sam Bayman. Driving home, Bayman had suddenly become aware that a car was following him. It didn't appear to be a police car, so Sam tried to shake it. He made several quick turns, then tried to outrace whoever it was. Fast as he went, the other car stayed on his tail. He decided to zoom for home. The car followed him all the way into the driveway and stopped right behind him. Sam was in a sweat and very apprehensive. He dreaded any kind of violence, but he was also by this time very sore. Instead of bolting for the house and calling the police, he went to have it out with his pursuer. But the car behind him was empty. It was Oscar Levant's Ford, locked bumper to the Cadillac. Sam remembered then, in parking back at Sonia Levian's, he had wanged back into another car. But bashing other cars was a common occurrence with Sam, and he'd said nothing about it to anybody. The only damage done was to Bayman's good nature. He was given a blistering 3-hour verbal beating by Oscar. The subject was infantilism, or the use of the automobile mother symbol as an instrument of hostility. When Bayman returned to New York after that stint in Hollywood, he left a big emptiness in the house. Oscar and I both sensed this and talked ourselves into an awful case of homesickness. We decided to take the cure, a trip to New York. We packed our bags and got on the eastbound Chief. I had the lower berth and Oscar the upper in the Pullman. It was midsummer and hot as blazes the first night out. It was going to be rough for normal people to sleep, let alone insomniacs. In this respect, I wasn't normal, of course. I had no trouble. The last thing I remember before drifting off was Oscar thrashing, groaning, and rattling his bottle of sleeping tablets in the berth above me. An hour later, I woke up. Oscar was hanging over my berth, his head poked upside down through the curtains, screaming at me. I asked him what was the matter. You son of a bitch, he said. I don't mind your sleeping, but do you have to smile in your sleep? What the hell, I said. If that bothered him, why didn't he stop looking at me? Doesn't make a damn bit of difference, said Oscar. Even if I don't look at you, I lie up here knowing you're down there smiling. I've taken 5 pills and I can't take any more, and you're driving me out of my mind. I knew it was no gag. This kind of torture was as real and as painful to Oscar as if he'd been put on the rack. Look, I said, I'll sleep on my stomach with my face to the pillow. Would that help? Try it, he snapped. I turned over. Oscar retreated back into his berth and all was quiet. After a few minutes, he called down, much better. A few minutes after that, we were both asleep. Alec was on his island for the summer and he was expecting us. He was eager to meet my young musician friend of whom he had heard so much. Oscar had reservations about Woolcott, but after the build-up I gave him all the way across the continent, he was eager to meet my old father transference figure. We stayed in New York only long enough to catch a train for Bomosson. The nearer we got to Vermont, the worse Oscar's anxiety got. He sat in the dining car drinking coffee and sulking. He refused to look out the window. When we got off at Bomosson, he was too shaken to speak. On board the launch crossing to the island, he gripped the seat and stared in frozen panic at the bottom of the boat. When he got on Neshobe Island, he was a wreck. Alec came down to the dock to meet us. Oscar offered him a limp, sweaty hand and muttered something unintelligible. Then the shock of where he was hit him with a jolt. Never in his life had Oscar been so out of doors. Birds, he wailed. There are birds here, the sickest creatures on God's earth. Trees, even the trees are psychotic. Bugs, don't tell me there aren't any insects here because I know there are. He grabbed my arm. Harpo, he said, what have you done to me? Take me away from here. Take me away from here. He wouldn't stay on Neshobe even long enough for a cup of coffee. We took the launch to Bomosson and the next train to New York City. Oscar was sunk in a black pit of depression. He spoke not a word to me, not until he'd called his East Coast analyst from Grand Central Station and made an emergency appointment for a 2-hour session. When he came out of the phone booth, he was already at peace with himself. He gave me one of his rare, warm grins and said, "Isn't it great to be back?" He never made any mention of the grim trip to Wolcott's Island ever again. We hung around New York for a couple of weeks. I had no facilities that Oscar could mooch, so he used me in other ways. Mostly I was useful to him as a decoy to pick up dames. Going down Broadway, Oscar would walk 3 steps behind me. When a good-looking dame passed by, he'd yell, "Hey, Harpo Marx." I would stop, the dame would stop. Oscar would rush up and ask her if she'd like to meet his friend, the famous Harpo Marx. Before the dame got to meet the famous Harpo Marx, she'd be off and running with Oscar Levant. One girl he picked up was a chorus girl in a nightclub. Oscar spent every night in the club where she worked, and their dates would begin at 3 in the morning after her last show. This fit just fine into Oscar's cockeyed schedule of living and sleeping. The only trouble was, the girl lived way the hell out in Brooklyn, which denied him the pleasure of seeing her home. Oscar was not exactly a big spender, mainly because he didn't have what to spend. So at the end of a date, he'd give her a kiss and a nickel for the subway. One night I went to the club with Oscar. After he picked up his broad, the 3 of us went to Lindy's, where we sat around having cheesecake and coffee. When she said it was time for her to go home, we discovered it was raining hard outside, coming down in sheets. Oscar, in a flash of gallantry, announced he would send her home in a cab. It was the least he could do on a night like this. He had the waiter summon a taxi driver from the street. When the cabbie came dripping over to our table, Oscar asked him what the fare would be to the address in Brooklyn. The driver said that since he couldn't count on a return fare from any place that far out, the trip would cost $7.50. Oscar let out a howl. $7.50, he said. Ridiculous, this girl's a virgin. He gave her a nickel and sat out the rest of the night in Lindy's. During scenes like this, I was apt to forget about the other sides of Oscar. Then something would happen to remind me that no matter what else he did or how many people he humiliated, he was still a genius like none other I had ever known. Toward the end of our stay in New York, I went with Oscar to Harms, the music publishers. While we were there, a stranger came in. Oscar recognized the guy and greeted him with the sweetest, sincerest smile I'd ever seen him give to anybody. The man was Russian from his accent. They talked a while, then Oscar asked the guy if he wouldn't please play the first movement of his second piano concerto. Oscar said he'd heard it a few times and liked it, but he'd never tackled it himself. The Russian was happy to oblige. Halfway through a passage, he stopped playing. He'd forgotten his own concerto. Oscar was so impatient that he pushed the guy off the stool, took over at the piano, and finished the movement without once faltering or faking. "Bravo," said the guy who'd written it. "Extraordinary." Finally, Oscar introduced me to him. He was Sergei Prokofiev, probably the greatest Russian composer since Tchaikovsky. When I got back to California, the lease on my Beverly Hills joint ran out, and I was informed that it would not be renewed. When I told Oscar I had to move, he said, "Harpo, I am profoundly disappointed in you. This is the dirtiest trick anybody has ever played on me." He walked out of the house, got in his Ford, and drove away. He arrived at the Gershwins' place just in time for dinner. For 1 year and 1 month, I had spent scarcely one waking hour out of earshot of the mumbly, nasal rasp of Oscar's voice, the oboe under the blanket. 3 years later, it became familiar to all America when Oscar appeared on the radio program Information Please. Subsequently, he became a fairly regular panelist, and his success on the show brushed away enough of his phobias to give him a brand new charge of confidence. It was not until 1942 that the guy who'd been one of the best musicians in America for nearly 20 years became, at last, a concert artist. My loss was the public's gain. Lucky, if you'll pardon that horrifying word, Oscar public. Chapter 20. Churchela Fleming Susan. I didn't catch her last name. She was seated next to me at a dinner party at the Sam Goldwyn's. Frankly, I was surprised at the Goldwyn's, people of their position being coy with me and playing matchmaker. It seemed like every place I was invited to, some unescorted starlet just happened to be seated next to me. And every time it happened, an item would appear in Louella Parsons, Hedda Hopper's, or Winchell's column a day or two later. "What's this about Harpo Marx and Bibi Benson?" They used to write. "Insiders say they aren't kidding." Or flash. "Look for an altercation to brew between Paramount's twinklingest new starlet and Hollywood's most eligible bachelor, initials BB and HM. I was a bachelor because that was the way I chose to live. The only thing I was eligible for was to vote. I didn't mind giving a hopeful kid a boost. I didn't mind when a press agent quoted me as saying I had worked in a picture with the lovely and glamorous Miss So-and-so, who has all it takes to become a star. Any girl with good looks, healthy organs, and not too many inhibitions had all it took to become a star in the 1930. But when people insisted on marrying me off to those nitwits, it made me sick. I earned as much money as I needed. I had more offers of jobs and parts than I could possibly accept. I had friends, hundreds of good friends. I had a full social life. I had a satisfying private life, and I intended to keep it private. I never would speak or appear out of costume before the public. I got no satisfaction whatever from seeing my name in print, unless it had to do with a Marx Brothers picture. The very last thing I wanted in this world was personal publicity, but the matchmakers and gossips wouldn't leave me alone. What the hell did everybody who was married have against a guy who wasn't? Why did they feel it was their God-given duty to see that every bachelor got hitched? I didn't sneak around trying to trick my married friends into getting divorced. Anyway, this night at Sam Goldwyn's, the starlet bait was named Susan, the lovely and glamorous Miss Susan so-and-so. I wasn't sore at her, but I was sore at the Goldwyns. Thanks to them, I was a sitting duck for the columnists again. There'd be an item in somebody's column the next day. Suppose I happened to like this kid. I couldn't make a date with her if I wanted to. If we were seen together a second time, we'd be in front-page headlines. What could I do? What I usually did on nights like this: ignore the girl without being unfriendly, and when I had to, talk to her without getting personal. One thing I had to give the Goldwyns credit for: they had the good taste to pick me out a beaut. It was impossible, I soon found, to ignore this Susan. She was a stunning brunette with a soft, fair complexion and a gorgeous figure, and she had something besides good looks. She gave signs of actually being bright. She had an easy, honest laugh. And she still hadn't caught the Hollywood affliction of table-hopping eyes. When she talked to you, she didn't gaze around the room to see if anybody important was watching her. She looked at you directly and challenged you to look straight at her. There was something taunting and impudent about the way her eyes sparkled. This I liked. In nearly every respect, the girl was un-Hollywood-like and refreshing. She didn't want to talk about agents, contracts, who was having an affair with who, or even about herself. Mainly, she wanted to talk about me. "You're so New York," she said. "You're not one of those Beverly Hills wolves. I can't stand them." I hated to disappoint her, but I had to confess that I too lived in Beverly Hills along with the rest of the bums. "I know," she said. "Near the corner of Elevado and Bedford. Oscar Levant stays with you. He drives a Ford with only one headlight working. You have a big white dog with black spots. I think the dog was with you in horse feathers." "Yeah," I said. "His name is Ko. How'd you know?" "I've seen all of your pictures 3 times, she said. "The Marx Brothers are my favorite act, and you're my favorite Marx brother." "I mean about where I live and Oscar and his car," I said, and she said in a stage whisper, "I'm a prowler." I told her she'd better be careful. I had a morbid fear of prowlers and kept silver police whistles hanging on chains all over the house. "Why silver?" she wanted to know, and I told her that in Beverly Hills the cops wouldn't come unless you blew on a silver whistle. This was a dame I could go for. I said, "Do you play croquet?" She said, "You mean what the old folks do with the long sticks down in St. Petersburg, Florida?" Well, so she wasn't perfect. I could still go for her. For a while she stared at me without saying anything. "You've done something to your hair," she said finally. "You wore it a lot longer 5 years ago." "Yeah," I said. "How do you know I never played straight? You never saw me without a wig, honey." She raised her eyebrows and puckered her lips. Her eyes were teasing me. "You don't remember, do you?" she said. "Remember what? 5 years ago, the first time you saw me, I didn't remember. I went to see Animal Crackers in New York. You picked me out of everybody in the audience and gawked at me like this." She popped her eyes and let her mouth hang open. "You didn't take your eyes off me for one whole scene, and everybody was looking at me instead of the stage. I was so embarrassed I wanted to die, and at the end of the scene I got up and left the theater. Then afterwards I found out it was part of the act, and I was lucky to be the one you picked out for a stooge in the audience, because you always looked for the prettiest face you could find. That was when I made up my mind I was going to meet you and apologize in person for walking out on you. We met on 6th Avenue in front of the Ziegfeld Theater during an intermission of some benefit. Remember now?" I didn't. I shook my head. "It's just as well. When I was introduced to you, I was so shocked I could hardly speak. You looked like a wild man. Your hair stuck out in bushes from under your hat. You gawked at me like you were starving, and I was a lamb chop. Before you even got my name straight, you asked me for a date. I was a kid of 20 and a starry-eyed fan, and I was scared enough of you in the first place. But to find out that the great Harpo Marx, who was so sweet and appealing on the stage, was in real life a wicked old fiend. I think the only words I spoke to you were 'How do you do, sir?' and 'Oh no, sir. Are you still scared of me? Try me.' I gave her my evilest leer. She shook her head solemnly. I tried a depraved gookie. She laughed. 'Guess I've lost it,' I said, no longer wicked. 'I'm no longer 20, she said. But she didn't look much over 20, and now, as I looked at her, something stirred in my memory. The scene of 5 years ago began to take shape. The lights of the marquee, the theater crowd milling around during the intermission, and emerging out of the crowd, the glowing figure of this little enchantress. "Excuse me," I said, trying to put the whole picture together. "When Mrs. Goldwyn introduced us tonight, I didn't get your last name. All I caught was Susan. I'm awful on names." "I know," she said. "You call everybody Benson, don't you?" This girl certainly had the book on me. She must have had more scouts than Notre Dame. Then she said, "Fleming, my name is Susan Fleming." Fleming, I made a face this time unconsciously, and she said, "What's so funny about a name like that? What have you got against Fleming?" "Nothing," I said. "I recommend it highly. Everybody should Flem at least once a year." It was true I had nothing against her name. It was also true that Fleming had a very special meaning to me. I had hardly known Susan long enough to tell her what it was. So I vamped and faked until the subject was changed, hoping she'd forget about my strange reaction. I had known many women in my life, in varying degrees of intimacy, but there had been only one I'd ever felt serious enough about to want to marry. She was named Fleming. When I first came to Hollywood, I had met an extraordinary girl named June Fleming. We went steady for nearly 4 months. June was an active, independent gal. She was a crackerjack tennis player, and she flew her own airplane, a real competitor and a hell of a lot of fun to be with. I decided I wanted to be with her for the rest of my life. We had a date for a Saturday night, which was my deadline for proposing to her. On Friday, June crashed into a mountain flying back from Palm Springs and was killed. Susan Fleming. So what about this one? She was the first girl I'd met in a long time that I wanted to keep on seeing for a long time. But I wondered if the name might be a bad omen. It was tough to beat down the temptation to ask Susan for a date. After dinner, I found out she was no mere starlet. In her newest picture, $1 Million Legs, she was doing the lead, and boy, was she equipped for the title role. I also found out that her sitting next to me was not the Goldwyn's idea, but her own. Still, I resisted. Whether I was a jinx to Flemings or they were to me didn't matter. I couldn't take a second chance. I had to be sensible. We said goodnight, and that was that. That, however, was not that, not at all. 2 mornings later, Susan Fleming called me up. She was very angry. Her voice sizzled and crackled, and I was afraid sparks might shoot out of the telephone and burn my ear. "Mr. Marx," she said, "I take back everything I said to you at the Goldwyn's. You are one of them. You're nothing but a publicity-crazy, ambitious, big-headed Beverly Hills wolf." She sizzled and crackled on with more unladylike variations of the same theme. She sputtered out, and I got a chance to get in my first word, which was, "Yeah." That was all I got in. She was off again. Who was I kidding? What a dope she'd been to fall for my line. A man who didn't put on airs, a lover of the simple life. "Phooey," she said, "a fraud. I know all about you and your friend Winchell. I know the whole story of how you had to dress him up in a costume to sneak him into Coconuts when the Schuberts had him on their blacklist." "Yeah," I said, and she said, "Yeah, don't try to play innocent. Don't tell me you didn't read his column this morning. You probably have it pasted in your scrapbook already." "Well, I want to serve you notice here and now, Mr. Marx, that I will not stand for being used as an excuse to get your stupid name in the paper." I laid the phone receiver down gently and went to get the papers from the breakfast table. When I came back, she was still squawking. I found the item in Walter Winchell's column. West Coast spies report Harpo Marx, Hollywood's most reluctant bridegroom, huddling and cuddling with actress Susan Fleming, the cutie with the $1 Million Legs. Weakening Mebs Harpo. I felt like jumping up and down and yelling whoopee. Instead, I kept yelling Miss Fleming until she stopped yapping. Then I said, "Miss Fleming, I must ask you to get off the wire. I have to call my lawyer right away or you might be in trouble." "Trouble me." "Trouble you. I have advised my attorney to bring suit against you and your press agent for invasion of privacy." "My what?" she said. "I'd starve before I stooped to hiring a press agent. That did it. All resistance, good sense, and superstition flew out the window. I didn't give a damn what any columnist wrote. I didn't care if we hit the front pages. I was going to see my second Fleming again. "Tell you what's the best idea," I said. "Let's settle out of court. How about if I pick you up at 7 tonight and we find some quiet place to eat?" She thought for a moment, then said, "How formal shall I be?" "What kind of a quiet place do you have in mind?" "I have in mind a nice little spot out in Malibu." "Your beach house? Well, it happens to be a short walk from there now that I think of it. I was right the first time. You're not a burn, you're still a fiend." 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You don't mind if Mother comes along?" "No, that's swell. I'll bring Jimmy Fiddler and that'll make 4 for bridge." "You still haven't told me how formal." "I'll be wearing a black tie." "Oh, goody me, I get to dress up twice in 1 week." 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. When I arrived at Susan's apartment, I was wearing a black tie. I was also wearing a bushy black wig, a derby, striped trousers, cutaway coat, a sweatshirt, ballet slippers, which I always wore when I performed so I could feel the harp pedals, and 1 black sock. The other sock was my tie. Susan met me at the door. She was dressed fit to kill in a turquoise evening gown. I threw her a cookie. She smiled pleasantly and said, "You can tell a New Yorker anywhere by the cut of his clothes. Isn't it disgusting the things men wear in public out here? Come on in, Mother's dying to meet you, Mrs." Fleming said she was thrilled to meet somebody she'd admired so much for so many years. She didn't bat an eye over my costume either. She gave me a warm smile and then excused herself. She said that Susan and I had a big night ahead of us and she didn't want to deprive us of 1 minute of our fun. The two of us had dinner at a place out on the coast highway where they knew me well enough not to be surprised when I showed up in disguise. After we'd eaten, I said we might as well drop in at my beach house, it being so nearby. Susan said, "Oh, goody me. I've always wanted to see a Malibu love nest. I've read so much about them in the papers." We took off our shoes and walked down the beach. Susan clutched the hem of her evening gown to keep it from dragging in the sand. She held her dress higher than she really needed to and walked with a swing and a lilt, singing to herself, and oh my God, it was the loveliest sight I had ever seen. And oh my God, didn't she know it too? I unlocked the beach house, let her in, and switched on the light. She stopped singing. "Well," she said, "bachelor hall." "Yeah," I said. "Sorry, the tiger skin rug is out at the cleaners." She cased the joint inch by inch. She inspected the card tables, which were littered with dirty beer glasses, coffee mugs, ashtrays jammed with cigar butts, score sheets, and pencil stubs. She appraised the bamboo furniture piece by piece. She went into the kitchen. She examined the mess in the sink. She took inventory of the cupboard. Half a can of coffee with no lid, 2 cracked coffee mugs, a set of fake buck teeth, a pile of sugar cubes from various restaurants, a box of dog biscuits, a pair of tennis shoes, a jelly glass full of pennies, a toothbrush and a bagel hung on a hook, and 3 racks of poker chips. She took inventory of the refrigerator. 8 bottles of Vichy water, 2 bottles of beer, some tubes of oil paints, an empty unwashed milk bottle, a bottle of hair oil, a jar of peanut butter, and a jar of cold cream, half a dozen badminton birds, 1 egg, 1 green orange, 1 black avocado, and in the compartment labeled extra cold, 1 homesick Russian caracal hat. She said nothing, just kept inspecting. When she went to case the bedroom, I grabbed a broom and did a fast job on the living room floor. It was covered with sand, with enough bare footprints on it to make a dandy set for Robinson Crusoe. After I'd swept the pile of sand into the fireplace, Susan laughed. She'd been watching me from the bedroom door. She was in her stocking feet, still holding up the hem of her evening gown. "I suppose," she said, "you think I'm going to say what this place needs is a woman's touch. I love it the way it is. I'm also supposed to push up my sleeves and tie on an old shirt of yours for an apron and pitch in and do the dishes and dust and tidy up. Right? I'm going to sit right here and watch you while you put on a pot of coffee and build a fire." She sat at one of the card tables, shoved the junk to one side, put her shoes on the table, plunked down her elbows, rested her chin on her hands, and gave me that "I dare you" teasing look of hers. When she did that, she could have melted me through an asbestos wall. I put on a pot of coffee. I got a load of driftwood from under the deck, threw it in the fireplace, and lit it. While I waited in the kitchen for the coffee to get done, I called to Susan. "Mind if I take off a few things and get comfy?" "Mind," she called back. "I've got my shoes handy and I know which way the highway is. Why should I mind?" So I took off a few things, the derby, the wig, and the cutaway coat. I untied my tie and put it back on my foot where it belonged. I brought out 2 mugs of coffee, set them on the card table, took her shoes off the table and set them on the floor. I sat down facing her. "Okay, honey," I said, "what'll we play first?" "Gin." "Never mind what first," she said. "Exactly what do you have in mind to play second?" I gave her a Groucho eyebrow waggle, implying I had all kinds of naughty games in mind. Susan said, "You Mr. Marx are what my mother calls a speedy fellow. Do you always work this fast the first time you take a young lady out?" I had to laugh. "Me speedy," I said. "You've got me confused with my brother Chico. He's the speedy one in the family. I'm the slow worker. Not slow and steady, just slow. When we were kids, I never had a girl unless Chico got one for me and we double dated. Then all I could think of to talk about to my date was my meerschaum pipe, and how it took me 4 months at least to turn it from white to brown. While I was talking about my pipe, Chico would make some pretty good time with his girl. Then, while I kept on talking about that damn pipe, Chico would make some pretty good time with my girl too. By the time I was ready, it would be about 3 hours too late and I'd put on my derby hat, rub up my sty, and go home. "I'm so speedy," I said, "that I have to set an alarm clock to catch a leap year." Susan didn't laugh. She said, "Were you lonely when you were young?" "Well, I was a lone wolf, never had a lot of friends, but I liked it being alone." "What about now? Do you still like being alone?" "Tell you the truth, I've forgotten what it's like. You ought to hang around my joint a while. I couldn't be alone if I wanted to be." She looked me square in the eye. "No," she said, "you know what I mean. I mean not being married, not having a family. Is that the way you like it?" I shrugged off her question. The conversation was getting uncomfortable, but she wasn't to be shrugged off. She asked me again. I said, "Yes, that's the way I like it." "Haven't you ever met anybody you wanted to marry?" she said. When she said that, it was like the fire went out and the room was as cold as the ocean. I got up to take the cups back to the kitchen and get my coat. I said, "Do you always talk about getting married the first time you go out with a guy, for Christ's sake?" Okay, she said. "Forget I said it. I've got my answer anyway. Shall we go now?" "Yeah," I said. "Let's get the hell out of here." When I took her home, she invited me in for a real cup of coffee, but I turned her down and we said goodnight by the door. We were both a little depressed. We'd started out the evening like 2 balls of fire, then wound up a couple of clinkers. "Guess I wouldn't have made Chico's list," said Susan, and I said, "Guess not." She squeezed my hand and I brushed her cheek with a kiss, and I ran down the steps to the car thinking, well, that's the end of the second Fleming. The end. I wasn't kidding myself a bit. By the time I got home, I was already wondering what her name would sound like if I changed it slightly, and I decided it wouldn't sound bad at all. Susan Fleming Marx. I didn't see Susan for quite a while after our first date. She was busy on a new picture, and I didn't want to bother her until she'd finished shooting. The real reason, of course, was that I was ashamed of the way I'd behaved that night in the beach house. There I was alone with the most appealing gal I'd ever met, loving every minute of it. And when she happened to utter the word marry, I'd got cold feet. Me, Harpo Marx, age 41, the guy who'd held his own with the world's sharpest playwrights, playgirls, authors, editors, artists, foreign ministers, ambassadors, and gamblers, me, Harpo, acting like a scared teenage kid. When was I going to grow up? I was finding it increasingly hard to kid myself about anything. It was shortly after I met Susan that Sam Bayman came west and stayed at my house. I was never happier to see Sam. Real reason, any kind of diversion helped. I couldn't get Susan out of my mind. Then when Sam left and the joint got too quiet, I came down with a bad case of homesickness and took off with Oscar for New York. Real reason, I wasn't ready yet to face Susan, and New York was a dandy place to escape to. After 2 weeks in New York, I was dying to get back to California, because I didn't trust anybody else to look after my plants and pets that long. Real reason, I was ready to talk to Susan. I called her the minute I got home. She said she'd be delighted to see me again. She'd been hoping to hear from me ever since that nice evening we'd spent together at the Goldwyn's. No mention of the evening at Malibu. I took her out dining and dancing the next night, and the next, and the night after that. I took her to the ritziest spots in town and we went formal. Never before had I dressed up in proper dinner clothes 3 nights in a row. For 20 years I had been a social freak, a scarecrow in sports shirt, slippers, and green pool table jacket. I now discovered it was very satisfying to be proper. Real reason, Susan liked the way New York men wore their clothes. She was gay and gracious. I was gay and gallant. Each time we said goodnight, we told each other what a wonderful time we'd had. She'd give my hand a quick squeeze and I'd give her a quick kiss on the cheek. Neither one of us had the nerve to bust through the silly impasse we were in. Still a couple of clinkers, then I was told the lease on my house was not being renewed. I decided to take an apartment temporarily. This was a wise move for 2 reasons. There wouldn't be room for guests, which would give me more time to practice on the harp. In an apartment I could live from month to month, not too expensively, while I took my time finding exactly the house I wanted. All right, so there was a third reason. I could bring Susan Fleming home without worrying who'd be hanging around, or who might bust in unexpectedly. I boarded all my animals except Ko and took a terrace apartment in Sunset Towers, which was a kind of vertical garden of Allah. As soon as I moved, a drastic change occurred in the relations between Susan and me. Drastic, but so subtle that for a while I didn't know what hit me. One day she called up and asked if I could do her a big favor. She was up for the lead in a new picture, the toughest part she'd ever tackled. She'd just got the script and given it a quick look and it scared her. If she came over, would I help her with it? Help her learn the lines and coach her in the role, of course, I said. She came right over. We worked together every afternoon for a week. I sat in a director's chair with the script and fed cues to Susan while she paced around the terrace, emoting, with Ko plodding at her heels every step of the way like a devoted fan, which he was. Each day somehow we put in less and less time on Susan's part and talked more and more about ourselves. I told her about my family's mad life on 93rd Street, about the parade of jobs I was fired from when I was the boy least likely to succeed, my awful debut at Kenai Island, the Chicago days, the vaudeville days, my crashing the gates of the world of Alexander Woolcott, my career as an artist and my career as a professional listener. I couldn't tell her enough about Minnie. Susan insisted on hearing again and again all the stories I could remember about my mother. Minnie the mastermind, putting Groucho and Gummo on the stage and Chico on a piano stool, and kidnapping me and shoving me into the act. Minnie on the road. Minnie's battles with managers and booking agents. Minnie's inspirations for special effects. Minnie at our Broadway opening. Minnie as a wife. Minnie as a poker player. The story of Minnie's last hours on Earth. Once Susan said, "Do you think you'll ever find another woman quite so wonderful as your mother?" "I'm looking," I said. I didn't finish the sentence. What I wanted to say was, "I'm looking at her now," but I lost my nerve. I finally got Susan to open up about herself. Her life had been a long, frustrating search for a real home. Her father was a mining engineer and the Flemings were always on the move. Every time Susan, who was an only child, managed to make friends in a new place, the family would have to pull up stakes and move to another part of the country. Her father was a fine draftsman and amateur artist. Susan had inherited his talent, and the most fun she had as a kid came from drawing and watching her father work with pen and brush. Those were lonely years for a girl as full of pizzazz as Susan. When she got older, art didn't seem satisfying enough and she turned to acting. Now, she said one afternoon, I'm not sure an acting career or any career is the answer. It's only something to escape to. I'm tired of moving and running. What I want to do is settle down, you know what I mean, don't you feel the same way? I better go feed Ko, I said. This was dangerous talk. After the week of rehearsing on the terrace, I went out and played golf with George Bums. George took me 7 holes to 2, which ranked as the upset of the year. He could only conclude that I was sick. When I paid him off, he said, "What the hell's the matter with you, Harpo? You're walking around in a coma like you're 2 days dead and nobody's had the heart to tell you. You'd better go to the coroner for a checkup." I told George I felt great, never felt better. He shook his head. "Don't even know what hit you, huh?" he said and left the locker room. That was when it dawned on me. Now I knew what had hit me. I was so much in love with Susan that I couldn't think straight, and because I couldn't think straight, I hadn't seen what she was up to. Susan was out to hook me. She was using every trick in the book. Flattery, sweet talk, sneaky talk about loneliness and marriage and settling down, softening me up for the kill. I was being courted and I was weakening. Now I saw how insane this last week had been, me coaching her in a dramatic part. Me who hadn't spoken a line on stage since school days. I knew as much about the interpretation of an acting role as my dog did. I couldn't even read the lines straight, but Susan hadn't objected. Oh no, it was all a scheme to get me where she could work on me. And I fell for it, bing boom bang. She wasn't after my dough or my name, she was after me. She loved me as much as I loved her, that I was sure of, but damn it, I wasn't ready. I was a slow worker, a slow thinker, a slow decider. I had a lot more thinking to do before I decided it was time to change my way of living. So this was the new pattern of our relationship. Susan attacked. I encouraged her to keep after me because I couldn't bear to be away from her. But every time I found myself on the point of giving in, I got cold feet and escaped. When I escaped, she pursued and began to attack again. She was not about to give up, and neither was I, Susan Fleming, period. I liked her the way she was, and I liked her name the way it was. My first escape was from Sunset Towers, where I was too easy to corner, to the home of the producer Joe Schenck. Joe, at the time, was rattling around in the most lavish bachelor quarters in Hollywood. His house was an Oriental-style palace built to his special needs. It was a combination gym, sanitarium, harem, and gambling casino. He even had a suite of rooms just for bowel movements, complete with masseur's table, steam bath, and enough hygienic gadgets to equip a small clinic. Joe had been after me for a long time to move in with him and become a full-time partner in fun. That was a job I didn't measure up to, however. It would have taken 3 guys to keep up with Schenck, the way he gambled and the stakes he played for, and the way he played the field with the broads. When I flunked out as a playmate, Schenck made it plain that he still wanted me to share his palace. I guess he wanted to keep me around for laughs. Now and then I sat in on his poker sessions until I got dizzy from the size of the pots, but mostly I kept to myself and Susan. It was like having a private house. Joe turned over a complete wing of his joint to me. I got my menagerie out of the vets and turned them loose, holed in a couple of truckloads of potted plants, and before long I was living in a marvelous, upside-down mess. Siamese cats flew all over the place and roosted on the mantelpiece. While the cats flew, the Mina birds walked and pecked at spots in the design of the Persian carpet, which Joe had paid $85,000 for. The 2 monkeys slept in my wardrobe trunk. The turtle ran around in circles and the poodles tried to climb trees. Ko, disgusted with all of them, sat glowering under the easel which he associated with Susan, the light of his life. The first time Susan saw my palatial slum at Schenck, she said, "It's exactly the way it should be. Please never let a woman's touch wreck it." I never heard a more loving or more insincere statement in my life. It was here that Susan met Oscar Levant. Oscar never forgave me for pulling the rug out from under him in Beverly Hills, but we still saw each other fairly often. About Susan, he said after first meeting her, "Harpo, she's a lovely, lovely person. She deserves a good husband. You'd better marry her before she finds one." Oscar didn't move in on me at my new location because he had nothing in common with my host, and Oscar was a man of principle. He never sponged off anybody he didn't admire. When I gave Oscar a tour of the palace, wing by wing, suite by suite, he wasn't impressed. But he thought he ought to make some kind of nice comment since I chose to live there. "Well," he said, reflecting on all the wonders and facilities he had seen, "I'll say one thing about Schenck. He certainly knows how to shit." Susan's pretext for coming around was so we could paint and draw together. She could do cartoons of me and I could do oils of her, and that way we could save on models' fees. Before long, Susan's talk began to turn toward the same subject, marriage. This time I was lucky. I didn't have to move to escape. I went to work at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. The Marx brothers had been in a rut. Our last 3 pictures, Monkey Business, Horse Feathers, and Duck Soup, were all the same kind of patchwork of gags and blackouts. We were making a pleasant amount of loot, but we were standing still. One more picture of this type and the law of diminishing returns would set in and we'd be on our way out. What we needed was a good, strong producer who'd give us a change of pace. The family agents, Zeppo and Gummo, were beating the bushes for the right man, but it was Chico who flushed him out of a bridge game. He was a skinny, intense, bright-eyed young guy named Irving Thalberg. Chico said that anybody who was that good a bridge player was good enough to produce our pictures. The fact that Thalberg was the head of production at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer was incidental to Chico. In 1935, Thalberg had plans to produce personally 3 new movies: Romeo and Juliet, Mutiny on the Bounty, and The Good Earth. Now he added a 4th to his slate, A Night at the Opera with the Marx Brothers. Our trouble, Irving said, was that we were a big-time act using small-time material. We belonged in A pictures, not in hodgepodge patchwork jobs. Our movies should have believable plots, love stories, big casts, production numbers. We were afraid this would take us out of our element, but Thalberg said, "Don't worry about a thing. You get me the laughs and I'll get you the story." This Thalberg was no boy genius, as some people called him. He was a tough, smart cookie, a hard-working, mature man, and he was a perfectionist. When the first draft of our script was turned in, we thought it was terrific. Thalberg thought it was good, but not half good enough. The only way to get it in proper shape, he said, was for us to take it on the road and test it with live audiences. So we hit the road with A Night at the Opera. Thalberg was so right. Some of the writers' favorite bits didn't get a snicker, they were cut. On the other hand, stuff that we ad-libbed on stage, as in the stateroom scene, went into the shooting script. As written, a bunch of guys jamming into a stateroom for no very good reason, this bit failed to get a laugh on stage. The writers got very depressed over it and decided to cut it. We decided, however, to give it one more chance. So this night we did it our way. Groucho, ordering a meal from a steward while being jostled into the corner of the jammed-up stateroom, said, "And a hard-boiled egg." I honked my horn. "Make it 2 hard-boiled eggs," said Groucho. The audience broke up, and as simply as that, a dud became a classic. The stateroom scene is still the best remembered of any bit the Marx Brothers ever performed. We opened in Salt Lake City. Between shows, I came across something new: tropical fish for sale in a 10-cent store. I spent $1 on a glass bowl and a pair of little pink fish, thinking this might add a bit of life to my dressing room. When a gang of reporters came backstage for interviews, one of them asked me about the fish. "Was that a hobby of mine?" he asked. "Oh," I said, "more than a hobby. These 2 baby fish are my dearest friends, and I wouldn't think of leaving home without them. Why, I couldn't open if I didn't know they were waiting for me in my dressing room." So a wire service story goes out coast to coast about Harpo Marx, the tropical fish expert. Starting the day the story appeared, I was swamped with catalogs from hatcheries, pitches for testimonials, and letters from all over the country asking my advice on feeding and breeding tropical fish, and offering to swap guppies for mollies. This went on for weeks. The first thing I did when I got back to Hollywood was to install an aquarium in my joint. Another case of an actor coming to believe his press clippings. To tell the truth, the Salt Lake City goldfish were good company on the road. They were the brightest spots in the long hours between calls to Susan. We came back to L.A. with the show in tip-top shape, all shook down, tried out, tested, and proven. But this was only the beginning. Working under Thalberg was 20 times harder than anything we'd ever done before. Things were different at Metro. Sam Wood, who directed A Night at the Opera, was a perfectionist, as everybody under Thalberg had to be. He'd shoot a scene 20 times from 20 different angles before he'd go on to the next one. And every time he was ready to shoot, whether it was take 1 or take 19, he'd give us the same instructions. "Okay, boys, go in there and sell him a load of clams." It was rougher on me than anybody else because of the stunt work my part called for. I had to swing on ropes 60 feet above the camera, teeter along the edge of a drop 30 feet high, and run straight up a 20-foot curtain, trusting in the strength of 2 almost invisible strands of wire. I acquired an aversion to clams. This was the age of specialization at MGM. One day while we were recording a production number, the music director for some other picture came in and asked if he could borrow a B-flat chord. With him was a young guy whom I recognized as a tenor who once sang in our chorus. The orchestra obligingly played the requested chord, and the tenor sang a B-flat 2 measures long. The visiting music director said, "Thanks a lot," then took the tenor and left. Much later I found out that the tenor was the high-note singer for Nelson Eddy, or Eddie Nelson, as Louis B. Mayer always called him, who was then making Naughty Marietta. One of Eddie's songs ended above the register of his voice, which stopped at a, so the B-flat had to be dubbed into the soundtrack. Too bad it wasn't steadier work. Otherwise, I would have added Eddie Nelson's high-note singer to my private roster of wonderful jobs, along with Alfonso's Anthem Man and Grandpa's Tin Can Swinger. It was during the shooting of A Night at the Opera that Arnold Schoenberg came to town. Schoenberg was a famous modernist composer who'd been hounded out of Germany by Hitler. He was desperately broke. Arturo Toscanini had appealed to Sam Baeman to see if he couldn't help the composer find work in Hollywood. Baeman paid Schoenberg's way to the coast, and he wrote me to do everything I could to get him a job at MGM. I gave Thalberg the pitch on the famous composer who just arrived on the coast. Thalberg was then producing The Good Earth. He still hadn't assigned anybody to compose the score, and he said he'd be happy to have Schoenberg in for lunch at noon the next day. I warned Irving that this guy was one of the world's great musicians, and quite an eccentric, and he shouldn't be kept waiting 1 minute. Irving was notoriously late for appointments, but he gave me his word he would be punctual for Schoenberg. At 11:45 the next day I went to Thalberg's office. Irving was there. At 12 o'clock he buzzed his secretary and said he was about to have a very important conference and there must be no interruptions. We waited, 12:15, 12:30 and no Schoenberg. Irving ordered lunch brought in, we ate. Finally, at 1 o'clock, the composer showed up. He was wearing a hat and an overcoat, it was warm and summery out, and carrying a violin case. Schoenberg explained why he was late. His English wasn't too good and the guards at the gate had trouble with his accent. Instead of escorting him to Thalberg's office, they sent him to the waiting room for studio tours. After half an hour of following a guide around the lot with a pack of tourists, Schoenberg began to suspect he'd been misdirected. He broke away and found Thalberg's office by himself. When we'd all finished lunch, Irving got right down to business. What he was most concerned about was special background music for one of the scenes in The Good Earth. He described the scene and gave it the full treatment. A woman working in a rice field begins to scream. She's giving birth to a baby, and just as the baby comes into the world, there's an ominous roar. It gets louder and louder. The locusts are swarming. Billions and billions of them, blackening the sky and casting the shadow of famine over the land. Irving finished with the scene. Schoenberg, still reeling from the labor pains in the rice paddy and the billions of locusts, blinked and said, "My dear Thalberg, if all these things are happening, you do not need music." He got up, put on his hat and overcoat, picked up his fiddle case and walked out of the office. Every time I saw the composer on the lot in the lobby of his hotel on the streets of Beverly Hills, he was wearing overcoat and hat and carrying his violin case. I couldn't figure out why he had his violin with him everywhere he went. He never volunteered to play it. He had no concerts scheduled. The only reason I could think of was that it must have been a Stradivarius, too valuable even to leave in a vault. One night he showed up at the Gershwins, and I decided to solve the mystery of his fiddle once and for all. I asked him about it point blank. Schoenberg smiled and opened the case. It contained 4 ping-pong paddles and a collection of ping-pong balls. "One must be prepared," he said. "One can never tell where one might find a table." The Gershwins' basement was my regular nighttime hideout when I was pulling the escape act on Susan. There was a ping-pong table there, 2 pianos, and a built-in kibitzer, Oscar Levant. It was the best clubhouse in town. The day we finished shooting A Night at the Opera, Susan came a-courting. The battle was on again and hotter than ever before. This time her tactic was touting me onto buying a house. "It was nice of Joe Schenk to let me stay this long," she said, "but hadn't it been too long? Didn't I feel a little guilty about it? Didn't I owe it to my dogs, cats, monkeys, birds, and turtles to provide them with adequate space? Didn't I want a place where I could entertain my friends properly? Didn't I want a place I could call my own and be proud of? Didn't I want a place with room for a pool table?" The answer to all these questions was, of course, yes. It was the most logical thing in the world that I buy myself a house. But I said there was a slight financial problem. I couldn't lay out dough for a house as if there wasn't a future to worry about. We'd made our first picture at MGM, our first high-budget picture. Thalberg was taking a big gamble on us, but suppose it didn't pan out. Suppose we were a flop, Paramount certainly wouldn't take us back, nobody would want us. "Do you have any doubt it'll be a hit?" she said, and I had to tell her that I did have doubts. It hadn't even been previewed yet. Nobody, not Irving Thalberg or L.B. Mayer, could guarantee that a picture would be surefire, nobody except the audience. "Suppose the audience eats it up at the preview," she said. "That would clinch it, right?" "Yeah," I said, "I suppose it would." The sneak preview of A Night at the Opera was given at a theater in Long Beach. All the Marxes were there, along with all the top brass of MGM. When the titles flashed on the screen, the audience laughed. It was the last time they laughed. For their money, the movie was a dud, a turkey, a flop. When it was over, we all stood on the sidewalk in front of the theater, clustering around Thalberg in a daze. This was something that hadn't happened to us since the night we laid an egg on the stage of the Royal Theater 16 years ago. We couldn't figure it out. I saw Thalberg whisper something to a couple of his assistants. The assistants run into the theater. They come out with the film in 6 cans. Thalberg announces to all the mourners on the sidewalk that the picture is being shown again in the theater across the street. He refuses to accept the verdict of one audience. He has too much at stake in this deal. We all walk across the street, dragging our feet. So we ran the movie a second time. The difference was like night and day. This time the audience laughed when the titles came on, and they never stopped laughing until the end when they whistled and applauded. It was emphatically a hit picture. The executives of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hugged and kissed each other. Chico tore off to call his bookie. Groucho said, "At last, now I can complete my set of the Book of Knowledge." My date said to me, "Now you can buy our house, Harpo," and I said I sure could. Delayed reaction. 3 hours later, lying in bed, I realized that Susan had said our house. I didn't fight it. I went house hunting on my own. Soon after the movie was released, I found a place I liked in Beverly Hills and bought it. Not until the papers were signed and I held the deed did I tell Susan about it. I took her over to show off the joint. It looked very big and very empty, and I didn't have the vaguest idea what I wanted to do with it, but Susan said, "Perfect. The kind of a house I knew you'd pick out. I can see exactly how you're going to furnish it and decorate it. You don't need to tell me your plans, I know." She kept a stiff upper lip while I showed her the layout, until we came to a room that had obviously been used as a nursery. There she broke down. She stood looking out the window with her back to me and she said, "Harpo, when are you going to ask me to marry you?" "Any day now, honeys," I said. "Any day." "What day?" My feet got cold. There were many reasons, I said, why we shouldn't rush into such a serious venture. We had to have time to plan, time to outfox the press. If we didn't play it close to the chest, the publicity could murder us. We wouldn't have a minute of private life. "All right," she said, "so let's start planning." "I am, honey, I am. I'm thinking hard about it right now." She sat on the ledge of the window in the bare nursery. "Go ahead and think," she said, giving me her "I dare you" look and swinging a foot. "I don't mind waiting. I have nothing else to do for the rest of the day or the rest of the year or the rest of my life." "Let's get out of here," I said. "I have to go home and feed the turtle." The next day Gummo called me up, apologetically. Metro, he said, had the wild idea that I should go to Europe and do a series of personal appearances to plug a night at the opera before it was released over there. He told them I never wasted my time with that kind of exploitation, but they insisted Gummo should at least ask me, and so he was now asking me, and what else was new. I said, "How soon can I leave?" Gummo told me I was kidding. I told him I wasn't. He asked me what the hell I wanted to go to Europe for. I said I had to take it on the lam and he shouldn't ask any questions. So he asked questions. Who was after me? The income tax people. Worse than that, I said. What was the rap? Was it serious? It was serious. What was the worst I could get? I could get life, I said. "Oh," said Gummo. "Susan." My silence told him he'd guessed it. "I'm on her side, you know," he said, "and I think you're running away from the nicest thing that ever happened to you. But you're my client and I work for you and I'll get you on the Friday plane to New York, and then I'll do my best to find a nice fellow for Susan while you're gone." "You do that," I said. I got a lot accomplished before I left. I huddled with the architect, the decorator, and the landscaper and gave them final approval of all their plans. When I came back, my new place would be remodeled, redecorated, furnished, and landscaped, ready to move into. I took Susan to dinner to tell her goodbye. She took my leaving very bravely, I must say. She said she knew how it was with anybody in my position. My life could never be entirely my own. When the studio said jump, I had no choice but to jump. It was terribly unfair, but she understood. The only thing she felt sad about was my poor house, the thought of it sitting there so empty and forlorn all the time I was gone. "You'll be surprised what'll happen to the house while I'm gone," I said, and this cheered her up immensely. It was not altogether a cheerful evening, however. On the eve of our being so far apart, we had never felt so close together. Rome was my first stop on the continent. Dull time. Next stop was Milan, where MGM had rigged a night of publicity stunts for me at La Scala Opera House. Milan was memorable only because I drank too much peppermint liqueur at dinner. The liqueur had a delayed, disastrous effect on me in the middle of the opera, at which I was the guest of honor. I stuck it out only because I was able to make a deal with the men's room attendant for his trousers. I'm still not sure what was performed that night. The only name that comes to mind is Il Purgativo. Even Paris had few attractions for me this trip. All I can remember of my stop there was staying at the George V Hotel, and my French being so lousy I couldn't get the name of the joint across to cab drivers. Until I got the idea of saying Hotel Joe Schenk, please, which worked like a charm. I was glad to get to London, the last date on the tour. I had many good friends in England, Marx Brothers fans dating from the night we opened at the Alhambra shortly after the First World War. One fan I wouldn't see this time, however, was the Prince of Wales. The last time Wales had been in the audience, Chico and I had done our flash bit. In this, we're onstage looking for something we've dropped. Chico asks me for a flashlight. I act dumb. The flash. He says, "Where's a flash?" I am very eager and anxious to please, but I keep pulling the wrong thing out of my coat. A flask, a flag, a fish, a flush poker hand, a flute, everything but a flash. Finally, Chico says, "You're impossible. Come on, help me look for it." Whereupon I haul out a flashlight, turn it on, and help him look for it. On the following day, a present arrived backstage from the Prince of Wales. It was a velvet-lined hamper containing a flask, a flag, a fish, a flush, a flute, the whole inventory of the sketch, including a flashlight. Now, in the middle of 1936, he was no longer the Prince of Wales, but the uncrowned King of England, Edward Roman VIII. He was being kept under wraps for the period of mourning between his father's death and his own coronation. I was amazed when the stage manager told me during the intermission of my first show that His Majesty was in the theater in a private box, screened off from the public. After the show, a messenger brought back a note signed Ed. Rex, thanking me for an enjoyable evening and inviting me to a reception at the royal residence. There were only 6 or 8 people at the reception, which was informal. I got online to pay my respects. When it came my turn, I decided I shouldn't bow, not being an English subject. I gave the king my hand. The king, with a straight face, gave me his leg. It was an old switch I'd pulled many times in my act, but it was never more perfectly executed. This broke up His Majesty's dignity, and mine too. He loved our routines and knew every one of them, and we had a great time just horsing around. He certainly didn't act like a guy in mourning, or like he was awed by his new responsibilities. I'd never seen him so outgoing, so bouncy and full of the devil. Well, he had plenty to celebrate. It wasn't every day that an unemployed polo player became the King of England. Except for that brief visit with Edward, I was miserable in London. It had been the longest, loneliest summer I had ever spent. Life had a big empty hole in it, and it wouldn't be filled until I saw Susan and heard her voice. It was a long time coming, even for a slow decider. I made the decision. I was going home as fast as I could. I was going to marry Susan as fast as I could, and we would never be apart again. I knew now I wouldn't be able to survive another separation. I stuck a change of socks and a toothbrush in my raincoat pocket, left my trunk behind to follow by slow freight, and hopped aboard a transatlantic plane. I tried calling Susan from Floyd Bennett Field, New York, and again from Chicago, but got no answer at her apartment. Her time, I was sure she'd be waiting for me at the L.A. airport since I'd wired Gummo when I was due in. She wasn't there. I tried her number, no answer. When the cab pulled up at Schenk's place, I had a second thought and told the driver to continue on to Beverly Hills. So my homecoming wouldn't be a total letdown. I'd go have a look at my new house before I did anything else. I didn't recognize it when I got there. The plantings out front were lovely, but nothing like what I'd visualized from the landscaper's plans. The columns on the house were painted white. I distinctly remembered I had ordered them to be green. Then I noticed a station wagon in the driveway full of equipment. My God, I thought, are they still working on the joint? The job was supposed to have been finished 3 weeks ago. I went inside. A guy was hanging drapes and some dame wearing a smock, tennis shoes, and a baseball cap was supervising him. The dame turned around. It was Susan. When we came out of the clinch and back down to earth, I took my first good look around. The place had been remodeled, decorated, and furnished, all right, but not according to any plans I'd ever known about. A woman's touch was everywhere. The total effect was gorgeous, but it was also totally unlike any place I could imagine calling mine. I made a couple of changes here and there, Susan said. For once she avoided looking at me directly, choosing to look at her tennis shoes instead. So I see, I said. I was still in a state of shock. I knew you wouldn't mind, she said and laughed nervously. I've been here since 6 this morning. I was determined to have everything ready before you arrived. Well, I almost made it. Everything's done except getting these drapes up. You can move in tonight. Then she took a deep breath and said, Harpo, when can I move in? Monday, I said, for no good reason. I had lost all track of time somewhere between London and Los Angeles. When we unclinched the second time, I said, what's today, honey? And she told me it was Thursday, the 24th of September. I had given myself 3 days of grace. When Sunday came, I was still in a state of shock. I tried to calm myself by practicing, but I couldn't even manage to finish a chorus of Annie Laurie. I took a crack at Love Me and the World Is Mine and drew a blank after the first 2 bars, forgot completely how it went. I hadn't moved into the new place. If I'd moved without throwing a party, people would have suspected that something was up, and I was in no condition to throw a party. So I stayed on at Joe Schenk's making like it was business as usual, old Harpo at the old stand, in there selling a load of clams. Sunday afternoon, Susan and I had a secret strategy conference in a diner on Santa Monica Boulevard. I said I would pick her up at her apartment at 9 o'clock in the morning. If her mother was around, Susan would tell her we were going to make the rounds of the tropical fish dealers. I had to restock my aquarium after being away so long. Where will we go? Said Susan. City Hall. No, absolutely not, I said. Every clerk there is a spy for some columnist. Before the ink got dry on our license, Luella and Hedda would be typing out the story. What we do is get in the car and keep driving until we get to a place where nobody wants to know anything about us, except that we're over 21 and have $2 on us. The game was becoming kind of fun. Took me back to my days as a secret agent. While I paid the guy in the diner, I said, sure was nice seeing you again, kid, and Susan, showing a lot of talent for this kind of work herself, said, sure was nice, Fred. Don't forget to remember me to the gang back in Azusa, all except Luella. Yeah, I said, never could stand Luella, could you? When I got home, I was proud of myself. I was proudest of the fact that I wasn't getting cold feet. Joe buzzed me on the house phone and asked if I wouldn't like to join him for dinner and maybe a little poker afterwards. Love to, I said. So what did you know? I was going to have a bachelor party. I didn't eat much dinner, but I had 2 brandies afterwards and sailed into the card game feeling lucky enough to take on Swope, Harry Sinclair and Nick the Greek, dealer's choice, stakes unlimited. When the brandy wore off, I found I wasn't doing so well. I made a mental note to pull out of the game at midnight no matter how I stood. At midnight, I was nearly even again. I pushed the deadline ahead to 1 o'clock. It was not a very lively game. Out of courtesy to me, nobody bet any big money. This wasn't right. I was cramping their style. I should have been in bed long ago. But I couldn't make the effort to get up and leave the table. At 2 o'clock, I was still in the game. 3 o'clock, 4. Paralysis was setting in with all the symptoms of what I thought I'd licked. Cold feet. The game broke up at 6 o'clock. When the others left, Joe said, "How about a steam? A nice steam will untie the knots and you'll sleep like a baby all day." "Sounds great," I said. Sitting in the steam cabinet, I concocted some brilliant, logical excuses for not going through with the day's plans. I had nothing to wear. All my good clothes were either at the cleaners or in the trunk which hadn't arrived from England. I wouldn't feel right about getting married without Zepp, Gummo, Groucho, or Chico being the best man. It wasn't fair to Susan to get married without somebody from her family being there. We should play it smart. Announce our engagement, let the publicity die down, then get married in style. We had been engaged a total of 3 days. Who could really be sure how long a marriage based on a 3-day engagement would last? We owed it to ourselves to wait. It was nearly 7 and daylight when I got to bed. 3 hours later, I was awakened by somebody banging on the window. I staggered up to see who it was. It was Susan. She was wearing a wide-brimmed picture hat pulled down over her eyes, dark glasses, a 1930-style beige suit, and sensible flat brown shoes, and she had blanked out her features with face powder. "Do you think anybody will recognize me?" she said. I said that I, for one, sure as hell didn't. I was ordered to hurry and get dressed. She said she'd wait in the car. I did as she ordered. I grabbed the first things I could find in my spare wardrobe trunk and put them on. I looked at myself in the mirror. I was wearing a squashed fedora, bright red tie, striped shirt, dicky swallowtail coat, khaki pants, and dark glasses. "The jig," I said to whoever that poor clown was in the mirror, "is up." Susan was behind the wheel with the motor idling. "South," I said. "Drive south." She headed south and I fell asleep. Mrs. Adolph Arthur Harpo Marx. When I woke up, the car was stopped. "Where are we?" I said. "Santa Ana," said Susan. "It looks like a nice, safe place. 31 6/10 miles from L.A. We got our license from the city clerk. No waiting, no impertinent questions asked. I put myself down as Adolph Marx as an added precaution. Then off we went, cruising through town, going down the list of justices of the peace the clerk had given us. The first one we approached took one look at us and our weird get-ups and said he didn't know what the joke was, probably an initiation stunt from some college, but he wanted no part of it. The next one we located said to come back when we sobered up and slammed the door in our faces. The third guy was wearing a Landon button, and we walked out of his place before any words were exchanged. We worked our way to the outskirts of town and to the bottom of the list before we found a justice who at least had the decency to ask to see our marriage license. He looked it over carefully and looked us over carefully. "Well," he said, "there's no law says how you have to dress up to get married." "Okay, I'll oblige you." He asked if we'd brought our own witnesses for the ceremony. When we told him we hadn't, he said, "Come on next door to the firehouse. We'll dig up a couple for you." We went next door to the firehouse. A fireman was snoozing on a cot beside the hose car. The JP shook him awake and told him to call up his wife and tell her to come on over to be the matron of honor. "Tell her not to expect anything extra, if you know what I mean," he said. "But at least she can have a good cry for herself." The fireman put on a tie. The fireman's wife arrived, wearing a hat and carrying a bunch of chrysanthemums. When she saw us, her mouth dropped open and she nearly dropped the flowers. "Them," she said, and the JP said them. It was all extremely uncomfortable. But when they found out I'd forgotten to bring a ring, the awkward situation turned into a friendly little party. A bridegroom who forgot the ring could only be a harmless, overgrown kid head over heels in love. The matron of honor lent us her ring. Due to there being no fires on the outskirts of Santa Ana around noon on the 28th of September, 1936, the ceremony went off without an interruption. Adolph Marx and Susan Fleming were pronounced man and wife upstairs in the firehouse. The fireman's wife cried. The JP kissed the bride. The fireman kissed the bride. I kissed the bride. My punishment for squandering 42 years as a loony lone wolf had caught up with me. As I had told Gummo, it was a serious rap. I got the maximum, life, sweet, sweet sentence. We were about to drive away when the JP came running over to the car. "Say, Mr. Marx," he said, "mind if I ask you a personal question? I've been thinking about your name and it kind of rings a bell with me. I tried to make a getaway, but I had the car in the wrong gear and it stalled." This didn't discourage the justice. He caught up with us and said, Marx, aren't you related to the folks that run the dry goods store over in Orange?" "Yeah," I said, distantly. Susan blew him a kiss and we headed for home. We kept our secret for over a month from everybody except Susan's mother. I was still living at Joe Schenk's address officially and Susan at her apartment. Unofficially, we lived in our house in Beverly Hills. Daytimes, Susan spent helping me put the joint in shape, which was very generous of her. Nighttimes, we locked ourselves in and kept the lights turned out, which was not altogether a hardship. After a while, the cloak and dagger game began to bore us. We were too good at it. Nobody suspected. Mainly, we were dying to tell our news to the world. The question was when. I got an idea. We'd pick a time when there'd be a big enough news event to crowd us into the back of the paper, like the national election November 3. To make the picture perfect, Alice Duer-Miller arrived on the coast. The Irving Berlins had turned their place over to her, and she decided to give a small dinner party on election night. When she called to invite me, she said, "I do hope your charming young friend Miss Fleming will be free to come too." And I said I thought there was a pretty good chance she'd be free. I hadn't looked forward to the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November so eagerly since the last time I collected wood for the Tammany bonfire on 93rd Street. I also had a financial interest at stake. Thanks to the Literary Digest poll, which had Alf Landon sweeping the country, it was possible to get a bet down on Roosevelt. I scraped together all my loose cash and bet the bundle on FDR as a wedding present for Susan. Returns were already coming in on the radio when we got to Alice's. I didn't want to upstage the next president of the United States, so I took Charlie Lederer aside and told him about us right away. Telling Charlie I knew was like telling the Associated Press. But as soon as I told him, he slunk away as if I'd touted him on a Dr. Townsend for president. Soon after we finished dinner, it was announced that the Democrats were in by a landslide. Alice rang the hostess bell and out came the champagne. We filled our glasses. Charlie Lederer rose to propose a toast. We all prepared to drink to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but Charlie said, "I give you the bride and bridegroom, Mr. and Mrs. Harpo Marx." Nobody believed it. I had come prepared. I took out the marriage certificate and handed it around the table. Out came more champagne. Instantaneously, the party turned into a good old-fashioned Manhattan bash. The way they carried on, you'd have thought it was me, not Roosevelt, who just carried every state except Maine and Vermont. I slipped away to see what had happened to Lederer, who had disappeared. I found him on the telephone, reading from some notes. He was phoning the story to one of the Los Angeles morning papers. The L.A. paper double-crossed me. They sat on our story until their election final was out. Then they slapped us across the front page in a banner headline pictures on page 3 and put out an extra edition to carry the story. When the papers hit the streets, I was amazed at myself. I wasn't the least bit upset. For a moment, I even toyed with the idea of hiring a skywriter and finishing the job in style. Chapter 21. Most normal man in Hollywood. Teehee year was 1940. The scene, dinner at the David O. Selznick's. The guests, Rose and Ben Hecht, Dr. Sam Hirschfeld, Susan and myself. The conversation had turned to psychiatry. Psychoanalysis was the current fad among the movie colonists, and no party was complete without a discussion of Freud, Oedipus, hostility, penis envy, and comparative rates of Beverly Hills analysts. Rose Hecht asked for silence. She had a pronouncement to make. She pointed across the table at me and said, "There sits the only normal man in Hollywood." The pronouncement was for the special benefit of Sam Hirschfeld. Obviously, Rose expected the doctor to say something like "here, here," or the only true word spoken tonight. This was not his reaction, however. Sam said, "That's a pretty big statement, Rose. What evidence do you have to back it up?" "Harpo," she said, "is one of the few men I know who hasn't spent an hour on the couch. He's the only man I know who hasn't even talked about being analyzed. He's happily married. His son has reached the age of 2 without once being taken to a child psychologist. Harpo has no enemies. He's never gone on a diet or taken a sleeping pill. He's not money-mad or driven by ambition. He's mature. He's adjusted. He's a breath of fresh air in a town full of neurotic exhibitionists and show-offs." The doctor thought for a while, then he began to laugh. "I'm not going to confirm or deny any of your evidence," he said. "But I'd like to tell a story about this adjusted friend of ours, Rose, an incident that occurred last summer at Hillcrest. I knew the incident Sam had in mind when I'd hoped he had forgotten. It was not one of my glorious moments. It happened one day when 4 of us were shooting a match-play round of golf. Joe Louis, the heavyweight champion, Lou Clayton, Jimmy Durante's old partner, Sam, and myself. On a par 3 hole, my drive landed in a sand trap. In blasting out, I overshot the green by a mile. I conceded the hole, picked up, and waited for the others by the next tee. Joe, Lou, and Sam were good, consistent players. The only consistent thing about my playing was its eccentricity. When I was on my game, I was very good. When I was off, I was lousy. This day I was off. I looked to lose a few $100, so I figured I might as well play it for laughs. Near the tee, there was a short length of watering hose, connected to a spigot embedded in the ground, and a pile of fresh clippings of leaves and grass. Not much to work with, but enough to improvise a little gag. I ran the hose up my pants leg, then stuffed my pants with handfuls of the clippings. When I heard the other 3 guys approaching, I turned the faucet on with my foot. They came upon me in the act of relieving myself with a phenomenal, powerful stream laden with green hunks of vegetation. "Hey doc," I said, "maybe I better have a urinalysis. Do you think there's anything wrong with me?" "Nothing a good psychiatrist couldn't cure," said Hirschfeld, who then broke up along with Joe and Lou. But if they thought the gag was funny then, they found it twice as funny the next day when they learned why I didn't show up at the club for another round. The leaves and grass I had stuffed in my pants were fresh clippings of poison ivy. "Only normal man in Hollywood?" asked the good doctor as he finished the story at the dinner table. Rose Hecht stuck to her theory about me. "Well, at least the most normal man," she said. "What happened on the golf course comes under the heading of boys will be boys. What I was thinking of was a man in his important relationships, with the people he works with his wife, how he relates to strangers." At this point I looked at Susan and she looked at me and we laughed. Now it was our turn to tell a story on ourselves. The summer after we were married, we went down to the B-Bar-H Ranch in Palm Springs for a second honeymoon. It was very hot in the springs. Sensible people stayed away and the town was just about deserted. I finally found a golf course open and shot a few holes alone. Back in the clubhouse, I met a guy, a retired admiral, who was as much of a golf nut as me and who was also looking for a partner. We made a standing date to play together. That night, Susan and I sat around wondering where to look for some fun. We had come to the wrong place for a gay time. "I know what I'm going to do," Susan said. "I'm going to dye your hair, Harp." "Well, okay," I said. "But wait until I finish tomorrow's round of golf." So I shot around with the Admiral with my hair still its natural brown. That night, Susan went to work on it. It came out a flaming pink. The next day I was wearing a hat when I showed up on the golf course. Halfway through the round, while the Admiral was lining up a putt, I took off the hat. The old guy looked at me, made no comment, and sank his putt. That night I had Susan go to work on me with a razor. The following day I took off my hat along about the 11th hole. The left side of my head was still a luxuriant flaming pink. The right side was shaved clean to the scalp. The Admiral made no comment. On the 4th day, the rest of my skull was shaved, except for a square pink patch over my left ear. On the 5th day, the patch over my ear was dyed a shiny jet black. The Admiral's game was steady as ever, and golf was the only topic of our conversation. On the 6th day, I turned up with my hat pulled down over my ears. Under the hat, my head was shaved completely, smooth as an uncracked egg. But my golf date never showed up. I called the joint where he was staying. The desk clerk said the Admiral had checked out that morning, a week ahead of time, refusing to leave a forwarding address. I went home looking like a dehydrated Erich von Stroheim, and that was how the most normal man spent his second honeymoon. I'm afraid we gave Rose Hecht a pretty hard time with her theory. The truth was, marriage hadn't changed me much at all. If anything, it had brought out more and more of the Patsy Brannigan in me. Now I had a permanent clack to egg me on, a clack of one, Susan. Dr. Sam Hirschfeld had become our family physician and one of our best friends. I never knew a man who had more time and affection to give to other people or more energy to give to his work, with enough left over to take on anybody, anytime he could, at any game you wanted to name. This guy was half demon and half saint. Years later, after Sam had passed away, Ben Hecht wrote, "His work as physician and surgeon was a small part of his activities. Through with his hospital rounds and his professional calls, Sam would dash off to some laboratory where he pursued the secrets of longevity and cancer cures. At midnight, Sam would enter his home, stretch himself in his bed and read until dawn. His mind poked into all the corners of science and psychology and mysteriously found time for poetry and novels. But Sam's chief activity was his sideline of Good Samaritanism. His patients were always his friends. He got them jobs, nursed them out of drunks, picked out babies for childless couples to adopt, induced roués to marry girls they had made pregnant, restored the egos of defeated writers and suicidal wives. As I write of him, I see again his wide grin, his tense eyes full of eagerness and wisdom, his trim and tireless body. He was one of my few friends who could beat me at badminton and beach racing. If not for his eyes, he could have passed for a prize fighter. A gang of us used to go to the fights, baseball games, or hockey matches, whichever was in season, once a week, and Sam was our ringleader. Hockey was his special passion among sports. He never missed a match unless he had to be in surgery or with a patient who was confined to bed. Patients who were ambulatory he often brought along with him to the hockey game. One such was our mutual friend Gene Fowler, the writer. Fowler was a big, congenial, convivial guy who didn't believe in moderation in those days, particularly moderation in drinking. When he hit the bottle, he stayed on a bat for weeks at a time. But Gene was also a wise man, wise enough to know that only the living got any enjoyment out of life. So when he felt a drunk coming on, he placed himself in Sam's custody and stuck as close as he could to Sam until the urge passed. If he slipped, Sam would be handy to give him a hypo to ease him back on the wagon. One night Hirschfeld, Fowler, and I went to a hockey game. Fowler swore he had taken his last drink. He even bought 4 bags of popcorn before the game to absorb his craving for alcohol, he said. Everybody except Sam was impressed by this. The doctor was hopeful but noncommittal. We shall see, was his attitude. By the end of the first period, Gene, munching away at the popcorn, appeared to have lost the symptoms of his craving. He'd been close-mouthed and fidgety when he first got to the arena. Now he was cheerful and full of chatter. Sam was finally impressed. For the first time, he felt his patient was making some kind of progress. In the middle of the final period, it became plain what kind of progress the patient was making. He was getting progressively drunker. Fowler was mysteriously but unmistakably plastered. Sam was baffled. Gene hadn't once left his seat, and Sam had kept an eye on him the whole time. The doctor bore in to investigate. Now that Gene had won the battle of the booze, he didn't have to lie anymore, and he happily made a full confession. Before the game started, he confessed, he had slipped into the men's room and doused a quart of bourbon over his popcorn. Going through the parking lot after the game was over, Gene was feeling ultra-genial. He was very pleased with himself and with the world. We passed a guy who was having car trouble. Gene stopped, stuck his head under the guy's hood, poked around, and yanked something loose. "Here," he said. "Here's your trouble, pal." He handed the guy the carburetor and walked on, overflowing with the spirit of human kindness. Gene Fowler once tried to teach me the art of drinking. I didn't enjoy drinking, he said, simply because I didn't know how to do it right. It was best to start with brandy. Brandy taken properly could keep you glowing without actually making you drunk. The secret was in drinking it slowly enough. You took a sip, then squeezed an ice cube in your hand. When the ice cube melted, it was time for another sip. I gave it a conscientious try. I got the first gulp down all right, but before the ice cube had melted, I got to thinking about the second gulp and dreading it so much that I had to go throw up. There was something wrong with my chemistry. Alcohol and Harpo didn't mix. This even applied to me as a bartender when I entertained. Charlie Lederer once said that I could take a sealed fifth of rare old scotch, uncork it, and pour it straight from the bottle, and by the time the liquor got in the glass, the drink would be ruined. For this reason, I was never asked to join Fowler's mob, whose members included John Decker, John Barrymore, and W.C. Fields, and whose common bond was the kind that bourbon was bottled in. John Decker was an artist who was unbelievably facile with brushes and oils. He used to paint in the styles of the old masters as a way of picking up eating money, like other artists knocked out magazine covers or portraits of society broads. Decker's canvases weren't cheap copies of old masters. He had a genius for reproducing the feeling, the lights and shadows and depths of the originals. I got to know Decker well when he painted a series of me and my brothers after the manner of Gainsborough, Frans Hals, and Rembrandt. While I was posing for him as Blue Boy, he told me he hadn't seen his pal Jack Barrymore for a long time. Barrymore was in a serious decline. He was disintegrating physically and mentally, and he knew it. He was ashamed even to see his good friends and kept himself a voluntary captive of doctors and attendants. I said, it might give the guy a shot in the arm if we got a gang together and took him out. We could have dinner at my house, then maybe go to the fights. Decker thought it was a wonderful idea. The only thing was, if Jack came, his girl would have to come along too. Fine, said I. We'll make it Saturday night. Decker checked with Barrymore's girlfriend. She said Saturday was fine with her as long as her husband came along too. Why not, said I. The next day Decker told me it was all set with Barrymore himself. You don't mind if Jack's masseur comes along too, do you? He said. Of course I didn't mind. I knew that the rub man's main job was to control Barrymore's ration of drinks. The boss was allowed a small glass of watered vermouth every 2 hours. One thing Decker warned me about. We should all drink freely in front of Barrymore. If we held back or hid the bottles, he'd suspect we were treating him like a child, and like a child, he'd get belligerent. I hired a bartender for Saturday. I told Susan that, all things considered, it might be a swell time for her to take her mother out to dinner and a show. Everybody arrived on time. Barrymore, his girlfriend, the girlfriend's husband, his rub man, the rub man's wife, Decker, Fowler, and 3 or 4 guys I didn't know, the type which there was only one word for: cronies. The great man strode into the house at the head of his entourage. He looked marvelous, lean and graceful as a college athlete. He strode through the joint delivering an eloquent and expert tribute to each of the paintings on the walls. No matter where Barrymore stood, you had the illusion that he was under a spotlight. He was every inch, ounce, and fiber a masterful actor. He was also a masterful magician. By the time we sat down to eat, he was fried. He had stolen 2 drinks from me alone before I'd had a sip of either one. I was under his spell and didn't know what had happened until it was too late. During dinner, I noticed that he was drenched with sweat. His shirt and jacket were soaked through and sweat was streaming down his face. I told him to go ahead and take his coat off if he was too warm. When he found my eyes, he gave me the piercing, pained look of a wounded eagle. "My dear Marx," he said, "to perspire is a gift of Providence. It saves me the trouble of pissing." After the fights, we wound up having coffee and nightcaps in a crummy jukebox joint off Hollywood Boulevard, a place that had sawdust on the floor for atmosphere and therefore charged double for everything. Decker and Fowler said goodnight and left the party. The girlfriend and her husband followed them. As host, I felt it was my duty to stick it out to the end, along with the rub man and the cronies. It was 2 a.m. Barrymore was trying to make time with the waitress, a blondine dame of about 50 with eyes too close together and teeth too far apart. Finally, I had enough, host or no host. When Barrymore pulled out his handkerchief, the piece of napkin the waitress had written her telephone number on fell out of his pocket. The last time I saw John Barrymore alive, he was down on his hands and knees, groveling on the floor, weeping and snuffling, looking through the sawdust for a juke joint waitress's phone number. The passing of an ordinary man is sad. The passing of a great man is tragic, and doubly tragic when the greatness passes before the man does. The mob that hung out in the Hillcrest Club was more my speed. A bunch of us had lunch there so regularly that we organized ourselves into a round table. Members of the Hillcrest Round Table included Al Jolson, Eddie Cantor, George Jessel, Jack Benny, George Burns, Lou Holtz, Milton Berle, Danny Thomas, Danny Kaye, and 4 or 5 Marx brothers. The doubtful Marx brother was Chico. Chico turned up only once in a while, and never for very long, depending on how his business was going. Chico's business at the time was the daily pinochle game at the Friars Club. As of this writing, some 20 years later, it still is. I've often been asked to compare the 2 round tables, the Algonquin and the Hillcrest, since I'm the only guy lucky enough to have belonged to both. Actually, there's no fair comparison to be made. They were different in every respect. At the Algonquin, anybody, male or female, who dropped by and was accepted into the conversation belonged to the round table. Contrary to legend, the talk at the Algonquin was not one continuous olio of sparkling wit. There were long stretches of serious talk and literary shop talk, and when the Algonquinites told jokes or made up limericks, they weren't competing for laughs. It was their way of relaxing. At the Hillcrest, we had a fixed membership. It was strictly stag. The table was in the men's grill of the club, where no female dared set foot. If any dame had tried to invade our sacred territory, she would never have returned. The language at the Hillcrest Round Table was seldom fit for mixed company. There was little conversation as such. It was a wide-open competition to see who could get the most laughs, a running game of can you top this. It was never dull. We had among us 3 of the funniest men of our time, George Bums, George Jessel, and Groucho Marx. And it was among us where no holds were barred that they were their funniest. For my dough, George Burns was, and is, one of the truly great wits of America. Whenever George started rummaging in his trunk of vaudeville souvenirs, the competition all sat back to listen. Offstage, he didn't talk in gags. George was always original. He could tell the same story a dozen times without seeming to repeat himself. He had a prodigious memory for people, and he revived names and faces that everybody else has long forgotten. Above all, he had the gift of instant satire. Yet George was a guy who didn't know the meaning of the word malice. He's never been an insulting comic. When he tells a story on you, you love it, I ought to know. I've been one of his favorite subjects for 25 years. The virtuoso showman of the Hillcrest Round Table was George Jessel. Jessel was on from the minute he stepped into the grill, yelping something like, "What do you think I just heard on the radio? Somebody shot the president. Why would anybody want to shoot a nice man like McKinley?" He wasn't off until he'd strung together a 3-hour monologue of jokes, takeoffs, folk tales, reminiscences, blackouts, and dialect bits, all equally hilarious. With his humor, anything goes. But socially, Jessel is a stickler for what is correct and proper. He has refused, all through the years, to call the Marx brothers by our stage nicknames. To him, Chico is still Leonard, Groucho is Julius, Gummo is Milton, Zeppo is Herbert, and I am either Adolf or Arthur. When Jessel launched into one of his monologues, even his friend Julius kept quiet. Otherwise, Groucho was the round table's heckler at large. He jabbed us to death in his sneaky, soft voice with his cracks and asides. No punchline was safe from Groucho's counterpunch. No man, at the round table or elsewhere, ever dared to slug it out with Groucho. It's a pity that some of the classic meetings of the Hillcrest Round Table couldn't have been recorded for posterity. One day we hid a microphone in the Matzos before Jessel made his entrance. Unfortunately, George discovered it before he got wound up, and he clammed up. Yet, I suppose if any of our sessions had been recorded, they'd still be lost. They would have suffered too much in the translation into printable English. Late one Friday afternoon, 5 of us were sitting at the round table, Bums, Jessel, Lou Holtz, Zeppo, and myself. We weren't trying to top each other for laughs. We were trying to see if anyone could make Lou Holtz laugh at all. Lou's wife was divorcing him. He had just been notified of the settlement she insisted on. The way her lawyer talked, he was being stripped of every worldly possession. As a result, his ulcer was kicking up something fierce. Every time he thought of the settlement, he got another pang, and had to take a swig of some thick white medicine he kept in a bottle in his pocket. We hoked it up like a pack of clowns, but Lou didn't crack a smile. He kept thinking about that settlement and groaning and swilling down the white stuff. Zep had an idea. "You know what you need, Lou," he said. "A weekend in Palm Springs where it's warm and dry, lie around in the sun, swim, play a few holes of golf, greatest tonic in the world." Lou said he was ready to try anything short of the gas pipe. Zeppo made it sound so good that we decided we should all take off for the desert then and there. I called Susan and told her I'd be home a little late, like 2 days, since I had to go on a mission of mercy with a sick friend. We had an early dinner at the round table. When we were through, I said, "There's room for all of us in my car. I'll drive. I know a shortcut." Bums looked apprehensive, but he piled gamely into the car with the others. I announced we'd be at the springs well before midnight, what with the shortcut, and off we went just as darkness came on. Driving conditions weren't exactly perfect. The car was full of loud talk and cigar smoke. The windows steamed over so badly that I had to drive with one hand hunched over the wheel, while I kept wiping a peephole on the windshield. Still, time seemed to go pretty fast. I didn't realize how fast until Lou Holtz wailed from the back seat, "Harpo, aren't we there yet? It's 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm running out of medicine and I'm freezing." Like the rest of us, he was wearing golf slacks and a short-sleeved sports shirt. I reminded Lou that nights got chilly in the desert, but it was a dry cold good for you. I explained that I hadn't expected the roads to be in such bad shape. Must have been tearing them up for repairs, but cheer up, we'd be in Palm Springs any minute now. Half an hour later, I wasn't so sure myself. I stopped the car. "Boys," I said, "I think we're lost." "What makes you think we're lost?" said George Bums, and I said, "Because it's snowing." I drove on, creeping through the snowstorm. At last we hit the lights of town. It wasn't Palm Springs, it was Victorville. Victorville was about 70 miles from Palm Springs as the crow flies. If a crow could fly over the 10,000-foot mountain range that separated the two towns. It was almost 3 in the morning when we piled into the lobby of a small hotel near the railroad tracks in Victorville. Nobody had anything to say, least of all to me. Lou Holtz took out his medicine bottle, looked at it sadly, shuddered, and gulped the last remaining swig of his precious white stuff. He was sick as a dog and turning blue from the cold. I felt guilty and uncomfortable, so I hauled a harmonica out of my pocket and started to play "Waltz Me Around Again, Willie." Lou put a hand on my arm ever so gently. "Harpo, not now," he said in a soft, sad voice. "Anything else but not the mouth organ. This is the low ebb of my life." We put in a call for 10 o'clock and staggered up to our rooms. I was exhausted from the strain of driving and went out like a light. But when I heard the ring of the morning call, I woke up fresh as a daisy. I jumped out of bed and went whooping from room to room, rousing the other guys. I got him all awake before I noticed it was still dark outside. I looked at my watch. It was 4:30. We'd slept a total of an hour and a half. What I had taken for the 10 o'clock call was the bell of a freight engine. We went back to bed, but not back to sleep. The freight engine kept clanging and banging all the rest of the night beneath our windows. Well, we did get to Palm Springs. Normally, it was a trip that shouldn't have taken over 2.5 hours. By my shortcut, it took 21 hours and 25 minutes, but the weekend wasn't a bust. Lou Holtz did feel better. And George Burns acquired a new story for his Harpo file. Bums and I were constant golfing companions in those days. I could always beat George. He made me feel like a pro. George found it impossible to take golf seriously, and he could always get a laugh out of me on the course. I made him feel like a great comedian. We were an ideal twosome. The Hillcrest didn't regard us as ideal members, however. We had too little respect for club regulations. One summer when the weather got unbearably hot, George and I took our shirts off on the course, which was against the rules. The Board of Governors wrote us a letter requesting that we desist from this flagrant violation. The day after we got the letter, it was still hot, and we went back on the course and took off our shirts again. We were called on the carpet and warned that if we did it again, we'd be suspended. We did it again. We were suspended from the club for 2 weeks. The day the suspension was up, we gave our word we'd never break the rule about shirts again. This time we kept our word and kept our shirts on. But on reaching the 3rd tee, we took off our pants. We had checked and found there was no rule against this. So we played 18 holes in shirts and undershorts, and nobody stopped us. Fortunately for all concerned, the weather turned cool before the next meeting of the Board of Governors. Only once did I have a serious fight with the club. That was when I led a campaign to revoke the bylaw that only persons of the Jewish faith could be members. I am proud to say I won the fight, and Hillcrest ceased being a restricted club. At Hillcrest, I got to know a guy named Lee Langdon, who was one of the top-ranked bridge players in the country. Langdon had the idea of starting a bridge club and asked my help in financing it and lending my name as a front. I liked the idea and was happy to help. The Beverly Hills Bridge Club was an immediate success. We rented high-class rooms on Wilshire Boulevard, and we had a charter membership to match the rooms. Most of the guys from the round table joined, along with the cream of the movie colony, everybody from Norma Talmadge to George Raft. We charged members by the hour to play. There was seldom an empty table. Before the club was 6 months old, I got my investment back. I became a silent partner and devoted my spare time to golf again. Because of this, I missed out on the most dramatic moment in the history of the Bridge Club. I was paged this day in the Hillcrest locker room. It was Lee Langdon on the phone. He was almost too shaken to speak. He said, "For heaven's sake, Harpo, get over here as fast as you can. Don't even stop for a red light." When I got to the joint, one of the members, a heavy-set lady of 40 or so, the wife of some movie producer, was sobbing hysterically. Two other dames were trying to comfort her without much effect, and Lee Langdon was pacing the floor, wringing his hands. Lee whisked me into the office. "This is an awful crisis," he said. "We've got to think fast to save the club." Then he told me what had happened. The fat dame was playing four-handed gin rummy with Harry Ritz and two others. When they finished a game and switched partners, Harry Ritz pushed back his chair to let this dame pass in front of him. When she did, Harry was overcome by a sudden, diabolical impulse. He bit her on the behind. She let out a shriek and flew around the joint screaming that this dreadful man must be expelled from the club. Lee said he couldn't expel Mr. Ritz from the club. Ridiculous. Harry was a charter member in good standing. If he wasn't expelled, she said, she would walk out and form her own club and take half the membership with her. Everybody who believed in paying for a safe and decent place to play in. Then she went into hysterics, and that's when Lee rushed to call me over. We came out of the office to face the crisis. The dame fell on my neck. After I heard her side of the story all over again, I said, "I'm sorry, but Mr. Langdon and I have gone over the bylaws very carefully, and there's nothing there that says a member can't bite another member on the behind." She was on the verge of going off again when I held up my hand and smiled and said, However, we'll be glad to make it a rule from now on that anybody who does what Harry Ritz did will be suspended for 6 months. No, she said, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. It should be a year's suspension. I said I thought a whole year was too stiff a penalty. Lee agreed. The dame said, "Well, I'll settle for 10 months. I said, 8 months. She folded her arms and shook her head. The three of us thought it over for a while. Then I said, how about if we compromise on 9 months? All right, said the dame. I'll agree to that, but not a day less. She got up and marched triumphantly back to the card table. So a new bylaw was put on the books. Effective immediately, any member of the Beverly Hills Bridge Club caught biting another member on the behind will be automatically suspended for a period of 9 months. To my great disappointment, we never had an occasion to invoke the rule before the war came and the club was disbanded. BR. Class equals title page / unlike the wives of a lot of my friends, Susan was not a country club widow. Something had happened to us to bring us closer together than we'd ever been. The first thing we had agreed on, driving back from the Santa Ana firehouse the day we got married, was having a big family. Me, because I'd grown up in one and loved it. Susan, because she'd been an only child and dreamed through so many hours about belonging to a big family. 3 months later, we started making arrangements to adopt the first member of our family. It wasn't easy. Susan and I shared a deep love for each other, for life, for all living things. We shared a faith in the same divine power even if we had no handy stage name to call him by, yet on the records we were incompatible. I was Jewish and she was Christian. Adoption agencies were sympathetic, but they warned us that because of our religious difference, the adoption procedures might be unusually long and involved. We had nobody to turn to except our friends. They went to bat for us. Dr. Sam Hirschfeld led the fight. Marion Davies helped move mountains of red tape for us. Alec Woolcott and Alice Miller wrote letters on our behalf. Swope was not content to write a letter. He thundered across the continent at the agency people by telephone. Still, we had to sweat through 6 heartbreaking months before we could bring our baby home. We had found him right away. He was pale and tiny, small for his 8 months. The nurses were a little discouraged over him. He seemed listless. He never smiled. He refused to take solid food. But the moment Susan and I looked into his huge, somber dark eyes, we fell in love with him. Susan leaned over his crib. The baby studied her face for a moment, then broke into a smile. To the nurse, this was a minor miracle. She asked Susan if she wouldn't try feeding him. Susan offered him a spoonful of cereal. He gobbled it. We knew he was ours, and he knew it too. On a lovely morning in March 1938, we brought our son home. William Wolcott Marx entered our lives and changed our world. Billy was the 47th string on my harp. The first sounds he could distinguish were the sounds of music, of Susan's laughter, of my playing. Music has been his personal language ever since. When he was 2, his favorite bedtime story was Annie Laurie on the harp. By the time he was 5, he could sing all the melodies in my repertoire by heart. Call it a miracle or just plain luck, but Billy had chosen us just as surely as we had chosen him. We had asked Wolcott to be Billy's godfather, and we had hoped that he could be with us when we brought our baby home. But Alec's schedule of lectures and broadcasts was brutal as ever, so he performed his godfatherly duty by long-distance phone. While I held the phone to Billy's ear, he introduced himself as Uncle Aki Wookie. sang I'm Dessa Ito Wabbit into Sunshine, and concluded with May God bless you, Master William Wolcott Marx, and may your father fry in hell. Before Alec finished, Billy fell fast asleep. He was my boy. There was no mistake about it. On Billy's second birthday, I was overcome with nostalgia for the East. You'd have thought that parenthood would make me feel more deeply rooted to the West, but the effect was just the opposite. I guess it was the natural urge of a new father to show his family off to his oldest friends. The only communique I'd had from New York in a long time was a letter from Sam Bayman. I came across the letter unopened between the pages of an old magazine in the reading rack in the can. It had been mailed 5 years ago. I must have received it about the time I was moving out of the Garden of Allah. What difference did 5 years make? It was still news from home, and it was nice to read that Sam was well and was planning a trip to Hollywood and was anxious to hear all about my trip to Russia. I answered Sam right away. My reply began, as I remember, yours of the past decade received. Not long after I found Bayman's letter, a telegram from another old friend arrived and stirred up memories of a more distant past. Going from New York to Antibes the long way around via California. You are one of 2 people I cannot leave without seeing again. Cocktails 5 p.m. Beverly Hills Hotel, Bazers Mon Petit Vestin Vert. Daisy Fellows. After I got somebody to translate Vestin Vert for me, I hunted until I found the green jacket with the brass buttons, and had it patched and clean to wear to Daisy's party. Seeing Daisy Fellows again was like reliving that whole summer of 28. She hadn't changed a bit. She was rich enough not to have to change, but more than that, she simply didn't want to. Her cocktail party in Beverly Hills was small and informal, but gay as any elegant bash Daisy had thrown on the Riviera. The only guest I didn't know was a plain-looking, skinny dame in blue jeans who was sitting on the floor. She wore no makeup and her hair hung straight and needed combing. She was vaguely familiar to me, but I couldn't think where I might have met her. Antibes. Neshobe Island, Saint Simon, Sands Point, Broadway, London. I couldn't make any connection. Before I could get tipped off on who this broad was, I found myself sitting on the floor talking to her. From the questions she asked, she knew me all right and she knew most of my friends. I played along with her and we talked circles around each other for half the party. The only clue I had was her slight accent, but I couldn't place the accent. It might have been French or maybe Russian. For that matter, it could have been plain old 86th Street, Yorkville. When the party broke up, we exchanged fond farewells. As soon as I got Susan outside, I said, "For God's sake, do you have any idea who the dame is I was talking to on the floor?" Susan gave me a very odd look, then burst out laughing. That, she said, was Greta Garbo. Out of the blue, I got a summons from Wolcott. He telephoned to say he was taking the summer off to go on the stage and that I was going to tour with him. Nuts to that, said I, to which Alec said, "We open in Marblehead, Massachusetts on the 23rd. So I got to go east to show my family off. The play was called Yellow Jacket. It was a Chinese ritual drama, whatever that meant. To me, the play made no sense whatsoever. All it lost in the translation was everything. Everybody wore embroidered Mandarin jackets, pillbox hats, baggy pants, and silk slippers. When they weren't bowing and shaking hands with themselves, they were galloping around on imaginary horses or singing songs that had so little melody you couldn't tell if they were off-key or not. There was a 4-piece pit band made up of 2 Chinese guitars, tom-tom and drum. The leads were played by Fay Ray and Alfred Drake. Wolcott was the chorus, a sort of master of ceremonies. My part was the property man. What I really played was the part of the curtain. The only way the audience could tell a scene was over was when I came on stage and changed the props and scenery. I also, Shades of Minnie and the Schubert Review, did the special effects. Like at the end of the 3rd act, when after a lot of grunting and thrashing around, the hero and heroine climb up to heaven, leaving the heavy slumped on the floor, and I come out tossing confetti in the air to signify it's snowing. Between scene changes, I lounged around on stage smoking a cigarette in a long jade holder to add atmosphere. That was the toughest part for me. I had quit smoking. So I usually managed to park myself near the wings, where I went through the motions while Susan, out of sight behind me, blew the smoke for me. I wore a Chinese costume, but insisted on wearing my red wig instead of pigtail. Even so, nobody recognized me through the oriental makeup. The only thing I knew for sure about Yellow Jacket was that Alec took it very seriously. This project was a crusade as holy to him as selling America on Goodbye Mr. Chips, Dumbo, or Seeing Eye Dogs. He brushed me off whenever I asked him what Yellow Jacket was all about. In so many words, I was told that its depths of meaning were beyond my feeble comprehension, and I was a lucky clown to be on the same stage with such artists, and so be grateful and shut up. After we opened, I was more bored than sore. I tried hard to do my part and play it straight, Yellow Jacket hell. It was more like Straight Jacket. Then, during the 2nd week, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne came to see the show. With those 2 friendly faces out front, I couldn't resist doing a little something special. During Alec's big solo scene in the 3rd act, I had to sit downstage. The one time I had to do my own smoking. So this night when Alec got going, I fixed the lunts with a popied stare, dragged on the cigarette and started blowing smoke bubbles. From the back, Alec couldn't tell what I was doing. But when the laughs got bigger and bigger and the audience stopped watching him, he knew I was up to something. Alec was so mad after the show that he couldn't speak to me without spitting. "I'm shocked," he said, shocked and ashamed. "Your behavior is reprehensible and thoroughly unprofessional. It befits a cheap burlesque comedian." To make it worse, the Lunts came backstage and embraced me and said in front of Alec that I was the most refreshing thing in the play. I promised to be a good boy. I was genuinely sorry, but Alec wouldn't forgive me. Woolcott was staying in an apartment next to ours on the second floor of a boarding house. Susan and I used to help him up the stairs to his apartment, pushing him from behind. I continued to help him up, but he stopped speaking to me socially after the incident of the bubble blowing. He spent all his spare time with Susan, whom he adored, and with Billy. Billy rendered him as soft and gooey as a gob of melted cheese. But for me, he didn't have the time of day. What the hell? He had nothing to worry about. I wasn't going to louse up his lousy ritual drama. The performances dragged on. It was worse than boring. It got to be humiliating. I was doing my damnedest to stick to the part, and people were giving me laughs in the wrong places. After each show, I got a lecture from Alec about my unprofessional attitude, but I was determined not to blow my stack. It had to happen. It happened on closing night. The audience was packed with friends from New York, many of whom had come to see me, not Yellow Jacket. During the first act, I could read their faces. They were puzzled and impatient, waiting for me to do something. Let him wait. I swore I wouldn't step out of character. Still, I was prepared if worst should come to worst. It was something Alec said between the acts that did it. I've forgotten what it was, probably a very trivial remark, but I felt it was one condescending crack too many. For the one time in all the years I had known him, I got sore at Woolcott, good and sore. In Act 3, I did everything except drop the knives and chase blondes across the stage. Blowing smoke bubbles was only warming up. I was all over the place. I ogled the leading lady. I gave the leading man the leg hitch. I did outrageous takes. I changed the props so often the actors never knew which scene they were doing. I came out with a fly swatter and swatted flies. This wasn't effective enough, so I got a flit gun to finish them off. When the warriors rode on their imaginary steeds, I galloped after them, honking my horn. When they rode off, I followed them, sweeping behind the horses with a janitor's push broom. Then came the final scene. The hero and heroine started their ascent to heaven, stepping over the body of the heavy, my cue to start the snow falling. I filled the air with confetti. I shook confetti out of my sleeves, from under my hat, and from out of my pockets. I took off my socks and shook confetti out of my socks. That wasn't nearly enough, so I began dumping confetti by the bushel basketful. Snow was piled so deep on the heavy that the poor guy could hardly breathe. When the curtain came down, I was hopping around and slapping my sides to keep warm in the blizzard. We took curtain call after curtain call. The audience wouldn't let us go. Alec stuck it out like a trooper, but I could see the danger signals. His eyes were flashing and his jaws were grinding. He waited until Susan came backstage, and then he let me have it in front of Susan. He didn't get very far. I turned on him. I told him what he could do with his phony Chinese horse opera and all his snotty talk about unprofessional behavior. Alec's mouth hung open. His chin wobbled. He couldn't speak. This was a Harpo he had never known before. Neither had Susan. To tell the truth, neither had I. I left him with a parting crack. "I'm beginning to see," I said, "what Harold Ross sees in you." I walked out of the joint still in costume and makeup. Susan exchanged looks of astonishment with Alec, then followed me out. 2 hours later, Alec came puffing and grunting up the stairs under his own steam. He knocked on the door of our apartment and tootled, "Uncle Aki's here," bearing gifts for Master William and Mistress Susan and apologies for little Harpo. He was there almost an hour and he still hadn't made any apologies. Damned if I'd make the first move. This time it was all up to him. I got out the cribbage board and a deck of cards. We started to play. Our minds were not on the game. Finally, Alec laid down his hand. "All right," he said, "I'm sorry. It was a great misunderstanding on your part, and none of your accusations were true, but still I'm sorry." "May I explain?" I nodded he should explain. He began to run down the whole Yellow Jacket affair from the beginning. What I said, what he said then, what I had the gall to say after that. By the time he got to the final performance, he was no longer explaining. He was getting mad all over again. He got madder and madder. He started banging on the table. The cards and the board flew off onto the floor. "Goddamn," he yelled. "If you don't like me, Harpo, there's no reason why anyone on earth should like me." I didn't say a word. I picked up the cards and arranged the deck. Alec made a noise like a collapsing balloon. He picked up the cribbage board. "I believe," he said, "the last hand may be safely called a misdeal." We started to laugh at the same time. The upshot of it all was that the Marxes spent the rest of the summer on Neshobe Island. Chapter 22. Exit Alexander T. He United States went to war. I'd been ready to go to war for 8 years, ever since the sickening trip I'd taken through Germany on my way to Russia. I was fired with patriotism and full of fight. I offered myself to the armed forces. The armed forces wanted no part of me. I was reminded tactfully that I was overaged, undersized, and devoid of any military skill. I had no business in olive drab or navy blue. The only uniform I was qualified to wear consisted of a plug hat, red wig, raincoat, and baggy pants. The only weapons I could be trusted with were a rubber bulb horn, a harp, a clarinet, and 2 sleeves worth of knives. I took the hint, and so that was how I fought the war. For 4 years, I toured the GI circuit. I traveled 200,000 miles and played for 500,000 troops and defense workers. I performed at camps, airfields, naval stations, hospitals, ports of embarkation, service centers, and war plants. I crossed the continent so many times I lost what little sense of direction I had left. What confused my itinerary even more than the long jumps was the audience. I say the audience because it was like playing to only one huge crowd. It had been broken up and scattered around the country, but it was still the same crowd. In the old days, the act that followed you into a town always asked, "How were they?" You said they were wonderful or so-so or a bunch of bums who sat on their hands. If you said typical Boston audience or they haven't changed in Pittsburgh, the other act knew exactly what you meant. On the GI circuit, nobody had to ask. They were the same in Boston and Pittsburgh as they were in San Diego, Wichita Falls, and Newport News. They were terrific. They were always ready to explode. All you had to do to light the fuse was walk on stage. From that moment on, they were yours. You could do anything: play Nola on your teeth, imitate Dorothy Lamour, tell a joke about the WSCs, or juggle a stack of tin plates, and the house went off like an arsenal full of TNT. When I first appeared at an army camp, I had the weirdest feeling that I'd been there before. Then I realized why. It was like playing for the Russians all over again, only more so. These kids were starved for laughs like the audiences in Moscow and Leningrad. The difference was that the GIs didn't need plots or stories or reasons. They'd laugh at anything. Of course, nobody was half as good as the GI audiences made him look. For this reason, a lot of young comics, dancers, and vocalists I knew became war casualties. They made it big doing camp shows. They made it too big. When the war was over, they didn't know or had forgotten how much hard work it took to win over a club full of drunks or to impress producers and casting directors. While it lasted, it was unbelievable. It was an entertainer's market. But for us on stage, it was also a time of deep heartbreak. I used to look out at the seas of young faces, with laughter rippling across them like sunshine, and marvel that any of them could even crack a smile, knowing what they were going through and what they were headed for. In my mind, I saw them as thousands of Billies, not as the men they were, but as the kids they had been just 10 or 15 years ago, hoping that Daddy would keep on playing and making funny faces and bedtime would never come. I couldn't help thinking that, when bedtime finally came for some of these kids, it would be a nightmare followed by an eternity's sleep. No explosions of applause were powerful enough to erase this awful reality. I was reminded many times of what Captain Thornton Wilder, the playwright, had written Woolcott from his army post. Nothing so lifts a soldier's morale as getting a letter from home, and nothing so depresses him as reading it. My favorite Thornton Wilder story was the one about the time a little girl asked him what a war was. Wilder replied, "A million men with guns go out and meet another million men with guns, and they all shoot and try to kill each other." She thought that over, then said, "But suppose nobody shows up," and for this Wilder had no answer. When war was declared in 1939, and it became apparent that both sides were going to show up, the New York Herald Tribune held an emergency staff meeting. The managing editor said the first order of business was to pick a special correspondent to send to Europe. Somebody said, "How about sending Alec Woolcott?" The others thought this was a good suggestion. Everybody except Percy Hammond, the drama critic. "Be taking a chance," said Hammond. "Woolcott might not like the war." As it turned out, Woolcott didn't get to review the hostilities for another couple of years. He was itching to go over, but Percy Hammond's warning prevailed. It had been too long since Alec had worked as a newspaper man. He was paid for spouting opinions, not reporting facts. Meanwhile, during the summer of '39, when Moss Hart was visiting Neshobe Island, Alec said that the next Kaufman Hart play ought to have a part for him. Hart was delighted with the idea. So was George Kaufman, and they went to work immediately. What they came up with was The Man Who Came to Dinner. The leading role, Sheridan Whiteside, was not only written for Woolcott, it was written about Woolcott. Alec was ecstatic when he read the script. Then he reconsidered. He decided that it would be in bad taste for him to appear in a play in which he himself was the hero. The part was given to Monty Woolley. And a juicy part it was, a self-centered prima donna with the manners of a grizzly bear, who basked in the adulation of celebrities and eccentrics but chewed decent, ordinary people into mincemeat. It was Woolcott with bells on. One of the eccentric characters was a half-illiterate practical joker called Banjo. It wasn't hard to figure out who he was supposed to be. After the show became a smashing success in New York, the temptation was too much for Alec, and he signed to play the lead in the West Coast company of The Man Who Came to Dinner. The LA opening was a personal triumph for Wolcott in more ways than one. He proved himself a fine comic actor in a long, tough role, and by playing the white-side version of himself with such relish, he proved he was a human being who was aware that he had many faults and who wasn't afraid to laugh at himself in public. This confirmed the theory I'd always had about Alec. He was a great, big, wonderful ham, and people who took him seriously were people who took themselves too seriously. Most actors slept till noon during the run of a play, not Alec. He was at work by 8 o'clock every morning. He dictated letters and articles through lunchtime, then romped off to spend the afternoon with his friends. If he didn't come to my place or Walt Disney's or Charlie Chaplin's, he held court at the Garden of Allah where he was staying. Kaufman, Hart, Charles Laughton, Robert Benchley, Dorothy Parker, and Alice Miller were also staying there, so it wasn't hard for Alec to get up a quorum. When he finished his night's chore on stage, it was party time. Eating, talking, and gaming until the small hours of the morning. Then, no matter when he might have turned in, it was up and back to work at 8 o'clock. In March of 1940, the company departed for San Francisco, where they had a spectacular opening and settled down for a long run. Early in April, Alec wrote Beatrice Kaufman, "I have enjoyed the past 12 months rather more than any year I can remember. I have, however, no idea to what to ascribe the fact that, ever since I started on this trek at the end of October, I have felt in better health than I have known in a dozen years. I feel elegant. It will startle you to learn that, after more than 20 years of fidelity to one cigarette, I now smoke another brand and that, for some unknown reason, I no longer belch. You would hardly know me." He signed the letter Porky. The week after he wrote those lines, all the dozens of years of excessive living caught up with Porky. He had a severe heart attack. It was Alec's first illness since he was a kid fresh out of college, the time he'd nearly died from the mumps. I was allowed to visit him briefly in the hospital in San Francisco. Alec was a changed man. I had never seen him so subdued. He was more annoyed than frightened, but he was meek and docile with the doctors, and obeyed their orders to the letter. His annoyance was not so much over the illness itself as over the closing of his show. "You won't believe it after the lousy job I did in Los Angeles," he said, "but I was beginning to be quite good. Another month and I would have been absolutely superb." He smiled. "I've even licked the hoodoo of that line in the second act. You know, the one which kept coming out at Christmas, I always feel the needy." We agreed that Alec's fluff would have made a dandy subject for a Peter Arno cartoon. Arno's rich old clubman in fur coat in Hamburg, moving up and down a bread line feeling the needy. That was about the extent of our conversation. He was too tired to laugh. Wolcott wasn't docile very long. That fall he came out of his retreat on Lake Bomosson to electioneer for Roosevelt in the campaign against Wendell Willkie. Activity seemed to do more for him than rest, and not long after the election he was back on the road again in The Man Who Came to Dinner. In the fall of '41, against all medical advice, he went to England. The old warhorse couldn't stay out of the fight any longer. He did a series of broadcasts over the BBC which the English, still reeling from the Blitz, found very heartening. When he returned to the States, he went straight to the Midwest, where he shook up the isolationists and America Firsters with fiery speeches proclaiming that the war in Europe was our war, like it or not. This brought on a relapse which was followed by an operation. The surgery was successful. He went back to convalesce at Bomosson and began to mend very quickly. Soon came the Wolcott summons, "Fly at once to the island where Decembers were so wild and beautiful." But before I could get there, the Japs attacked Pearl Harbor, we were at war, and I was on the road with my camp show. Somewhere on the west coast, a Marine general, who looked old enough to have fought on the shores of Tripoli, entertained our troop at his bungalow after the show. He hadn't seen the show, but he'd gotten a look at one of the broads in the troop, fallen for her, and decided to throw us a party. At dinner, I sat on one side of the general and the broad sat on the other side. The general was plastered. After he had his soup, he gave me a blank look and said, "Who are you?" I primped my wig, I was still in costume from the show, and said, "I travel around the country with these gorgeous dames, General, and I've come here to make a deal." "What kind of deal?" said the general. "I've got 15 girls in my troop and you've got 40,000 men in your camp," I said. "We could go partners in a whorehouse and make ourselves a bloody fortune." The general grunted and turned to talk to the broad. A little while later he gave me a blank look and said, "Who are you?" I gave him my story again. He grunted and turned back to the broad. An hour later he gave me a blank look and said, "Who are you?" For the third time I outlined my deal about the 15 dames and 40,000 men. "Funny damn thing," said the general. "Girl over here just said the same thing to me." Somewhere in Arkansas early in the game, I learned that nobody had more power on a military base than a civilian, and that no civilian had more power than a comic traveling with an all-girl band like me. For this reason, I never had any trouble getting a high-ranking officer to act as stooge in the knife-dropping act, wherever I played. After the first show at this base, I said to the guy who'd been my straight man, "You did great out there tonight, Colonel. I've had John Barrymore play that sketch with me, and he was no better than you." Since the straight man did nothing more than walk on and shake hands with me to start the cutlery falling, this was strictly a tongue-in-cheek compliment. But I should have known better. The colonel was stage-struck. When I arrived at the theater to get ready for the second night's show, he was already in my dressing room putting on makeup. As a matter of fact, I was pleased to see this. I had a favor to ask of the colonel. That afternoon, while I was walking through the base, I was surprised to hear somebody call my name. The voice came from the basement of a barracks. I looked down in the basement. It was a friend of mine from Beverly Hills, a young lawyer. He was in fatigues, swabbing out a latrine. He told me he'd spent all the night before out on maneuvers, and he'd been socked with latrine duty as soon as he got back to camp. The guy was dead on his feet and depressed. He saw no hope of ever rising above the rank of buck private. I told him not to worry. I'd try to help him. So that night I asked the stage-struck colonel if I could bring a friend to the party he was throwing for the cast after the show. "Why, of course," said the colonel. "Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, Harpo." When my friend turned out to be a drafty, the colonel was a bit taken aback. I had rousted the poor guy out of bed to come to the party. He hadn't slept for 48 hours, but groggy as he was, my friend was able to give the colonel an hour's free consultation. He showed the C.O. where he'd overpaid his last year's income tax by $45, and this was the kind of military know-how that impressed the colonel. A couple of weeks later, the guy was recommended for officers' training out of the blue. He wound up assigned to Moss Hart's company of Winged Victory, where he met many influential people. Soon after he was mustered out, with the rank of captain, he was appointed a judge in Los Angeles. Somewhere in New Jersey, an actor I had known slightly in Hollywood was a corporal in a Jersey camp. We hadn't been in camp 2 hours before he made a date to take out one of the gals, a former stripper, after the show. But that afternoon, because of impending troop movements, all passes were revoked and all personnel were ordered confined to the post until further notice. The corporal was desperate. He really had it for this broad, and she was in a mood to reciprocate. So I went straight to the office of the base commander to plead the corporal's case. The colonel was a real Babbitt in uniform. Framed mottos hung all over his walls, along with citations and awards going back to when he was an Eagle Scout. I could see I wouldn't get far with any buddy-buddy talk, so I tried the shock treatment. "Colonel," I said, "I want to ask you a big favor." "I am here to serve, Mr. Marx," he said. "What can I do for you?" "One of your boys wants to lay one of my girls," I said, "and he can't get a pass tonight." The colonel bristled, turned red, huffed and puffed, and damn near strangled, but he was too good a soldier to duck the issue. He said, "How long do you estimate this maneuver will take?" I shrugged and said, "You know as well as I do, Colonel, with some guys it might take only—" He didn't let me finish. "All right, Marx," he snapped. "I'll see what I can do." That night, the corporal was watching the show from backstage when he was notified he was being put on special orders. The colonel had made him his personal driver for the rest of the night. After the show, the colonel offered me and the corporal's girl a lift in his car. The colonel indicated the broad should sit up front, then ordered the corporal to take us to the officers' club. At the club, the C.O. and I got out. The colonel told the corporal to find a nice, dark place to park and to take his time about picking us up. "You understand, I'm not authorizing you to go on an all-night maneuver," said the colonel, "but shall we say 3 hours?" 3 hours was fine with the corporal, just fine. Rank had its privileges, but it also at times had a heart as well. Somewhere in Indiana, I played my first GI hospital here, and it was not a complete success. I had been scheduled to entertain first in the psycho ward. The doctors warned me not to appear in costume. This was to be strictly a concert, a musical therapy treatment. I walked through the ward beforehand, chatting and joking with the patients and passing out cigarettes to gain their confidence. Except for the extreme cases, they were all eager for me to play. I called for the harp to be brought in. Instead of taking the instrument out of the case and wheeling it into the ward, 3 GIs lugged it in, case and all, on their shoulders. They looked like pallbearers carrying a sealed black coffin. The poor bastards in the ward started to yell. Attendants ran in to quiet them. I ran out behind the pallbearers. The musical therapy for the day was canceled. Somewhere in California, actually, the biggest laugh I got any time during the war was at this hospital. It was a new 6-story joint built around a courtyard. They decided I should play a concert down in the courtyard, where the patients could watch from the windows and balconies above. In the center of the courtyard was a replica of the famous Fountain of Brussels, with the statue of the little boy taking a leak. Whoever designed the hospital had had a stroke of genius to put this conversation piece where all the patients could see it. It exactly fit the mood of convalescing soldiers. Before I came out to perform, I had a conference with the maintenance staff of the hospital. When I came out, I didn't look at the statue. All through my comedy routine, I failed to notice it. Then came the serious part of the program. The harp was brought out. I began to play Annie Laurie very softly. The audience, most of whom were hanging over me on the 6 balconies, was so quiet I could hear the splashing of the fountain. The splashing annoyed me. I had to have utter silence. I stopped playing. I turned and saw for the first time the statue of the little pursuer. I gave him a reproving look. I put a finger to my lips, pointed to my fly, and waggled the finger at him. The spout from the statue fell away to a trickle, then stopped. The maintenance man at the water valve had timed it perfectly. Nobody heard the rest of Annie Laurie, not even me. The GI audience up above laughed themselves hoarse, and the staff members sitting down in the courtyard had to duck flying crutches and nurses' caps. After this opening, I wasn't able to get away without playing a full-hour concert. I hope it helped their morale. It sure helped mine. In the summer of '42, I worked on a USO committee in Hollywood while I waited to go back on the road. In the middle of August, Susan and I went east quite suddenly when I got a telegram from Wolcott. It was a 3-word message: Alice is dying. I found Alice at home in New York, in bed, racked with cancer. Alice had known she was a terminal case for nearly 3 months, but she told nobody except Alec. Alec had decided on his own that I should know, to give me a chance to see her once again. I spent 2 days at her bedside, for as many minutes at a time as her doctor would allow. The first day I saw her, she had only enough strength to squeeze with her right hand, feebly, and to whisper. But the spirit of the old butch still flashed within her. It hadn't weakened by 1 volt. She was still gracious and gallant, and too good a sport to concede a single point, let alone the game, to the disease. She burned more from curiosity than fever. Alice wanted no truck with the past. This was no time for looking backward. Nations were at war, great events were taking place, and her friends were scattered all over the world. She had to know where everybody was and what they were doing. She squeezed from me everything I could tell her, from the state of Carl Hubbell's fastball to the Marines' progress on Guadalcanal. On the second day, my visiting periods were cut shorter. Alice's whisper had faded. The only physical power left to her was the movement of her right hand. But through her fingers and through her eyes, the current of her spirit still flowed. Although I did all the talking, it was a warm, two-way conversation. That evening when I returned to her house, they told me she was dead. Alec was up at Neshobe Island. I'd been in touch with him throughout the vigil, but the end came on a wartime Saturday night, a time when I couldn't get a line through to Vermont. I sent him a wire. A letter that Alec wrote to Charles Brackett from Lake Bomosson tells more eloquently than I ever could about his reaction to Alice's passing. "You must feel," he wrote, "that your world is being depopulated. I warn you that it is one of the penalties of lingering on the scene after 50. Late at night on the next to the last Saturday in August, my dear Lily Bonner and I were out on the terrace here relishing a fabulous moon. Through the windows, from inside, there came the muttering and card slappings of a gin-rummy game with Dorothy Gish and Louis Calhern involved. The quiet of the lake was disturbed by the sound of Howard Bull's motor launch chugging towards the island. At such an hour, this could mean only one thing, a telegram, and an important one too, or he would have let it go until morning. The Bulls sit in judgment on our telegrams and decide among themselves if there is any rush about our seeing them. So while Howard moored his launch at the dock, I told Lily that Alice Miller was dead. It was on just such another August Saturday night 15 years ago that the same messenger brought the same news about Gregory Kelly, then married to Ruth Corden. I remember now how he found all the lights out and calling through the window of the ground floor bedroom in front, awakened Nasa. She came in and got me up, and we put on bathrobes and put a log on the fire and sat until all hours talking about Gregory. I think you may guess with what courtesy and grace of spirit Alice made her exit. She had written me confidentially early in June telling me that the jig was up, and thereafter our exchanges were on that basis. It was precisely as though she regretted having to leave early, but whispered it behind her fan so as not to disturb the party. Finally, I decided that Lederer and Harpo ought to be told. I am glad I did, for Harpo came east ahead of schedule and was in time by 48 hours to be welcomed by her. The second day she could not speak, but held his hand while he talked to her, squeezing it when she was most interested. I am proud to report that out of the topics in his repertory, she squeezed hardest for Charlie Lederer, myself, and the Giants. I've found it an enriching experience to read over the letters I've had from her in the more than 22 years of our association. The file began with a hand-painted Christmas card. As the accompanying verse addresses me as a cribbage pimp, I assume that a check came with it, but apparently I was not sentimental enough to file that too. It is a bleak fact that there is now no such person in our world as Alice Duer Miller. The one bright note in that trip east was Alec. He looked terrific. He had all the zest and bounce of 10 years before. His blood was again up to its full rich count of white corpuscles, whipped cream, and red corpuscles, acid. The medics had given him the green light to come out of confinement and go back to work. When we left him, he was apartment hunting in New York for a winter headquarters, his Valley Forge, as he said. My camp show troupe had taken off without me, so I sent Susan home and joined an all-star company doing one-night stands for the War Bond Drive. At Soldiers Field in Chicago, we played to 110,000 people. While I was waiting to do my second bit on the show, one of the stadium hot dog vendors came backstage to shake hands with me. "For my dough," he said, "you're the best one on the program. I felt complimented since the others on the program were Mickey Rooney, Judy Garland, Fred Astaire, Lucille Ball, Betty Hutton, Kay Kaiser and his band, and Jose Iturbide. Yes, sir, Mr. Marx, he said. When you played on your harp, I sold 4 times as many hot dogs as when anybody else was on the stage. A modest man is made, not born. On the 12th of September, I was home again, and just in time for an unexpected reunion. Ivy Lee Litvinov was in town and had been trying to get in touch with me. I hadn't seen her since the night in the Moscow theater 9 years ago when her husband had popped on stage as a comic and turned me into a straight man. Maxim Litvinov was now the Soviet ambassador to the United States. We took Ivy Lee out to dinner at Mike Lyman's restaurant. I put on quite a performance, mainly for Susan's benefit, recreating my 6 weeks in Russia. From the trouble I had carrying rubles across the border going in and my fiasco with the Moscow Art Theater to my final command performance. Because of Mrs. Litvinov, I omitted telling about what I carried across the border on the way out. Mike Lyman had been hanging around the table. Finally, he said, "Excuse me for interrupting, but I heard some news on the radio in the kitchen that you folks might be interested in. The Russian army stopped the Germans at Stalingrad." Ivy Lee Litvinov certainly was interested in the news. For the rest of the night, the champagne at Mike's was on the Soviet Union. I hooked onto a troop heading east. We pulled into Watertown, New York on a cold, gray afternoon in January 1943. It had just begun to snow. After the show, it was still coming down. The next morning, I woke up early. From my hotel window, I watched the sun rise. The city was covered under a deep white blanket of snow. Nothing moved. It was a beautiful sight. A great idea occurred to me. I called Wolcott in New York City at his apartment in the Hotel Gotham. When he stopped cursing me for waking him up in the middle of the night, I told him my idea. I was sure he'd call it an absolute inspiration. "Alex," I said, "I'm back in your neck of the woods outside of New York herein. The snow's 8 feet deep and it's gorgeous out, too nice to make the jump with the rest of the company on the bus. Know what I'm going to do? Hire a horse and sleigh for the trip." Alex said, "Exactly, where's your next jump to?" "Boston." I said, "How about it? Hop over and we'll take the sleigh ride together. Jingle bells, the whole works." He did not leap at the idea or call it an absolute inspiration. Instead, he took a deep breath, let it out with a sigh, and said, "Harpo, you didn't dawdle long enough in PS 86 to become exposed to the subject of geography, did you?" "No," I said. "Why, my dear boy," he said, "this may come as a bit of a shock to you, but Boston, Massachusetts is not on the outskirts of Watertown, New York." I refused to let go of my notion. I asked him how about if I took a shortcut through the city and picked him up there. He said, "Oh, a splendiferous thought. I shall be waiting for you in front of the Gotham to come jingling up in your troika. You'll know me by my white beard and the white fur trimming on my red suit. I'm fat and jolly and tend to go around saying ho, ho, ho to little children. Meanwhile, if you don't mind, I'm going back to Betty Bye. God bless you and keep you safe from anything as dangerous as knowledge." He hung up. Later that morning on the road, I asked our bus driver how many miles he figured it was from Watertown to Boston. "Oh, it'll be around 300 miles, he said. I asked him what it would be if we took the shortcut through New York City. The driver played it straight. "The shortcut wouldn't add more than 200 miles to the trip, Mr. Marx," he said. "When I got to New York after playing Boston, I was delighted to find Charlie Lederer in town." Charlie said Wolcott was being very stuffy. He was having Eleanor Roosevelt up for tea in his apartment, after which he was doing a broadcast, some sort of forum program. After the broadcast, Alec had told Charlie he was going straight home and to bed and he could not be seen until noon the next day, and then by appointment only. So what were we to do? We went to Abercrombie & Fitch, bought 2 croquet mallets and 4 balls. We arrived at the Hotel Gotham at tea time and went up to Wolcott's floor. I rang the bell of his apartment. Charlie and I then started hitting the balls up and down the corridor in the best old Neshobe Island manner, whackety-whack. Alec opened the door of his apartment. He looked through me. He looked through Charlie Lederer. He paid no notice to the croquet balls bounding and ricocheting up and down the corridor. From inside I heard Mrs. Roosevelt's voice saying, "I'm sure I heard the bell too." "Is there nobody there?" "Nobody," said Alec. "Strange, nobody at all." He slammed the door shut. Charlie and I picked up the red ball, the blue ball, the yellow ball, and the black, stuck the mallets under our overcoats, and departed. Lederer was invited to go to a dinner party that night with the Alfred Vanderbilts. When he said that Oscar Levant was going to be there, I invited myself to go too. After dinner, the host asked if we'd like him to turn on the radio so we could hear the broadcast Wolcott was on. Charlie said not to bother. We would have liked to listen, he said, but we hadn't been asked. Wolcott would be furious if he found out we'd tuned him in without an appointment. Later in the evening, before the party broke up, somebody telephoned to ask if we had heard the news. The news was that Alexander Wolcott had been stricken with a heart attack while he was on a broadcast. I rushed to the phone. The lines were jammed at CBS. Everybody in New York was calling there for the same reason. I kept trying until I got through, and finally got the name of the hospital where Alec had been taken. When I called the hospital, I was told that Mr. Woolcott was dead. Whack. The program had been a panel discussion called the People's Forum. The guest panelists were Alexander Woolcott, Marcia Davenport, and Rex Stout. They were discussing the civilians' role in the war effort. Alec revved up and went zooming off like a mad hornet to attack his old enemies within the gates, the isolationists and anti-Rooseveltians of the Midwest. In the middle of a sentence, Alec stopped talking. He turned very pale. He wrote on a piece of notepaper, "I am sick." He pushed the note along the table to Miss Davenport, who read it and signaled at once toward the director's booth. 10 minutes of airtime remained. While the discussion continued, Woolcott was helped out of his chair and out of the studio. He was laid on a stretcher and carried to a waiting ambulance. When he was brought to the nearest hospital, there was nothing that could be done for him. He died just before midnight, January 23, 1943. One crazy detail stuck in my mind, it still does. A guy at CBS told me that while Alec was being carried to the street on the stretcher, he fumbled around until he felt the rim of his hat. His big, black impresario's hat, which had been placed on the dome of his stomach. When he passed out the door and into the night, he lifted the hat and put it over his face. What was crazy about this was that it reminded me of what Jack Johnson had done the time Jess Willard had knocked him to the canvas in the arena at Havana, Cuba, back in 1915. While the referee counted him out, Johnson, who was supposedly unconscious, laid an arm over his eyes to shield them from the glare of the sun. Everybody who had bet on Jack Johnson screamed that the fight was fixed, that the champion had faked being knocked out and had done a lousy job at that. People with dough on Willard said that Johnson's covering his face had only been a reflex. He was seeing stars, not the sun, and didn't know what he was doing. With Alec, I've never been able to decide whether he had deliberately shielded himself against the night or whether it had been a reflex. He was too good an actor to tip his hand. After playing the role of himself to the hilt, in spades, why should he goof on his exit and give the critics a chance to pan him? The funeral was short and uncluttered. Ruth Gordon and George Backer each spoke a eulogy and Paul Robeson sang the 23rd Psalm. When it was over, nobody had to suggest where we should go. Without a word being said, we all went straight to the Algonquin. It was the last gathering of the Woolcott crowd, and it was our strangest gathering. Neither Nasa nor Dottie nor Ruth nor Beatrice nor George nor Frank nor Charlie nor the lone surviving Katzenjammer kid knew quite what to say, and for me, for once, there was no use listening. I was on my own. The fat, spoiled, moody, cantankerous, mischievous, gay, generous, loyal, and loving smarty-pants son of a bitch who had dragged me into a world I had no business being in had ditched me. Like approximately 1 million other people, I felt sorry for myself when Alec Woolcott died. But I guess that's the way it is. When you lose something irreplaceable, you don't mourn for the thing you lost. You mourn for yourself. /div/body. Chapter 23, Life on a Harp Ranch. I came to realize fully with Alec's passing what his friendship had done for me more than anything else. It had kept me young. When he died, my first reaction had been that he had ditched me and I was left all alone. But I wasn't, of course. The slack had already been taken up by Susan and by Billy. Now, 6 years later, there were 3 more Marxes in the house to keep me from growing up. In the fall of 1943, we had brought home our second son. We named him Alexander. In 1944, James Arthur and Minnie Susan had joined the family. It was a crowd Alec would have fit right into. We didn't run a very proper or conventional household, but the joint was never dull either. At the end of the war, we enlarged our house. We threw out the butler, disconnected the buzzer on the dining room floor, and got rid of all the rest of the Beverly Hills nonsense, and converted the dining room into a pool room. The next thing we threw out after the butler was Dr. Spock. I was the same kind of father as I was a harpist. I played by ear, but I've been lucky on both scores. The harp has given me a decent living, and my children have given me more pleasure than I ever thought a man could possibly have. What rules we had as a family stemmed from the fact that all of us had been adopted by each other. We've always had equal amounts of gratitude and respect mixed in with our love for each other. Susan, an only child who never had any roots, and I, a lone wolf who got married 20 years too late, were adopted by the kids as much as they were by us. Somehow, without lecturing or threatening or studying any books, we all followed the same rules from the time the kids were very young. Life has been created for you to enjoy, but you won't enjoy it unless you pay for it with some good, hard work. This is one price that will never be marked down. You can work at whatever you want to as long as you do it as well as you can and clean up afterwards, and you're at the table at mealtime and in bed at bedtime. Respect what the others do. Respect Dad's harp, Mom's paints, Billy's piano, Alex's set of tools, Jimmy's designs, and Minnie's menagerie. If anything makes you sore, come out with it. Maybe the rest of us are itching for a fight too. If anything strikes you funny, out with that too. Let's all the rest of us have a laugh. If you have an impulse to do something you're not sure is right, go ahead and do it. Take a chance. Chances are, if you don't, you'll regret it. unless you break the rules about mealtime or bedtime, in which case you'll sure as hell regret it. If it's a question of whether to do what's fun or what is supposed to be good for you, and nobody is hurt by whichever you do, always do what's fun. If things get too much for you and you feel the whole world's against you, go stand on your head. If you can think of anything crazier to do, do it. Don't worry about what other people think. The only person in the world important enough to conform to is yourself. Anybody who mistreats a pet or breaks a pool cue is docked a month's pay. I think Woolcott would have liked the way we ran our joint. It was pretty much the way he ran his island. I know for sure that my father and mother would have approved. Our house, like the old tenement back on 93rd Street, was seldom without the sound of music or laughter or questions being asked or stories being told. Billy, Alex, Jimmy, and Minnie have turned out to be healthy, inquisitive individuals with minds of their own. I'm proud of them. I'm the most fortunate one-foot skater, undersized rent-kicker, self-taught harpist, and non-speaking actor who ever lived. I felt a little pang when I turned 56. Alec had just turned 56 when he died. Susan and the kids didn't let me mope very long over my age. They turned on the Christmas lights in honor of my birthday, and the pang went away. It was nowhere near Christmas, and the lights were hung in a jacaranda tree in the patio, but this was our joint, and this was the way we ran it. The jacaranda was the pride and joy of our patio. It was big enough to provide shade for the ping-pong table all day long, and every spring it burst with clusters of delicate lavender blossoms. A useful, graceful tree it was. On the Christmas when Minnie and Jimmy were 3, we strung the jacaranda with colored lights. The kids were so enchanted by the lights that we didn't have the heart to take them down. So we left them connected in the tree and turned them on whenever we felt like declaring a holiday. The lights were turned on for all of our birthdays, for Sam Goldwyn's birthday, St. Patrick's Day, April Fool's Day, Bastille Day, California Admission Day, Harry Truman winning the election day, Alex's learning to swim day, and Uncle Chico wins at Pinochle Day. For 2 years, we averaged about 15 Christmases a year. Finally, the wiring began to fall apart, and we had to have the lights taken down. Billy, who was 12, watched the handyman remove the lights with great fascination. Billy led a rich, full life, and he had little opportunity to enjoy such spectacles as a handyman up in a jacaranda tree, climbing from limb to limb. I'm afraid we made heavy demands on Billy, as parents are apt to do when their first child shows unusual talent. At the time, he was taking piano lessons, writing lessons, life-saving lessons, golf lessons, dancing lessons, dramatic lessons, arts and crafts lessons, and special instruction in musical theory and composition. Now he realized his life wasn't full enough. Something wonderful was missing. So when the handyman dropped down out of the jacaranda with the strings of lights coiled over his shoulder, Billy, who hadn't missed a step of the operation, said, "Sir, who did you take your climbing lessons from?" We got the point. It could be just as bad to give a boy too much as to deny him everything. We relaxed considerably after the jacaranda episode. As the kids grew up, they turned our place into a zoo. We had poodles, dachshunds, collies, and mutts, finally settling on mutts as our favorite breed. To maintain the balance of nature, we kept the cat population up to equal strength and threw in a monkey for good measure. Minnie raised hamsters. The boys and I built an aviary in the backyard. At one point, we had over 100 birds there behind a cat-proof screen. For a while, we kept parakeets in our master bedroom, but they were oversexed to the point of distraction and had to be exiled to the aviary. The only troublemaker we ever had among our pets was Sigil the seagull. One day I was driving to work along Motor Avenue, the street that separated the El Rancho and the Hillcrest golf courses. I stopped when I saw a large white bird flopping around beside the road. It was a seagull with a busted wing. Apparently he'd been knocked out of the air by a slicing golf ball. I was reminded of the time Sam Goldwyn was having a bad day at Hillcrest. Sam was working hard at correcting his slice, but no matter what he did, the ball kept fading on him. Before teeing off on a short hole over near Motor Avenue, he asked his caddy's advice. Should he use a wood or an iron? "That depends, Mr. Goldwyn," said the caddy, "on which course you're playing, Hillcrest or Rancho." Anyway, I got the wounded gull in the car, covered him with a blanket to restrain him, and rushed him to the infirmary at MGM. The doctors there were undecided whether they should put the bird's wing in splints or amputate it. The vet wasn't much help. He was great with Rin Tin Tin Roman 3 mange, bog spavins on cowboy horses, or loss of appetite in lions that were supposed to devour Christians. But he was helpless with seagulls. While the medics argued, word of the crisis got around the studio and all production ground to a halt. I called in the one guy I was sure would know what to do, Sam Hirschfeld. Sam came right over. He said that if they didn't amputate immediately, there was danger of a fatal infection setting in. As the patient's guardian, I gave Sam permission to operate. In a room packed with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's highest-paid stars and executives, Dr. Hirschfeld performed the wingectomy. When he finished, they applauded. Paul Mooney never played a more stirring scene before the French Academy at Warner Brothers. When I brought him home, we named him Siegel in honor of our producer friend Max Siegel. Dr. Hirschfeld had done a fine job on Siegel. Of course, the bird could never fly again, but in all other respects he was a hale and hearty seagull. Too much so, it turned out. He became a tyrant. He strutted around the joint like he'd come to collect the rent. He had the dogs and cats buffaloed. They backed away from his sharp tongue and his sharp beak, and he stole their food right and left. The monkey wouldn't come down out of the jacaranda tree when Siegel was on the march. At the same time, Siegel got less popular with the management. He took over the swimming pool as his private John. He kept it so messed up that the guy from the pool company advised us the rates would have to be raised for the monthly cleaning. It got worse. The rates went up again. The pool people really cleaned up on Siegel. We'd become very attached to the fat old one-armed bandit, but he had to go. So we made a present of him to Zeppo, who was then living on a ranch. There Siegel lived out the rest of his life. He died, apparently, of old age, but not until he'd spent a contented year keeping 3 dogs scared out of their wits and causing Zeppo's pool cleaning rates to be raised. It's always been George Burns' theory that Siegel was a stooge for the Paddock Pool Company. To see our children develop day by day into 4 distinctly different characters was like watching a continuous show full of suspense, surprises, and comic relief. I watched the characters with mixed wonder and envy. Bill was the most predictable one. There had been no doubt about his being a musician since he was 2 years old. By the time he was 13, there was no doubt he was going to be a damn good one. He already knew more about the harp than I did or ever would. Under his influence, I began to change my style. I realized I'd been faking for all these years, covering up my lack of musical knowledge with gooey arpeggios and flashy glissandos. Bill showed me the straight harmonies I should have been playing instead and brought me up to date out of the ricky-ticky 1920 on my jazz beat. He was making an honest harpist out of me. He was making me work. While Bill was turning into the musician I might have been, Alex was turning into the mechanic I could never have been. Alex was a tinkerer, a kid who could talk to machines in their own language. I never knew what the word industrious meant until Alex came along. He wasn't happy unless he had a hip pocket full of tools and something that needed fixing. School didn't come easily to Alex, but being a challenge, it intrigued him. He tore into math and history as happily as he tackled a leaky faucet or a bent sprocket on his bicycle. For a busy beaver, Alex was remarkably unstuffy. He was, in fact, the nonconformist of the family, and whenever he had to conform, he played it for laughs to save his pride. Jimmy preferred thinking to tinkering. He was strictly a theory man. Where Alex was an engineer, Jimmy was a pure scientist. He had more fun designing something on paper or building a scale model than working on the real thing. Like Susan, he had a fine talent for draftsmanship. And Jimmy, although he was the nearest to an introvert among all of us characters, was probably the best natural athlete in the family. As a kid, he developed a powerful golf swing and was a formidable switch hitter in Little League Baseball. Minnie was the one most like me. Nothing ruffled Minnie. Life for her was a dreamy, easy-come, easy-go, day-to-day business. Unfortunately, this attitude prevailed in her schoolwork, just as it had half a century ago with me. Unlike me, however, Minnie was smart enough to bring home a good report card anyway. Minnie's great love was the animal kingdom. She talked to animals like Alex talked to machines. With people, she preferred to listen. Come right down to it, our continuous show in Beverly Hills was not so different from the show the other generation of Marxes put on back on East 93rd Street. With each new day, we all took off on our own, because we all had different notions of how a day ought to be spent. But no matter how far apart we strayed, we were sooner or later brought together by the sound of music or laughter, or by the urge to get some kind of a game going. Just as in the tenement flat, there never seemed to be time for jealousies or anger. Living conditions were a few thousand times improved over the East Side. The only meaning hustle had any more was to hurry up. But we were no more orthodox than the old East Side characters were. We were the same breed of happy hooligan. In one department, we were certainly no different: fatherly discipline. Only once did I bring myself to the point of spanking one of the kids. It was Jimmy. He'd left an awful mess in the garage after putting together a model airplane, and he'd been warned he couldn't do anything else until he'd cleaned up. He tried to sneak off on his bike for baseball practice. I intercepted him and sent him back to clean up. The next thing I knew, smoke was coming out of the garage. Jimmy had swept the scraps into a pile and set fire to them. He thought he'd save time by burning the stuff on the spot instead of hauling it to the incinerator. We beat the fire out, then I sat him down for a serious talk. I explained what a dangerous, thoughtless thing he had done. Jimmy agreed that he'd committed a major offense, all right. I told him he had to be punished for it, and he said he thought so too. I asked him what kind of punishment he would recommend if he were the father and I were the son. Well, spanking, I guess, Harpo, he said. To the other kids I was Dad, but Jimmy never called me by any other name except Harpo. How many spanks? I said. He thought it over and said 6. All right, I said, let's go up to your room and get it over with. Jimmy was very cooperative. He assumed the position. I raised my hand for the first blow. I almost got cold feet. In my mind, the scene suddenly changed to a dingy tenement hallway. Frenchie was shaking his whisk broom under my chin and saying, I'm going to give you, boy. I'm going to break every bone in your body. I reminded myself again of what Jimmy had done, and that wiped away the fantasy. Our property could have been destroyed. Somebody might have gotten badly burned. I brought my hand down with a mighty whack. Jimmy howled, not in pain but in protest. Hey, that's not fair. You didn't tell me you were going to spank that hard. You should have given me a sample before you asked me how many spanks. 6 is too many. How many would you have said if I gave you a sample? 3, he said. I gave him 2 more whacks. Jimmy said, they weren't as hard as the first one, Harpo. Better give me one more. I gave him one more. He then got up and told me how sorry he was about the fire and all. He'd done it, he guessed, to show me, but now he guessed I'd showed him. At dinner that night, it was Jimmy, not me, who told Minnie and Alex what he had done and what I had done. They were impressed. I never had another occasion to take a hand to any of them. Susan was much firmer than me. She was not averse to delivering a swat on the rear now and then to show the kids she meant business. Like me, however, she was opposed to all-out spankings. And like me, she only had to do it once when it was a serious matter of safety. This time the culprit was Alex. She caught Alex riding his flexi racer in the middle of the street after dinner one evening in winter when it was getting dark. She hauled him in the house and gave it to him good. Much as it hurt Susan, it hurt Alex a hell of a lot more. He had a fair complexion and extremely sensitive skin. 5 minutes after the deed was done, Susan heard a blood-curdling noise outside. She ran to investigate. There was Alex sitting on his haunches in the middle of the driveway, rocking back and forth to fan his fiery little bottom, and screaming into the night, "Help, murder, police, I've been killed." In one respect, I was luckier than a lot of fathers. Having battled every kind of audience for 40-odd years, I knew that if you got 'em laughing, you had 'em. It was the same with kids. Keep 'em laughing and they'll do anything for you. Susan and I decided we would tell our children they were adopted as soon as they could understand any speech at all. It had to be the very first thing they learned about life. We'd seen some pretty sad cases where parents were afraid of the children they had adopted, afraid, as they put it, that the kids might turn on them, and kept putting off telling them the truth. When they were told too late, the kids really did turn, full of resentment and a feeling of being unwanted. The results were tragic: unhappy early marriages, delinquency, even alcoholism. Billy was 14 months old when he joined the family, and he already knew by the time he learned to talk that he had come from someplace else. Before he was able to ask questions about that someplace else, we told him all about it. He accepted it for what it was, a fact of life. It was like learning that the sun went down at night, and night was the time for sleep, and that mommy loved daddy and they both loved Billy just as much, nothing more, nothing less. Alex, Jimmy, and Minnie each came home to us as babes in arms. We started telling them where they had come from when Alex was 2, and Jimmy and Minnie were scarcely a year old. We told it in the form of a true adventure bedtime story. By the time they were 4 and 3, they couldn't go to bed without hearing the story, as we all came to call it. They used to sit around Susan and me on the bedroom floor, curled up in their bunny-type pajamas while we told the story. We played it for suspense like an old-fashioned cliffhanger, and how they loved it. Alex's eyes would be glittering because he knew he came first. Poor Billy, Susan would begin. Growing up sad and lonely, not having a little brother to play with. We had to find a little brother for Billy, not any little brother, but the right one, whose name would be Alex and who would have yellow hair and pink cheeks. Well, we looked and we looked. We looked at this baby boy and that one, but no, not one of them was Alex. Then one day Dr. Hirschfeld called on the telephone and said, "I think I know where you can find him." So Daddy and I packed our suitcase and got on a train and rode all day and all night, and then we got off the train and rushed to the place that Dr. Hirschfeld told us about. There they showed us a little boy. We looked at him. Susan would pause for effect. Alex would be hunched over and shivering from the terrible suspense. And what do you know, it was Alex. We bundled him up and took him on the train with us, and all 3 of us traveled all night and all day, and then we came home, and Billy had his little brother and wasn't sad and lonely anymore. Alex would let out his breath and smile with relief. He'd been found. Now it was Jimmy's turn to squirm and hold his breath. But Billy was 6 years older than baby Alex, and he would run out to play with the older boys, and now Alex was going to be sad and lonely if he didn't have a little brother to play with. So we began looking and looking for a little brother for Alex, not any little brother, but the right one, whose name would be Jimmy and who would have bright, shiny brown eyes. Well, we hunted all over. People showed us babies and they said, "Is this the one you're looking for? Is this the one?" But none of them was the right one. We began to think we would never find Jimmy. Then one day Dr. Hirschfeld called on the telephone and said, "I've heard about a baby boy and I think he's the one you're looking for." So Daddy and I got on the train, and this time we rode 3 days and 3 nights, and we said, Wouldn't it be awful if we got there and the baby they showed us wouldn't be Jimmy? Well, we got off the train and rushed over and they showed us this baby, and oh my goodness, Susan would shake her head. Jimmy would be biting his lip and clenching and unclenching his hands. It wasn't our Jimmy. We started to leave and then they said maybe we showed you the wrong one. Maybe this is the one you're looking for. And what do you know it was? It was Jimmy. Jimmy would smile and clap to hear he had been found at last, but Minnie would be beside herself waiting to hear the end of the story. The excitement would be so unbearable for her it was absolutely delicious. This is where I usually took over. Alex had his kid brother now and somebody to play with. I would begin, but what Alex and Jimmy wanted now more than anything else in the world was a baby sister. Minnie would whisper breathlessly. A baby sister. Not just any old baby sister, but a little doll named Minnie, who was happy and gay and who wanted 3 brothers, the same as they wanted her. Well, it's not easy, you know, to find a baby girl like that. We hunted and hunted all over town and looked at all the baby girls, but we couldn't find Minnie. Then one day Dr. Hirschfeld called on the telephone and said, "Hurry over fast, I think I've found the one you're hunting for." So Mom and I hurried over fast and Dr. Hirschfeld showed us this little girl, and what do you know? It wasn't Minnie at all. Minnie would stuff her hand in her mouth so she wouldn't blurt out the ending and spoil the mystery. So we came home feeling sad and told Alex and Jimmy we hadn't found their sister, and maybe we never could. Dr. Hirschfeld called up again and again, but every time we went to look it was the wrong baby girl. Then one day Aunt Gracie Bums called us up all the way from New York City and she said, "I think I've found the girl you're looking for." And we said, "What's she like?" And Aunt Gracie said, "She's a little doll, happy and gay," and we said, "Yes. That sounds like our Minnie." Well, we were in such a hurry to see her that we couldn't wait, so we didn't go to New York on the train. We told them to bring Minnie to us on an airplane. And the very next day, a nurse got off the airplane and brought the little girl to us. But the minute we looked at her, she began to cry and yell, and her face got red and she wasn't happy or gay at all. "You'll have to take her back on the airplane," we said. "This isn't Minnie. You brought us the wrong baby." But then do you know what happened? Minnie's eyes would be shut tight. She'd be nodding her head and wiggling all over the joint trying to contain herself. What happened was the little girl fell fast asleep. She was so tired from the long airplane ride. And I looked at her and in her sleep she was smiling a happy and gay smile, and she was the most beautiful little girl you ever saw. I yelled, "Hey Mom, come here quick. It is her after all, it's Minnie." When we had finally recognized her and decided to keep her, Minnie would be exhausted from the ordeal, exhausted but walking on air. Now that all 3 of them had been found, they had something wonderful to take to bed with them and dream about, and there was seldom any squawk when the lights went out. Alex, Jimmy, and Minnie never tired of hearing the story. Long after they outgrew bedtime stories, they would ask us to tell them the story at least once a week. When they reached their teens, they still wanted to hear it a couple of times a year. By then, of course, Susan and I had worked it into quite a show. What with all the touches and gimmicks we'd added over the years, we could have followed Alfred Hitchcock and kept an audience holding onto their seats. Alex was about 12 when one day he came to me while I was playing the harp. He looked troubled. I stopped playing and asked him what was eating him. "Oh, nothing, Dad," he said. He stared at the harp pedals like he'd never seen them before. He didn't know what to do with his hands. I reminded him of our rule, no holding back. If he had something to say, out with it. "Well, Dad," he said, "we've been talking about the story, Jimmy and Minnie and me, and well, there's something none of us ever said to you that we ought to have. And well, me being the oldest, we voted I should come and say it to you." My heart was in my throat. Maybe the truth was coming out after all these years. Maybe we'd made a big mistake. Maybe we had told the kids too much too soon. I said, "What is it you want to say, Alex?" He finally got up the courage to look straight at me. He took a deep breath and said, thanks for adopting us." My heart went back where it belonged, and it stayed there ever since. When Billy was 13, he happened to be with me once when I went through our safe deposit box in the bank vault. I happened to come across his birth certificate. I showed it to him. Billy read it, then broke out laughing and handed it back to me. I asked him why he was laughing. "Oh, nothing," he said. It was only that the family name he'd been born with struck him as sounding very funny. That was the beginning and the end of Billy's curiosity about his origins. One night when Minnie was doing her geography homework, she said to Susan, "Hey, Mom, where was I born? Maybe I've been studying the place where I was born and didn't know it." Susan told her. "It was a small city near New York. Minnie located it in the atlas. Must be a real dump," she said. "It's only got a little dot by it, not even a circle or a star." For a while it was a running gag with Minnie. Whenever I had to go east on a date, her last words to me would be, "Don't forget, Dad, give my love to my old hometown when you fly over it." Then the gag wore out, and that was the end of Minnie's inquisitiveness. A year or so later, Minnie came home from school one day very amused. A girlfriend had asked her what it felt like to be adopted. "Of all the silly questions," said Minnie. At first she'd told her friend that there was no feeling about it. Then Minnie corrected herself. Yes, there was. You felt you were the luckiest person in the world if you were adopted. You hadn't just happened to your family like most kids. You had been picked out of hundreds of candidates. You were somebody very special. Gee, Minnie said to us, I hope I didn't make her feel bad. I certainly didn't mean to. When Alex and Jimmy asked to see their birth certificates, they reacted quite differently. Jimmy read his with no comment and shrugged it off like it was a piece of last year's homework. Alex's reaction was delayed. A couple of months later he came to me and said, "Dad, if my father was killed in the war, doesn't that mean I would have been in his will? Hadn't we better hire a lawyer and find the money that should come to me?" I tried to explain to Alex that some lawyer would have found him a long time before this, if he had any inheritance coming to him. But Alex kept the notion alive that he was a missing heir for over a year before he threw in the towel, and admitted that I was right. Of the 4 children, Alex has always been the most money-conscious, probably because he's needed the most dough to keep himself in machines and tools and parts. They cost a lot more than Billy's piano scores or Minnie's feed for her animals. As for Jimmy, he had the cheapest tastes of all. His rockets he got for Christmas or his birthday. When he wasn't rocketing, he was perfectly content to curl up with a book from the library, or play himself a game of chess, or help Susan work on her rose bed. The only time Jimmy ever splurged was once when he bought 10 new trees for our lot and planted them himself, because he thought our landscaping looked a little skimpy. We never gave any of the kids any money outright. There was no such thing as an allowance in our family. If anybody needed money, he damn well earned it, doing odd jobs at home or on the outside. He could spend a third of what he earned if we approved of the expenditure, and the other 2/3 went into a savings account. We laid down the law that nobody could make a withdrawal from his savings until he was 16, and then only subject to our approval. Alex may have had moolah on the brain, but he wasn't a mercenary kid. One of his jobs was to maintain the sprinkler system, no minor job in a dry place like Southern California, and to turn the water on every morning before he left for school. One night at dinner he announced that he could no longer accept any money for turning the water on in the morning. We asked him why not. He said because the water got turned off while he was in school by the gardener. It was wrong that he should get paid for a job that he only started and never finished. His sense of right and wrong was an amazing thing. At the age of 13, Alex had as many principles as any guy who ever ran for president, the difference being he stuck by every one of his. The old man, meanwhile, was being housebroken. Susan and the kids were doing a neat, subtle job on me. I stopped going to the fights. I didn't go to the ballpark unless I took the family along. I had already stopped smoking. And now I even laid off gambling. Around the time I first met Susan, I maintained a second telephone, strictly for talking with the bookies in Kansas City. I used to bet on baseball, basketball, football, hockey, Davis Cup matches, bridge tournaments, flagpole sitters, anything anybody gave odds on, but no more. I won't say my family completely reformed me. I continued to bet on the Democrats in any election, and the New York Giants in any pennant race or series. But this was a matter of conviction, not looking for a quick buck, and this was the extent of it. I woke up one morning and discovered I was no longer a gambling man. I was a 100% family man. For one thing, I had not married a gambling woman. Susan was, she was frank to confess, an utter coward in any kind of a game where money changed hands or where winning was a religion. The one time she tried to play poker, she shook so that she kept dropping her cards. The one time she played croquet with me at the Goldwins, we gave her such a hard time over a shot she missed that she spent the rest of the night in tears. Whenever she played bridge with me, she never stopped humming. When I asked her why, she said she hummed to cover up how scared she was that she'd make a stupid play and I'd be sore at her. It was like whistling past a graveyard. Well, so Susan kept humming, and the next thing I knew I had stopped playing for big stakes. The real reason I stopped, I know, had nothing to do with her being chicken-hearted or my feeling sorry for her. I stopped because I was having too much fun at home and had no desire to go out looking for action. I was living, through my kids, the kind of childhood I never had myself and always wished I could have had. There was a time when I believed that entering the world of Alec Woolcott had made this up for me, but that wasn't the same. Alec had probably been right when he called me an arrested adolescent. There was no place for adolescents in the world of Billy, Alex, Minnie, and Jimmy, however. Here I could be a bona fide kid. Here I wasn't arrested either. I was making progress. It was as if, after sweating out 55 years in Miss Flatto's room, I had finally been promoted to the 3rd grade. Our ranks decreased by 1. Bill, no longer Billy, went east to the Juilliard School of Music. He had graduated from Beverly Hills High, and he'd advanced as far as he could go in the music department of the University of California at Los Angeles. His professor of composition at UCLA recommended him to Juilliard, probably the toughest conservatory in the country, and Bill was accepted. I don't know who Juilliard was tougher on, Bill or his old man. what chords he brought home when he came back on vacation. He had me pulling sounds out of the harp I never thought were possible. When I had the modern harmonies licked, he sprang his original pieces and arrangements on me and really had me sweating. Bill ran through them on the piano patiently over and over while I translated them to the harp by ear. He worked out a system of writing down music for me by letters, the names of the strings, and left me plenty to work on when he went back to school. What he had done was a revelation to me. He had given voices to the full range of the instrument. He had produced tonal colors, shimmering, jangling, glowing, booming that gave me goosebumps. My son, at the age of 19, was one of the few composers living, for that matter, one of the few who ever lived, who knew how to write for the harp. It was a hell of a shame that Minnie never knew what a fantastic return there would be one day on the $45 investment she had made back in 1915. The time she decided that her harp might add some class to the 6 mascots in school days. When I unlocked the mysterious black crate in the freight depot at Aurora, Illinois, I certainly had no inkling of the kind of future I was opening up. Even with Bill gone, we were bursting the fences in our Beverly Hills joint, what with rocket labs, workshops, studios, kennels, rose gardens, and practice putting greens. The kids would soon be entering high school. It was the time to move. Which way to go? Only one way out of the city. Los Angeles wasn't big enough to hold us. Which way out? Palm Springs by unanimous vote. We'd been spending a lot of weekends down there and had fallen in love with the desert. Besides, I had a couple of things going for me in that part of the country: grapefruit and a golf club. The grapefruit was Zeppo's latest deal. The remarkable Zepp had done it again. In the years since he quit being a professional Marx brother, Zepp had come into his own many times over. Actually, his first achievement was becoming a professional Marx brother. When he jumped into the act to replace Gummo during the First World War, the rest of us had nearly 15 years stage experience behind us. Zepp had none. Besides, he hated every aspect of show business, including actors. But he stuck it out to the end of our Paramount contract, through 4 years in vaudeville, 3 Broadway shows, and 5 movies. His first venture on his own was a talent agency on the West Coast, which Gummo later helped him run. Their roster of stars and directors was surpassed only by the giant agencies in Hollywood. After a few years, Zepp sold out to the Music Corporation of America, the biggest of the giants, for a profit in 7 figures. He took a hunk of this dough and went into the breeding of thoroughbred horses, an enterprise he knew a total of nothing about. He bought a huge farm, complete with training track, and stocked it with stallions and brood mares of his own selection. The thoroughbred business did so well he soon got some very tempting offers for it. He sold out for a fat profit. Meanwhile, he'd built himself a workshop so he could fool around with some invention ideas he had. He came up with a new type gasket for a certain hose connection in airplanes. It didn't sound like much to me, but it did to the U.S. Air Force. After the horse farm was sold, Zepp expanded his workshop into a manufacturing plant with a force of 250 employees. The gasket works he sold to one of the big aircraft companies for a nice profit, needless to say. Now he decided to take it easy. He built himself a lovely home in Palm Springs where he could retire in comfort. Not long after moving down, he headed for the Salton Sea one day to go fishing. He never got there. On the way, he saw a sign saying 260 acres for sale. He stopped to inquire. It was 260 acres of dust and tumbleweed. Zepp bought it. He had the idea of covering it with grapefruit trees. He knew less about raising grapefruit than he did about breeding horses. But in 3 years' time, he was one of the most successful citrus ranchers in the Coachella Valley. Zeppo offered the rest of us shares in the business. I was happy to have a piece of any of Zeppo's action, so now I was in grapefruit. That's when we started going to the desert so often, had to oversee my acreage and protect my interest. At the same time, I had become the ringleader of a bunch of guys from Hillcrest who had the idea of starting a new golf club somewhere near Palm Springs. The fancier clubs down there were restricted. We wanted to put up a course that would be the equal of any, but where everybody would have an equal right to play, regardless of his faith or the color of his skin. We bought property for the course in Cathedral City, 6 miles southwest of the Springs, and that was the beginning of the Tamarisk Country Club. I personally bought 10 acres of sand and scrub at one corner of the layout, and that was the beginning of El Rancho Harpo. Our new home, a timber and stucco house at the end of a long lane of oleanders, was finished in the spring of 1957, and we moved in. The happy hooligans became desert rats. It was a dream home in every respect. There was a wing for the kids and a wing for Susan and me. Between the wings was a huge, vaulted living room with facing walls of glass. To the west, we looked across the swimming pool and the open desert to the backdrop of the San Jacinto Mountains. To the east, we looked through a screen of eucalyptus trees to the 14th hole of Tamarisk. Minnie, at last, could have horses. Jimmy had enough space for a whole rocket range. Alex had an irrigation system and a house full of automatic gadgets to tinker with. Susan had room to paint. And I had an 18-hole golf course. The setting for our lives had changed drastically, but we hadn't changed our ways. The Marxes carried on at the Harp Ranch just as we'd always carried on and always would. I felt I should do something very special to dedicate our new joint. So one August afternoon, when the temperature was over 110 degrees and the golf course was deserted, I piled into the golf cart with my clubs and a supply of 50 balls and drove off to the 14th tee. Before teeing up, I took off my shorts and shoes. I was determined to be a famous first, the first naked man in history to fire a hole-in-one. I didn't make it, but I came damn close. I came within 6 inches, to be exact, of immortality. We had Gracie and George Burns down for Thanksgiving that year, to make up for Thanksgiving the year before. The year before, our new place hadn't been finished, and we were living in an apartment court in Palm Springs. Susan bought a tremendous turkey, then found it was too big to fit in the refrigerator. I had a solution. We could lock it up overnight in the harp case outside. There it would keep cool and the dogs and cats couldn't get at it. Well, the Burnses arrived the next morning. It came time to put the turkey in the oven. I went to get it. The harp case was gone. Then I remembered why. The harp case was on the list of things we'd asked the porter to put in storage so the place wouldn't be cluttered up for the holidays. I couldn't find the porter. The storage room was locked. I had to go back to the apartment and announce a change of plans. We were taking the Burnses out to dinner on account of the turkey being missing. Missing, said Gracie. Where were you keeping it? In the harp case, I said. Where else? Said George. But a year later we gave them a real, home-cooked feast. While we were having coffee, I said, I almost forgot. We found some marvelous grapes yesterday. These you have to taste. You never had such grapes. But neither Susan nor I could find them. Then it came to me where I had stashed them. When I brought the grapes to the table, Susan asked me where they'd been. In the jewel case, I said. Where else? Said George. It also amused George for some reason to find my harp standing in the bathroom. This was a very practical setup, however, and no gag. The first 2 things I did every morning were to practice the harp and go to the John. This way I could do both at the same time and save a lot of steps. Who said I didn't know any good shortcuts? At Cathedral City, I learned I was a better disciplinarian in effigy than I was in person. We had a lot of trouble getting grass to grow around the house, mainly because of the birds. Every time we receded, they flocked around and had themselves a free lunch. Somebody suggested we put up a scarecrow. We did. Alex constructed a frame, and I dressed it with red wig, plug hat, red tie, floppy raincoat, and baggy pants, and stuck a horn in its belt. The next morning, the biggest flock of birds we'd seen yet were out on the lawn. But by God, they weren't pecking for seeds. They were just sitting there looking up at the scarecrow. Obviously, said Susan, they were waiting for him to play the harp. When he didn't play, they gave up and flew away and never came back. We finally got a decent crop of grass. The kids' favorite holidays were Christmas and Susan's birthday. Thinking up presents for Mom became quite a family hobby. On the first birthday she celebrated in Cathedral City, she got a record haul. Alex gave her a case of Jell-O. Alex never got enough Jell-O. He was crazy for the stuff. I gave her an adding machine. Susan did all our bookkeeping. Jimmy gave her a stamp machine. She handled all the correspondence too. And Minnie gave her a set of hair clippers. No special reason except they were on sale. By way of thanking us for a wonderful birthday, Susan gave us all haircuts. She's been the family barber ever since. Not one of us has ever gone to a barber shop again. When I asked her what she wanted for Christmas that year, she said that, just for once, she'd like money. She'd like $1,000 to spend any crazy way she felt like, on paints, brushes, sewing machine attachments, curtain fabrics, rose bushes, whatever. To Susan, who was very practical with dough, this sounded like a mad splurge. It would have been dull to put a single envelope under the Christmas tree for her. That was no kind of present and lousy showmanship. So I went to work long before Christmas, up in town at the Hillcrest. Early in December, mysterious Christmas cards addressed to Susan and marked personal began to trickle in. 10 of them came altogether. Inside each card was a check made out to Susan in some odd, meaningless amount, like $82-97, $73-33, or $26.58. Each was signed by some absolute stranger, a name that meant nothing to her. She decided not to worry me about the checks until after the holidays, so she hid them. She herself was plenty worried. She was sure it was some kind of new extortion racket. On Christmas morning, she found 7 more cards with checks inside, beneath the Christmas tree. These checks were also made out to her for odd amounts, but they weren't signed by strangers. They were signed by George Burns, George Jessel, Danny Kaye, Harry Ritz, Eddie Cantor, Jack Benny, and Milton Berle. Susan puzzled over them for a minute. Then she gave me a sly smile. She ran to get the mysterious checks hidden in her dresser drawer and her adding machine. The 17 checks added up to $1,000 on the nose. She said it was her nicest Christmas ever. That year we promised the kids they could stay up until midnight on New Year's Eve for the first time. But then I got to thinking about it. I didn't mind their staying up this late for one night, but I was afraid Susan and I wouldn't be able to make it. We loved holidays, but we were a couple of reformed night owls. I had become such an early bird that I could seldom stay awake long enough to see Groucho's television show, which came on at the ungodly hour of 10. On the morning of December 31, I was the first to get up, as usual. Before retiring to the John to practice, I went through the house and set all the clocks ahead 3 hours. When the rest of the family woke up, they kidded themselves about oversleeping and nobody knew the difference. At 9 o'clock on New Year's Eve, our clock struck 12. I poured everybody a sip of champagne. We sang Auld Lang Syne, toasted 1958, kissed each other, and the kids ran off to bed. While I was turning out the lights, I heard Minnie say, "Hey Jimmy, I think I'm drunk." Jimmy said, "No, you didn't drink enough to get a charge. It's just the wee small hours that makes you feel dizzy." It's a classic corny joke that a guy who's married more than 10 years always forgets his wedding anniversary. He comes home from work that day and finds his wife dressed to go out, and she gets mad as a hornet when he doesn't know why she's all dolled up. Not so in our family. For some reason, Susan and I invariably pull a switch. It's me who remembers. When I come to the breakfast table on the morning of September 28 after harp practice, I am wearing a squashed fedora, a bright red tie over a striped shirt dicky, and dark glasses. When Susan sees me, she gives a start, gasps, clamps a hand over her mouth, and hurries off to change. When she comes back to the table, she has on her floppy big picture hat, 1930 vintage beige suit, cotton stockings, and sensible brown shoes, and her face is whitened out with powder. We keep our wedding outfits on all day long. The part of the day that gives the kids the biggest kick is when we come home after I have taken Susan out to dinner. They have to hear all about it, where we went, what trouble we got into, whether anybody recognized us, how many laughs we got. And then they have to hear all over again the story of how we got married upstairs in the Santa Ana firehouse. The most gratifying part of it to me is the way the kids accept our cockeyed kind of celebration and fall right in with the spirit of it. I've heard other children who have a hell of a lot less hokum to put up with say, "Boy, have we got a couple of screwy creeps for parents." Or, "Criminy, why can't they act their age?" Not ours. If their father ever acted his age, they'd disown him. I hadn't moved to the desert to retire, not by a long shot. I no longer did movies. Our last picture, A Night in Casablanca, had been made some years ago. But I kept up a fairly busy schedule of concerts, benefits, and guest appearances, and once or twice a year Chico and I would go off on a club date together. The most expensive benefit I did was for the pension fund of the Palm Springs Police Department. After the show, I found 32 of my knives missing. The cops had stolen them for souvenirs. The highest-priced club date Chico and I ever played, or so we thought at the time, was for the Texas oilman Glenn McCarthy in his snazzy Shamrock Hotel in Houston. McCarthy offered us a choice of $35,000, $17,500 a week for 2 weeks, or an interest in his newest natural gas field. Chico didn't bother to figure the odds. The only important figure here was the 27.5% deduction for depletion rights. We told McCarthy to keep his cash. We'd take this other deal. Sure enough, royalty checks started coming in from the Texas Gas Corporation later that year. They still come in at the end of every quarter. I happened to be in the Hillcrest the day after I'd gotten a royalty payment, and I had the check in my pocket. I spotted a table of bankers, a couple of whom I knew pretty well, having lunch. I went over to their table. "I'd like to tell you guys something that might surprise you," I said. "You probably think all actors are snooks when it comes to handling money. We throw it away as fast as we get it because we don't have any business sense. Well, I want you to know this isn't true, at least not about me or Chico." Then I told them about the choice the oilman had given us down in Texas, 35 G's cash or 2 interests in a gas field. "You think we grabbed the loot?" I said. "Not us. We settled for the long-range investment, and we've been getting quarterly payments ever since. Maybe you still don't believe an actor could be this smart. Well, gentlemen, I have documentary proof on me. Here's my latest royalty check, and it happens to be 100% higher than what I received for the previous quarter." I showed my check to the bankers. It was for 13 cents. The previous check had been for 6 cents. The next one I got that year was made out to the amount of exactly $0.01. I'm afraid nobody ever took me seriously as a man of finance. Like the time I told the local telephone operator to please get me the Beverly Hills office of Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith, and she said, "Do you know his first name, Mr. Marx?" I even had trouble convincing Jimmy that I was a good risk. While we still lived in the city, I was once driving home from the desert. I was late, so I stopped by a roadside phone booth to tell the family when to expect me. The only change I had on me was a dime. I told the operator to reverse the charges. It happened that Jimmy was alone in the house when the phone rang. The operator said, "I have a collect call from Mr. Marx. Will you accept the charges, please?" Jimmy said, "What's a collect call?" And the operator said that meant the party answering the call would pay for it, not the party making the call. "You mean me," said Jimmy. "I'm supposed to pay for it. The operator said that was the general idea. Would he then accept the charges?" "Heck no," said Jimmy. "I can't pay for it." I told the operator to please explain to him that it was his father calling. The operator relayed this to Jimmy. "My father, well, let him pay for it," he said and hung up. It was a sparkling clear morning in May. After the kids went off to school, I felt like practicing an extra hour or so before shooting a round of golf, so I moved the harp out by the big west window. While I played, I watched our three mutts take their daily swim. It was a funny thing. Every morning, as soon as the kids left to catch the school bus, the dogs came yipping and galloping around the house and dove straight into the pool. Their habits were no more conventional than their masters. Susan was in her room, sewing, working on a dress for Minnie's first dance. The dogs climbed out of the pool, shook themselves, and ran off to look for the horses, to see if they could get up a friendly game of tag. The only sound was the sound of the harp. There was no wind outside. The nearest thing to any movement was the changing of the shadows on the mountains, as the sun rose in the sky. I was surrounded by peace. I got to thinking as I played about how lucky I was to be who I was, where I was. An old Fawn's ass of 65, the father of 4 children aged from 15 to 22, sitting in an air-conditioned house admiring the spectacle of the California desert while I made music, with nothing more to worry about than whether I should keep on making music and enjoying the view and then play 9 holes of golf, or quit now and play 18 holes. I decided to keep practicing. It was a decision Woolcott would have approved of. Golf was one game he had no regard for. Of course, he never had much regard for the harp either, particularly as played by me, but it was better than golf. Alec had been very much in my mind recently. The past Tuesday had been the anniversary of what I used to call my Gentile bar mitzvah. It was 35 years ago Tuesday that Woolcott had invited himself to my dressing room, introduced himself, and taken me over to the Hotel Algonquin to meet a few friends. I jumped back to the present when I heard myself ripping off a showy glissando, the kind I thought was sensational 35 years ago, but the kind that Bill would give me hell for today. Now I was thinking how proud Alec would be if he could see why. Liam Woolcott Marx today. Bill had done a hitch in the Coast Guard after studying 2 years at Juilliard, and now he had his own apartment in Hollywood. He was a man of independence. He insisted on paying his own way all the way. There wasn't much dough in writing serious music, so to support himself while he kept composing, he played jazz piano in all kinds of offbeat joints around L.A. and hustled arranging jobs. In his spare time, he worked out new numbers for me, with the idea of our putting an album together. Bill had found his place in the world, and it was a good place. The other 3 were going to find their places too. I had no doubts about any of them. Minnie, at 15, had announced to us what her future was going to be in no uncertain terms. She was going to marry a guy who raised horses, period. She was already making sure she'd have the proper qualifications. After school and on weekends, she worked for the local vet. Jimmy was looking forward to college. We'd been kidding him about his top-secret hush-hush rocket fuel project until he won first prize in a big regional science fair. He knew what he was doing, and there was nothing funny about it. Alex was more vague about college. He was as obsessed with cars as Minnie was with horses. He had one specific ambition. College or no college, he was going to own and operate his own garage someday. It was going to be called Lou's Garage. When we asked him why Lou's, he said he didn't know. It just sounded like a good name for garage. That was the kind of reasoning that the Alexander he was named for, who died the year Alex was born, would have adored. The dogs jogged back in sight, their tongues hanging out, looking for a shady place to plop down for their siesta. The sunbathing mountains were losing their early morning wrinkles. That meant it was getting on toward golf time. I was playing very badly anyway. I was lousy, in fact. I plucked an awful clinker of a chord, another one, my God. I thought I'd better start putting in this extra hour every day. I couldn't have been sloppier if I'd been playing with mittens on. Then all of a sudden I couldn't play at all. I felt a pain in my middle. The strength went out of my fingers. I felt sick, very sick. I called to Susan. She came as far as the doorway, looked at me, then ran back to her room and telephoned for the doctor. The doctor thumped me and tapped me and checked all my vibrations. I told him I felt like a kettle drum being tuned up for a concert. He looked under my eyelids and examined other secret places. I said I couldn't decide now whether he was a kettle drummer or a customs inspector. He ran the sharp end of a fingernail file up the bottoms of my feet hard. I said, "You still haven't found where it itches. Could you tickle me on the left foot again and this time wobble it a bit?" The doctor didn't laugh. He didn't even give me a bedside smile. He said, "Mr. Marx, I'm a great admirer of yours and I'd love to sit here and crack jokes with you. But I must tell you the blunt truth. You have had a heart attack." I said, "Bad." He said, "I don't know, I don't think so." But when I said, "Quote me any odds," he shook his head and gave me a sickly bedside smile. It wasn't bad. It was what is known as a mild attack. I was re-examined, cardiographed, checked for cholesterol, prescribed for, put on a diet, and sent to an L.A. hospital for 6 weeks of precautionary bed rest. The specialist who'd taken me over gave me a pep talk the day I checked into the hospital. He said the one thing that would help me most was something I could only prescribe for myself. I should retire. I asked him what he meant by retire. He spelled it out. No more work, no more engagements of any kind, no more golf, no more harp. Nothing but pure full-time leisure. I said I thought this was a pretty stiff rap considering the offense, one lousy bellyache. He said, think about it some more. I did. I thought about the last days of Frenchie and of Alec. I thought about all the days to come for Susan and for Bill and Alex and Minnie and Jimmy. Okay, I said, I guess you're right. The first thing I'll do when I get up out of this bed and put on my clothes and go home is retire. Then what do? What's the most relaxing thing you've ever done in your life? He asked me. Taking off my shoes and lying on the grass and flying a kite so the string tickles the bottom of my feet, I said without any hesitation. The doctor said, Harpo, the best piece of medical advice I can give you is this: go fly a kite. Div class equals P blanc. It didn't sink in until the doctor left, and I began to reflect on the meaning of the decision I had made. Retirement. This meant goodbye. Goodbye to the closest companion I ever had, a companion who'd given me thousands of hours of exasperation, botheration, and pure joy, my harp. And what about my name? Shouldn't I maybe have it changed now? How about Adolf X Harpo Marx? No, not a very good gag. I couldn't come up with anything better, so I went to sleep. Chapter 24: The Return of Pinchy Winchy, or You're Only Young Forever. I was on a plane headed for Las Vegas. I wasn't going to Vegas to perform or play golf or gamble. All these were pursuits I had given up for life. I was traveling as a tourist with nothing special to do and nobody special to do it with. I had some idea of kibitzing the action in the casinos, taking in a few of the shows, lying around in the sun for a while, but beyond that, nothing. I had been retired for 9 months now. My costume was in mothballs, my harp was in storage, my golf clubs I had given away. I didn't miss any of these things. The only things I had lost by retiring were my tan and a little weight. I might have looked pastier and saggier and older, but I was back in good health, and that was the only important thing. That was why I told myself I had no regrets about the decision I had made on the first day of my first stay in the hospital. The plane landed at the Vegas airport. The other passengers walked up each other's heels in their hurry to get off. Yet they were hardly a gay crowd. All of them had a hollow-eyed and hungry look, and they talked under their breaths. They were indistinguishable from suckers going to the slaughter of the gaming tables anywhere. Monte Carlo, Covington, Juan Les Pins, or the old Saratoga Springs. But they happened to be going to Las Vegas, and I happened to be the only tourist among them, and they bored me. Briefly, I considered getting on the next plane out of there and going back home. I nixed the idea. Susan's insinuations had been pretty plain. It would be better for everybody if I didn't hang around the house for a while. Actually, I had retired 3 times in the past 9 months after a total of 3 heart attacks. The first and second times I got sprung from the hospital, I called it quits, but I never quite believed it. Now, after the 3rd time, I believed it. This was for good. The summer after my first illness had been a period of discovery for me. First, I discovered I didn't miss playing the harp, not a bit. Second, I took up painting again and found it very exciting. Third, I found that time passed just as fast doing nothing as it had when my days were full of activity. When I was released from the hospital, we closed up the house in Cathedral City. Susan packed the kids into the station wagon, and off they went on a camping trip through the Rockies. I took a quiet bachelor apartment in West Hollywood, where I could devote the summer to adjusting to my new life, under the eye of my doctor. I made my own breakfasts, usually had lunch at Hillcrest, and for dinners I made the rounds of the family, from Bill's Place to Groucho's to Gummo's to Chico's. Between meals I painted, I read, I watched TV, I napped, or I did absolutely nothing. The nearest I came to playing anything was taking pills at night. I was on a complicated, round-the-clock schedule of drugs. The lineup beside my bed was formidable pills and capsules of all sizes and shapes, to be taken at different intervals. I hated to turn on a light during the night, so I practiced with the bottles until I could tell them apart by the sound they made when I shook them. I got an alarm clock with an illuminated dial. Whenever the alarm went off for a pill time, I only had to reach behind me and shake the bottles until I heard the right one, take my capsule or tablet, reset the alarm, and go back to sleep. I'm probably not the first guy who ever played the harp by ear, and certainly not the first to play the piano that way, but I don't know of anybody else who can play pills by ear. I was turning out 4 and 5 paintings a day. I worked in watercolors, a new medium for me. I'd taken it up while I was in the hospital, where I first felt the urge to paint again, and where oils would have been too messy. Watercolors were fun, but I was getting into a rut. Every summer landscape I did turned into Vermont as seen from Neshobe Island. Every winter landscape looked like Watertown, New York, as seen from a hotel window. Every figure I did turned into a guy in the rain under a black umbrella. The black umbrella had no significance except that it was the best way to cover up the guy's face when it didn't turn out right, and it never turned out right. What I needed was a fresh approach. I should switch to another medium. I didn't want to mess up the apartment with oils, so I got a bunch of art books to see what else there was. I found the perfect medium. The inspiration for it came partly from the art books and partly from the new diet my doctor put me on. For breakfast, I could eat the whites of 2 eggs. This presented the problem of what to do with the yolks. The answer, paint and casein, which could be prepared with the yolk of an egg. It got me out of the rut. My painting loosened up to the point where I could do abstractions. To me, this was a big step forward. But everybody who saw my collection asked if I wouldn't please paint them one of those charming figures with the black umbrella. I could have sold them by the gross. That was when I discovered how I was different from most people. Most people have a conscious mind and a subconscious. Not me. I've always operated on a subconscious and a subconscious. By August, I was in another kind of a rut. I was homesick. With every postcard I got from the family from Arizona, Colorado, or Montana, I felt worse. I now spent more time at the Hillcrest than I did painting, but that didn't help much. The only guys who hung around there after lunch played cards or shot golf. The round table was often empty by 2 o'clock. George Burns was producing television programs and getting up a show of his own to do in Reno and Vegas. Jessel wasn't around long enough between hops to Seattle, Minneapolis, Tallahassee, and Tel Aviv to ever get a monologue going. Benny was busy. Cantor was busy. Burl was in New York. Danny Kaye was overseas. Groucho, when he wasn't working on his new book, was doing his TV show. And Chico, of course, was unavoidably detained at the Friars Club. Everybody was busy but me. When the end of summer came and I drove home to Cathedral City, it was like coming back from Russia. Susan and the kids arrived the next day. My exile was over. Susan and I converted the utility room next to the garage into a 2-man studio. Now, every morning after the kids left for school, the dogs jumped into the pool and Mom and Dad went to paint. We were ideal partners in a studio. She preferred oils and she was a hell of a draftsman. I preferred non-oil paints. I couldn't draw worth a damn, never could get anything in perspective, so I had to let my colors do all the talking. I admired her drawing. She admired the way I used color, but I couldn't stick with it very long. The joy of homecoming was wearing off. I'd start out painting up a storm, sloshing wild strokes onto my board, then I'd peter out. I'd wander through the house. I'd go out and talk to Minnie's horses and scratch the dogs behind the ears. I'd take a tour of the acreage in the golf cart to inspect the trees we'd planted. I'd come back to the house and look for something to read. I couldn't find anything that would hold my attention. I'd turn on television, nothing but old movies and soap operas. I'd go back to the studio. Susan would be halfway through a new painting. I'd look at what I'd started 2 hours ago and I'd throw it in the trash. I knew why I was restless. I was itching to get my fingers on the harp strings. I was itching to grip a golf club again. I'd been kidding myself. Why the hell should I sit around and read and paint? I was, as they say, living on velvet anyway. One day I gave the strings a swipe when I passed the harp. The next day I paused to play a couple of chords. The day after that I sat down and played a chorus of I've Got Rhythm. On the 4th day I practiced for half an hour, then went out and putted a golf ball around the swimming pool. That afternoon, I found out later, Susan made a frantic call to Gummo. She told him I was showing symptoms of sneaking out of retirement. She made him promise that he'd turn down all offers for me to perform, no matter where or for whom or for how much loot, before word of them got to me. Gummo promised. Susan's call was not really necessary. On the 5th day I had another heart attack, much like the first one, and I was carted off to L.A. for another 6 weeks flat on my ass in a hospital bed. When I came home, it was the same story all over again. I swore I was retired for good. I went back to painting, and for a while I painted like a fiend. Then I got restless. I got the itchy fingers. I started to practice again. I felt so great I called Gummo and told him I was ready to take on any date, anywhere, TV, clubs, benefits, anything. Gummo said he'd let me know as soon as anything came in. He was lying, of course. Susan, alarmed over my symptoms, had already talked to him and made him renew his promise that no offer of work should reach my tender ears. I spent quite a bit of time in the city at the Hillcrest. I got talking to producers and agents there, and that's how I found out about the plot between Susan and Gummo. Several guys asked me how come I was turning down jobs. I told them I wasn't, on the contrary, I was looking. That wasn't the way they got it from Gummo, they said. This burned me up. But before I could do anything about it, I had another attack. This one hit me while I was in downtown Palm Springs shopping with Susan. I felt like I'd been flattened by a sandbag. The doctor made no bones about it. This was no mild attack. It was an acute coronary. The day I came out of the hospital, I called Gummo myself. I told him I was no longer a client of his or of anybody else's. I had had it. I had finally had some sense scared into me. I was putting the harp in storage along with my costume, and I was getting rid of my golf clubs. I hope to God you're serious, said Gummo. Couple more rounds like this and you'll have retired more times than Sarah Bernhardt. I was never more serious in my life, I told Gummo. I went back to painting and put in an hour or two a day working on notes for my book. I went over to the county seat, Indio, and put in for unemployment insurance. I took my pills and stuck to my diet and my rest schedule like a good boy. Before I knew it, I came away from a weekly examination with a clean bill of health. The doctor said I'd made a damn near unbelievable recovery. Susan said even she was amazed, having watched me improve in front of her eyes from day to day. It's that old Nightingale blood, I told her. It's pulled me through again. Then the hours began to drag, especially while the kids were in school. I couldn't sit still. But every time I got up to do something, I found there was nothing I really wanted to do. Thank goodness the harp wasn't there to tempt me. Smartest thing I ever did, having it put away. If only the kids were here, I'd say to myself. Then there'd be a little life around the joint. But when the kids came home, it wasn't much different. At first, they thought it was swell having their old man around the house all day. I thought it was great being there whenever they were, and for a while it was. I did card tricks, taught them backgammon, and listened to all their gripes about school. Then it got tiresome. For the first time, I realized that kids could be terrible nudges, hanging around expecting you to entertain them, hanging around asking questions. Mainly questions they had no business asking. Feeling better today, Dad? Can I get a pillow for you, Dad, or bring your slippers? If it costs so much to keep your harp in storage and they charge so much for insurance, why don't you sell it? Why did you want to play the harp in the first place instead of like a trumpet? Anyway, aren't most of the harpists who play the harp ladies and not men? Why was Mr. Woolcott so fat in all the pictures? Didn't his doctor make him go on a diet like your doctor? What did you do at night when you were a boy if there was no TV then? Well, if there wasn't any TV, how did you find out who won the election on election day? Why do you say it's important that all of us finish high school when you didn't even finish grade school? Didn't it mean so much in those days? Is it true that Uncle Groucho went on the stage before you did? Were Minnie and Frenchie their real names or just their nicknames like yours and Uncle Chico's and Uncle Gummo's? Who's the oldest man you ever met in history? President Franklin D. Roosevelt. If they hadn't shot Abraham Lincoln, would you have met him? If it was so cold in the winter when you were a boy, why didn't you move to California instead of to Chicago? If you agree with Uncle Zeppo every time he says show business stinks, how come you went on the stage instead of having a career? Sure you wouldn't like a pillow, Dad. If you didn't finish grade school, did that make you a juvenile delinquent? You weren't a juvenile delinquent, were you? Because if you'd had a prison record, Mom wouldn't have married you and they would have blacklisted you from making movies, right? Yes, but you would have had a lot more interesting stuff then to put in your book, right? How are you feeling now, Dad? Any better? I stood it as long as I could. I was a good-natured guy and a tolerant father, but they were driving me off my nut. It got to where I had to shut them up and barricade myself in my room to get any privacy. Then Susan began giving me the needle. I should get out of the house, do this, do that, ride the golf cart over to the course and watch them shoot golf. I told her the game didn't interest me anymore, not in the least. Go into town more often and see more of the old gang at the Hillcrest. I told her the Hillcrest had changed. It was a dull place. Any worse than here, she said. I shrugged. Harp, she said, are you bored? I said yes, frankly I was. Do you know what anybody who's bored really is? She said, what? He's a bore. The short discussion that followed was very close to being a fight. This, I said to myself, wasn't my old Susan. Something was eating her. She was turning on me the same as the kids. To keep peace in the family, I said I decided to go away for a couple of days. Susan asked me where. The first place that came to mind, for no good reason, was Las Vegas. She thought that was a splendid idea, much as they'd all miss me. She couldn't conceal how pleased she was that I was going away. I wished I could feel the same, so I flew to Vegas. It wasn't half as bad as I had expected that night. After dinner, I wandered through the casino in my hotel. There was something sweet and restful about the clicking of dice and chips and roulette wheels, like hearing crickets at sundown. Looking at the patches of green felt on the blackjack and crap tables, I knew how a country boy must feel upon seeing his first green fields after being stuck too long in the city. But I didn't weaken. I went across the strip to another joint. There in the lounge next to the casino, quite a crowd stood around a TV set watching the fights. I joined the crowd. One of the bosses, you can always spot them in Vegas, came over from the casino and stood in front of me to see how the fight was going. His silhouette had a very familiar shape. I knew this guy. Even from the back, I recognized him, and I hadn't seen the guy for 30 years. The last time, the only time, we'd met was on a gambling boat in the river off Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was Milt Jaff, the guy who'd saved my skin by lending me $10,000 that night in 1929. I nudged him in the ribs. How's chances of letting me have 10 G's? I said in a con man's voice. Jaff didn't turn around. He gave me a vague, impatient gesture with the back of his hand. I nudged him again. This time his gesture was definite. It meant I should get lost. I nudged him a third time. If you loan me 10 G's once, why can't you do it again? I said. Without removing his gaze from the fight on the TV screen, he sidestepped away from me. You had to be a thick-skinned diplomat to handle drunks and crackpots in Las Vegas. They might turn out to be well-heeled customers. You couldn't take a chance by offending them. When the bell rang for the end of the round and the crowd relaxed momentarily, I piped up in a loud falsetto, "Pinchy Winchy." As he turned, even before he saw me, Jaff yelled, "Pinchy Winchy, Harpo Marx." As soon as we got through telling each other how great we looked, he was lying, I was. And what a lot of changes there'd been in the old world since we last spent an evening together, I asked Jaff the question that had stuck in my mind for 30 years. "Please tell me," I said, "why you gave me that dough back in Pittsburgh. Why no references? No security, no signature?" "Harpo," he said, "I'll tell you. In my line of business, same then as now, the only security I have is my judgment of people. If I can't tell a good man from a dead beat with one look, I don't belong in the business. If my instinct goes sour, I go looking for another job. So what I've always done is practice on my judgment, same as you practice on your harp. Every once in a while I test myself on people. Always have, still do. I tested myself on you that night on the boat. I said to myself if I wasn't right about you, I'd never be right about anybody else ever again. You want to know why? It wasn't because you had an honest face. To me, there's no such thing as an honest face. I'll tell you what it was. You knew how to have a good time without spending money. A guy who has to blow his wad to have fun is a bad risk. Want to know another reason? You were a good risk from the life insurance point of view. I could see you were one guy out of 10,000, the kind that stays young forever. You weren't going to conk out on me before you paid me back." Jaff gave me a big grin. "Maybe I wasn't so cold-blooded about it as I make out," he said. "You know, I was pretty soft in the head by the time I handed you the dough. I don't think I ever laughed so hard in my life." Remembering he began to laugh hard all over again, I knew what was coming. Jaff said, "We've got to get a game going tonight, Harpo. Got to do it." "Oh no," I said. Jaff didn't hear me. He was too steamed up. "We can use the main office," he said. "What do you need? Burnt cork. We'll get some from one of the dressing rooms." "No," I said. This time he heard me. He looked at me like he was a kid and I was Santa Claus come to take back the toys I'd put under his Christmas tree. I let him down as gently as I could. "Pinchy Winchy," I told him, "simply wasn't my speed anymore. A lot of things weren't my speed anymore. Leaping around on stage, lugging a harp around, whacking a golf ball, all behind me. The time comes, like it or not, when a man has to stop kidding himself that he's as young as he feels. That time had come for me. I felt fine and there was nothing wrong with me. But I'd stopped kidding myself. I was retired." Jaff squinted at me as if a thick fog had rolled in between us. "Retired?" he said. "Retired from what?" He didn't give me a chance to answer. I didn't have an answer ready anyway. "For God's sake, Harpo," he said, "don't you know how stiffs like me have always envied guys like you? Have you ever had to meet a payroll or sweat out the auditors or file for bankruptcy?" I shook my head. "You've been making a living," he said, "out of a life that all the rest of us dream about retiring to. How the hell can you retire from it?" I had no answer for him. Jaff, embarrassed by his outburst, changed the subject and asked me how Zeppo was. I gave him the rundown on Zepp's wheeling and dealing. He asked me how my other brothers were. I told him. Groucho never busier, Chico still in the thick of the action and planning a trip to Europe, Gummo still in business at the old stand, manager and den mother to all the rest of us. As I talked, Jaff gave me a hard, close study. I knew what he was thinking. I said to him, "If you didn't know who I was, you wouldn't lend me 2 bits tonight, would you?" "What the hell," he said, ducking a direct reply. "So we changed. Time marches on. Like you say, you can't kid yourself. You're only young once." We didn't have much left to say to each other, but I had an awful lot to think about all of a sudden. The fight was over and the television set had been turned off. We were standing against the bar where Jaff could keep an eye on the casino beyond the lounge. Having nothing better to do, I had picked up a book of matches from the bar and was lighting them, one by one, blowing them out and dropping them into an ashtray. Jaff made a move like he had to go back to work. "Wonderful seeing you, Harpo," he said. He gave me his hand. Instead of shaking hands, I gave him a squeeze on the cheek and said, "Pinchy Winchy." He laughed and did the same to me. The only difference was I had planted a butte on his kisser, having burned enough matches to work up a good black smudge. I wonder if he got the message when he finally discovered it. An hour later, I was on a plane to Los Angeles. I felt so terrific I could have flown without benefit of aircraft, except that I would have taken a shortcut and sure as hell got lost. I had good reason to feel I had wings. I had just recovered from the longest and most serious illness I ever had, retirement. But it was all over now, so waltz me around again, Willie. I got my harp out of storage, aired out my costume, and ordered a new set of golf clubs. My children stopped being pestiferous. My wife stopped making insinuations. I signed for a nightclub date in Chicago and 3 TV appearances and told Bill he'd better hustle me up some new arrangements. I switched back to painting in oils. Everything I painted turned into a clown, but this was a rut I'd been in for quite some time and I didn't mind at all. In those 3 television shows, I succeeded in doing the 3 things I had been warned never to do again. In the first, I wanged away at the harp. In the second, I played a golf match with Sam Snead. In the third, I not only leaped around, but I leaped around for 3 days in the snow. The other day Zeppo called up to say he was putting in a second crop on the ranch. So now I'm not only living on velvet and in the pink, but I'm in grapefruit and tomatoes too. I just reported this to Susan. Susan said, for a guy who bills himself as a professional listener, you've been doing an awful lot of talking lately. I get the message. Honk honk.
Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this audiobook, subscribe for more.